Hello, good morning. We're starting day 23 of the Alex Murdaugh trial. We're in the middle of their paid witness right now. He's going to be a pathologist, and he's going to be here to dispute the findings of Dr. Reamer. So we'll listen to this, and again, when they go on their very long lunch breaks, we'll go back and listen to the beginning and skip through all the junk and stuff. So hello, guys. Welcome.
All right, and now in this case, because this appeared to be homicides, the county coroner would be the one to have...
Oh, this is cross-examination right now. Okay.
Right.
That's my understanding. I'm definitely in Georgia. It's my understanding here, yes.
And Dr. Reamer performed the autopsy here?
Yes, ma'am.
And she performed an independent autopsy?
She did.
Did you perform an autopsy of either of the victims in this case?
I did not.
And you relied on, I think you testified that Dr. Reamer's report, x-rays, crime scene photos, and autopsy photos in determining your opinion.
That's correct.
And you were hired, right?
Yes, I was.
And you were here on Friday, weren't you?
I was.
So that would mean you've made over $10,000 in evaluating or taking part in this case.
At the end of the day, that's correct.
Nice. 10K.
Did you do a report?
I was not asked to do a report, no.
Wouldn't you agree that a report would have been helpful to explain the scientific methods or investigation that you used to come to your conclusions?
Oh, different jurisdictions do it differently, so I have no idea how it's done here. But, I mean, my report would have been exactly the same as my testimony, so I guess it would be on paper instead of, verbally.
Well, you saw Dr. Reamer's report, and that was actually entered into evidence, right?
Yes, I did.
All right, you spoke a little bit about Maggie and
Yes, that's
her
correct.
autopsy. And I believe you said in your testimony that Maggie's shooter could be taller than Maggie. Is that right?
Oh, no, that's not what I said.
What did you say?
No, what we were talking about was if Maggie's gunshot or rifle wounds to the top of her head and to the side of her head were with her standing up, that would have to be somebody at an elevated position. So I didn't give an opinion that the shooter had to be taller because we talked about how she could be bent over.
But an elevated position could mean the shooter was taller, right?
Oh, but it could be that the shooter was taller, but that would still have to be somebody at an extremely elevated position shooting down. I'll leave it at that.
And you said that determining trajectory is not something that you do.
At the scene, that's correct. On the body, that's what I do all the time.
All right, let's move on to Paul. Would you agree that when a gun is shot, a lot of energy and momentum is generated, and that momentum and energy tears through a person's body?
Depending on the range of fire, the type of ammunition, yes, I agree with that.
And when pellets are shot, they spread out?
Eventually, yes.
Right. So, if Paul was shot in the back of the head, and those pellets start spreading out, did they come back together when they exited this way?
No, but that's where we're talking about the same thing as range of fire.
You gotta
so
pull up.
Those pellets, if you go from the top of the head down to here, this is about 6 inches. So we have about 6 inches. We have maybe a foot, right, from here to here. Those pellets can still be together and starting to spread out. So no, they're not going to go out and come back together. Some, that's why I was talking about that billiard ball effect. Some, if you hit that cue ball, the side ones are going to pop out and the middle ones will still be together. So no, they won't go out and come back, but I have no issue with 1 foot from here to here and having still a whole cluster of pellets going through.
But the pellets would be closer together when they first enter the body.
For a certain distance, yes.
And we also talked about soot or stippling. Now, in Dr. Reamer's report, she does note that there was soot and stippling for certain injuries, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she did not note that for for the injury to the shoulder and head.
Agreed.
Okay. And wasn't the top of Paul's skull missing?
Yes, it was.
Mm-hmm. Hey, AF, thank you for the 20.
And Paul's face,
Appreciate
was
it.
it blown off, was it?
It was not.
His brains weren't splattered all over the floor?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by that, but his brain left his head and ended up being on the floor. There were some smaller pieces in other areas and then a large piece in one area.
I'm going to show you what's been entered as tapes 24 under seal.
Yeah, she's part of the prosecution right now. So he had two disagreements. One was with the way Maggie was shot with one of the bullets, and then I need to catch up with the Paul part.
I don't know if you can tell from this picture.
I can.
Can you?
Yes, ma'am.
But he went to
Does
the same
that
medical
brain
school,
look
apparently, as Dr. Reamer.
Lacerated or splattered everywhere?
No, but that brain has been extruded from the head, and there are, when you do a zoom in on it, unfortunately no x-ray, but when you zoom in on it, you can tell that there's injury to the brain. But the brain, yes, I agree, it's not macerated.
And there were pellets on the floor of that.
Oh no, the captions.
That's my understanding.
I'm going to show you tapes 26 and 43.
She's prosecution. You guys don't remember her? She did the questioning for the blood splatter stuff. It was pretty boring, though.
I do.
It's tapes 43. Is that blood spatter on top of the door?
That looks like blood spatter at the top of the door, yes.
And no blood spatter out there on the sidewalk from his brain being blown out from his head and his face being left intact, right?
Right, the brain would come out the top of the head.
Okay.
And it's on the top of that door.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
And the blood spatter is on the top of the door.
Right, that's blowback. That's from here, the pressure pushing it backwards.
And did you see any crime scene photos?
Hey, Mom. Good morning.
Of the feed room where there were some containers on a shelf?
I did.
So the containers on the shelf, I believe, would be to the right side on this picture.
So is he saying Paul's
Looking at the picture, I believe,
gunshot
yes,
is from close
inside,
contact?
On the right, there's some shelves with a number of items on it.
And was there kind of a demarcation line showing blood going to the top of the feed room?
Oh, I don't recall. In all honesty, you're starting to get into an area that's not my area of expertise.
Into trajectory, is that right?
Outside of the body, yes.
I wonder if they found this guy just because he went to the same medical school as Dr. Reamer.
And did you determine the manner of death for these victims?
I did.
What was that?
For both of them, it was homicide.
Thank you, nothing further.
Okay, yeah, we'll
Anything
revisit
further?
his testimony.
Thank you. You may step down.
Excused. Thank you.
All right, so he was also a pathologist as well. He's there to
next
counteract
witness.
Thank you, Your
Dr.
Honor.
Reamer's testimony.
Defense calls Tim Palmbach to the stand, please.
Tim Palmbach, but for the most part, they agreed. Hi, Bleep. How are you doing today? How's it going? And by the way, Bleep, F yard work. Just hiring people. Yard work is too tough, man. I'll do the small stuff, but
Raise your right hand.
ugh, I feel like my body's all messed
You
up.
affirm the testimony
I haven't
that
worked
the
out.
This trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand.
Oh, Alec, he's crying right now.
You can
Someone get in
adjust
some more
the
Kleenex,
microphone
please.
to State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Oh, sorry, that's my dryer.
Palmbach, Palmbach.
Palmbach.
Mr. Palmbach, will you tell the jury where you're from and what do you do?
I'm from Connecticut. I've been up in that state for the majority of my life. Most of my career has been in the Connecticut State Police, and I actually started out in a row position. Then I was transferred into a major crime unit, and from there I spent a good deal of my time in the lab.
What was his name, Tim or Tom?
I retired as a major from the lab in 2004, and at that time I was head of the whole division of scientific services for the state of Connecticut. I then went back to the school, which was my alma mater, which was University of New Haven, to teach. I took the chair of forensic science position, which is a large forensic science program with both graduate and undergraduate students, and I managed that program as well as teaching. In addition to that, I was doing some degree of consultation, expert consultation, but not much just because of the volume of work that I had. In August of last year, the university offered me an early retirement incentive package, which I gladly accepted. And so now I just teach part-time, assist with a couple of grants that I had, and have a little bit more time to do consulting.
When you were with the Connecticut Forensic Science Division, who did you work under? Who did you train under?
Dr. Henry Seeley.
And who's Dr. Lee?
Within the field, he is one of the original founding fathers and very, very well regarded as holistically as a forensic scientist, but very much so as a crime scene reconstruction expert.
And you mentioned, in addition to teaching and your prior work in the field, you currently do consulting as well?
Yes, I do.
Before we get to that, do you hold any certifications in your field of specialty?
So
Hi, Shan. Was the previous guy from Connecticut too?
I have memberships. It's more of a membership organization than a certification.
Sure. So what's the American Academy of Forensic Science?
Sure. American Academy of Forensic Science is like the American Medical Academy or American Bar Association. It's kind of the large entity that all the professionals belong to. You have to be a practicing practitioner in good faith in order to do that. And then you go, it ranks from an associate member to a member, and
you can still post
eventually,
memes in there.
Meet the criteria,
Memes
you can be a fellow.
is included in Daily
I'm
News.
a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
I thought Daily News
What
was
is
more
the
general.
International Association for Identification?
So the IAI, or International Association of Identification, they tend to have membership and certification in areas like fingerprint examination as well as crime scene analysis.
And you're a member of that
I am.
association? And are you a member of the International Association of Blood Spatter Analysis?
I am, and the name is exactly that. So the membership there are individuals who've had the requisite level of training, experience. I believe they even make you or demonstrate you qualified in court before, and then they'll grant you membership.
Nancy Grace? Where?
It seems self-explanatory to you, but maybe not everyone in the courtroom. What is blood spatter analysis? And it's spatter, not splatter, correct?
It is spatter, correct.
All right.
Well, the basic course would be 40 hours, and I don't think they want to hear the basic course. And I don't mean that flippantly. There's a fair amount to it. The simple way to explain it is we're looking at energy and force applied to sources of blood or other mechanisms and activities applied to blood, and then determining the patterns that result from that. And once we understand that, that's much of what the training is in a lab, in an environment. You create these patterns, you study the patterns so you understand them. Then it's going to a scene, seeing these patterns, properly interpreting them, and drawing conclusions from them. So that's the short version of what it is.
And I believe you're also a member of the Massachusetts Forensic Science Oversight Board. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
What is that?
That's a governor's board that they bring in experts from around the country of different specialties, and we look at practices and protocols within the forensic science community within the state of forensic science. So it's essentially an advisory board.
Whose
I
hands?
believe you
Alex?
also have a law degree.
I do, sir.
Why would you do that?
That's a good question.
That's a lot of money, then.
Law. It was back in the, at the time, right, early 90s. There was a lot of stuff going on related to new technologies, DNA being the biggest of all of them. And what was happening for lab directors, and I was an assistant lab director at that time, is we spent more time in the court or writing papers in support of new testing and not knowing anything about it. So many of us, myself included, said, if this is going to be a big part of our job, we have to go back and learn it. So that's what motivated me to go back and do it.
And then currently, professionally, are you the executive director of the Henry C. Lee Institute of Forensic Science at UNH?
I was, but I gladly, when I went to emeritus status, gave that position up. And
maybe you'll get to it.
Back. But I had been.
The trees were too bushy.
And have you, as part of your consulting work, have you been qualified as an expert in state and federal courts in various states?
I have.
Do you know what states?
All right. Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, California, Illinois, Alabama. Yeah, I think so. North Carolina for sure.
Oh yeah, him and Buster got the same like tendencies, nail biting and stuff.
And what?
Or maybe that was just a one-off.
What are your areas of expertise that for which you've been qualified and that you wish to be qualified in this court?
In the big genre, it's crime scene reconstruction and analysis, and sub-disciplines underneath that independently are bloodstain pattern interpretation and shooting incident reconstruction.
One of the cases, I believe, would State v. Michael Peterson. Were you an expert in that case?
I was, sir.
And was that the stair-step case?
I think it's known as the staircase case.
Stair-step case.
The
oh, I think they did a Netflix doc on that.
Have you
didn't
ever
they?
not been qualified as an expert in crime scene reconstruction, bloodstain analysis, and shooting incident reconstruction?
If it's the one I'm thinking of, that case was wild.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer Mr. Pombach as an expert witness in the area of crime scene reconstruction, bloodstain analysis,
Nail biting
and
is so
shooting
gross.
incident reconstruction.
I used to nail bite when I was a kid, but thank God I was able to kick that habit. I wanted to have pretty nails like everyone else and have beautiful nail polish.
Is it blood stain analysis or blood spatter analysis or splatter analysis?
The field is referred to as blood stain analysis. Blood spatter would be a subcomponent of the greater field, yeah.
No objection.
He's admitted without objection.
Thank you,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
come on in, Tim.
Mr. Pombach, were you hired by Mr. Harpootlian and I on behalf of the defendant, Alec Murdaugh, in this case?
I was.
And what were you hired to do?
To review the case, look at the forensics evidence, the pattern evidence, crime scene documentation, lab analysis, autopsies, and related investigative reports that dealt with the scene activity and the physical evidence.
Kind of reminds me of Saruman.
And what are you charging for your time?
I am.
How much do you charge?
I do it as a block rating just simply because I don't want to keep track of hours. So my initial retainer fee was $5,000.
Okay.
I will have another finalizing fee as I complete here. Last night I scratched it out. I believe it's going to be $8,000 more plus travel expenses.
He's getting travel expenses.
Did you
The other
come down
guy
here
didn't.
Friday and did not get to testify and spent the weekend in the Low Country?
Yeah, I showed up Thursday actually, but yeah, I've been here for a bit.
All right. What have you reviewed in this case? What materials have you been provided?
Again, lots of photographs, crime scene photographs, evidence photographs, autopsy records data, x-rays, various lab reports, investigative reports, diagrams created by investigating personnel.
Oh,
and
yeah, I can
reports
turn it
that
up. I'm
related
sorry.
to those diagrams.
Sometimes the audio gets really loud and gets really low, so I have to like continuously keep adjusting it. Sorry about that. Yeah, just remind me if it's too loud, too low.
Now, when you, upon your initial review of the autopsy reports, did you make any suggestions to us?
Yeah, once I agreed to take the case, that material was submitted, and I began to just review it, and that's what I usually do is read through it and see, get a sense of what makes sense. One of the areas that I was very concerned with right away was looking at the shotgun wound to Paul, and based on all my training and experience, what we visualize in the head is absolutely consistent with a contact wound. Reading through the report, it didn't say that. It was written obviously as an exit wound with the contact being down in the left shoulder and the left face. I think within a day, I called back to Attorney Harpool and yourself and said, this doesn't look right to me. It's inconsistent with my interpretation of the results. And my best advice for you would hire a forensic pathologist to review the case.
And were you sitting here in the courtroom when Dr. Eisenstadt testified?
I was.
And before coming to town to Walterboro Thursday, Friday, had you ever met Dr. Eisenstadt before?
No.
Had you ever worked with Dr. Eisenstadt before?
No.
Did you talk to Dr. Eisenstadt at any point in time before you arrived here in South Carolina for this case?
No.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to go to Moselle?
I did. And
when was that?
Friday morning.
Okay. Was that your first physical trip to Moselle?
Correct.
And we'll get to some of the things that you located. Generally, overall, I want to first address the shooting of Paul. As you reviewed everything and tried to reconstruct the crime scene, can you give the jury an overall picture of Paul's murder? How did it occur?
Sure. I believe it began with Paul, his right shoulder to the open feed door. This is inside the feed room, and he's facing straight ahead, and he's upright, and his arms are more or less at his side.
Okay.
And the first shot comes in a very oblique angled shot into his chest, travels through his chest, exits the side of his chest into his left arm, exits his left arm, and then continues on and exits through a window pane in the feed shed, which is the opposite side from the doorway.
Okay.
Roughly, where would the shooter have been on the first shot into Paul?
Where would the shooter have been?
Yes, sir.
Okay, they're definitely going to be outside the door.
What?
And how close they are to the door is subject to a lot of different factors. So first of all, what's reported is a small amount of gunshot residue in that area, not a lot of it. And in fact, as I looked at it, yeah, I could see some of the particulate matter adjacent to the medial side of the injury, but I couldn't see much more gunshot residue beyond that. Now, in fairness, when you have an article of clothing and you're shooting through the article of clothing, the majority of the gunshot, if not all of it, depending upon the distance, will stay on the outside of the clothing. In this case, it was black clothing, blood-filled clothing, and you wouldn't be able to see that unless you did some enhancements or use something we call like a modified Grice reagent test.
Well, let me stop you there. Did you see any indication that SLED did any GSR testing of the clothing?
I did not.
Okay. All right. Please continue.
A GSR pattern testing of the clothing.
Correct. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
however,
Jim.
I'm not going to dispute what I read, that there was a minor bit of stippling there. But a minor bit of stippling there with a shotgun is going to give you a necessary minimum distance of 2 to 3 feet from the wound to the end of the barrel. The other factor you have to take into consideration is both of the shot shells that have been associated with the shooting of Paul were found within the feed room. Now, while the shotgun's never been recovered, and we really don't know the action and how it worked, it is a reasonable assumption that it's a semi-automatic variety, and that therefore, as an individual pulls a trigger, it'll eject to the right out of the port. So in order for the two casings to be within the feed room, the probability is that at least the receiver part, the ejection area, has got to just be inside the doorway minimally in order for the casings to stay inside of there.
All right. I'm going to stop you right there.
Wait,
You said it was a semi-automatic firearm. Why do you say that?
Well, we don't know. I mean, we clearly don't know because we don't have the weapon. Options could be a single shot. That doesn't make much sense. You'd have to shoot and stop and reload and shoot again. It could alternatively be a double barrel, but in my review of the firearms report from the state lab, they indicated that their examination of those two shot cartridge cases were that they came from the same weapon, that they were co-aligning them to one weapon. In the case of a double barrel, you have separate breech face areas, you have separate firing pins, and you're not going to get the two casings to look exactly alike. So that more or less took the probability of a double barrel shotgun away, and I think the logical inference is it's a semi-automatic. It could also be a pump-based action, but again, that's an additional stipulation.
Sure. Is there any indication that Paul had an opportunity to defend himself?
Oh.
Any defensive indications?
So I frankly think he was startled by that shot. His right shoulder was at a door. I mean, if he knew somebody was coming and or saw somebody coming, he would be facing the door or trying to run, which he wouldn't have anywhere to go. But he was essentially facing this way, and the door is this way. I don't think he even perceived it until he was shot the first time. And you asked the question, did I see any defensive injuries or any indication of defensive actions on him or in the feed room? The answer is no.
What type of defensive indications have you seen in the past that would indicate that there was a struggle of some sort?
Well, I think obviously your hands always kind of come up, and his hands would be going up in the direction of the shooter and the weapon. So the orientation of his body would have changed. His hands coming up means that he likely, they could have been injured. Certainly there could be gunshot residue distribution on them. There could be,
Sure.
That'd be the main difference.
Okay. And and what was the ammunition in the first shot into Paul?
That was buckshot. So it's 9 about 38 caliber pellets.
And I think you mentioned that the spent shell was found inside the feed room. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, let's move on to the second shot of Paul. Can you reconstruct that generally, and then we'll get to some photographs?
Sure. Based on the general morphology of what happened to the head, this explosive nature, it's taught that way. We've learned it that way, and through personal experience, you never see that except when you have a high energy source contact wound. The reason I say a high energy source contact wound, if you took a little .22 caliber revolver and held it to the head, you will not see what we saw here. Simple reason being is it's not creating anywhere near the volume of what we're talking about, these gases, this high voluminous gases that you get with a shotgun or a rifle. Effectively, why? Well, the barrel of the shotgun is going to be longer, it's wider, and so that you have this whole big area within the barrel that's being pressurized, and that just creates an exponentially a whole lot more gaseous material than you would have seen in a handgun. So seeing that head in the condition it was, that is a contact wound from a high energy source weapon, which would understandably be a shotgun or a high powered rifle.
Now, I don't want to repeat what the jury just heard, but were you sitting here in the courtroom and Dr. Eisenstadt, explained the
Sure.
mechanism of the head to the shot?
I heard that, yep.
Shot to the head, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And is that, do you agree
You're
or
a little
disagree?
Yeah, no,
today.
completely agree. Completely agree.
Now, we'll get to this shortly, but there's on the door, as it swung open, at the top, there's hair, it looks like Paul's, and there's blood at the top. Is that inconsistent with your assessment of how the shot happened?
No, actually, it's completely consistent with that.
Well, explain that, please.
So what happens is the barrel is in alignment and tightly against the head. And again, the shot goes into the head. The gaseous material begins to build. And again, milliseconds is right, very, very quickly. It's beginning to swell and build. At the same time, the wadding is starting to move down toward the exit area and come out. And then the head finally goes from the pressure. It can't go. And as it goes, the pressurized gases are going to find the quickest area to escape, and then they're going to redirect in that format. That ends up being the entrance hole. So you kind of get like a shift in action here, and all of the energy now is kind of recategorized, and it's now pushing up toward the corner of the ceiling and the door.
Now, have you seen Dr. Kinsey's photograph of the door, and it's a crime scene photo, and there's a little ding in the door.
I have seen that.
Did
yeah.
you go out and inspect that on Friday?
I did, because you could clearly see a little ding, and
Exercise,
I
believe?
totally agree that could have been a pellet impact.
You're
but it was
exercising in the
taken
morning
at
helps.
that time. It was taken at a little bit of an angle, and I felt it would be better if I get up and get 90-degree and closer view and examine it myself, and I did.
And while you were there, did you also see any other pellets in the feed room that you attribute to the shooting of Paul in the head?
So first of all, in close examination of the impact on the door, I do believe that's from a pellet, and actually the dimensional size of it is consistent with the diameter of a number 2 steel shot pellet. And it is also,
I think he has like a
it was
tight
elongated,
alibi.
so
He
you
was, like,
could
out
see
of
that it was
town.
coming from the bottom up. Quite near there, probably only a foot away, on the header, the trim header of the door, there was another one of these steel pellets, again, the right diameter, actually
with his,
embedded in the wood.
girlfriend.
It's still there today. Going back, and I'll be honest, I did not see that in the photograph. Going back and looking at the photographs, I confirmed, yeah, it actually was present the day of the shooting.
Hey, Marie.
So, Mr. Palmbach, how is it that a shot going down into the head could lead to pellets causing indentations in the door and getting stuck in the header?
You say ricochet?
of the door?
An explosion really is the best way to do it, but it's not just this kind of an explosion. It is like the military would call it a chafe charge, where you focus the explosion in a narrow pathway, and that creates a much larger damage area. And that's what happened here. You expanded the skull plate, and it pushed back through, first of all, pushed back through the actual entrance hole of the skull. And as that happened, then the skull breaks and pulls out, but there's now a very large energy moving this way, and it's drawing with it things as heavy and large as the entire brain, but it's also grabbing blood, it's grabbing tissue, it's grabbing skin, it's grabbing hair, it's grabbing the bone fragments, and it's grabbing part of the steel shot that's still in the skull cavity, and it's pushing it at a pretty reasonable velocity up and toward that corner of the door and the ceiling.
There's and we'll get to photos, but there appears to be the wadding that in the middle of the feed room on the floor. In your opinion, where did that come from?
It came out from inside the brain. That obviously made it through the brain. It was in the brain. And again, remember, the wad has these little fingers that tend to open and flare out like that. As a matter of fact, if you look at it in the photograph, you can see that it was flanged. The fingers were folded back. So it kind of breaking power, right? It's not going to go through the rest of the brain and out the side of the face and into the shoulder as easily as a pellet will. So it stopped more or less in the brain, and then it got caught up in this explosive force. I'm assuming it just went up it could have gone up into the shooter, it could have gone up into the door, could have gone up the ceiling, and wherever any one of those areas could have happened and fallen down on the floor where we find it.
And I want to talk about the shooter. How close would the shooter have been in relation to the shot into Paul's head?
Well, so this is contact. So he's got to be close enough to get the barrel in contact, firm contact with his head. We don't know what that gun is. I don't know is it an 18-inch barrel length, a 26-inch barrel length? We don't know that. Obviously, that's going to change the difference. But and the shot is somewhat overhead downward. So all of that is bringing this shooter much closer to Paul than when he took the first shot with Paul standing upright.
So we see indentations from a pellet in the door. We see a pellet stuck in the threshold of the door. What's happening to the shooter in this, in your reconstruction
I feel like Jim didn't get good
of a
sleep last
contact
night.
shot to the back of the
Okay,
head?
Jim?
What's happening to the shooter at that point?
He's getting hit with large amounts of brain material, blood, skin, hair, bone fragments, and I believe very likely some of the pellets.
And what would be the force of that hitting the shooter?
Substantial, and the reason we know that is, one, we've seen what's happened to the skull, how badly damaged it was, and secondarily, We have two of the pellets. One is actually denting this metal door, and another one is embedding in the wood above it. That, I can't quantify that force, but that's substantial force. And that's the kind of energy that's taking all of the brain, all the fluid, all the tissue, and all the hair, and all the broken skull places, and sending it. Principally, it's going to follow right along the barrel pathway, around it for sure, but that it's going to go in the same direction, essentially, that the barrel had been placed.
Would you expect to see any type injuries to the shooter?
That's quite possible. I mean, for sure, they're literally covered in all of that material, for sure. But given the size of the bones, the amount of the bone, and now pellets coming back at them, if any of them hit him, it's going to be an injury, whether it's substantial or just a stinging injury. Yeah, I think that's possible, actually probable.
And how much biological material and blood is going to be on the shooter's clothing and on the shooter's person?
A lot on the upper body and head.
I mean, if the shooter has thick hair, something a lot different than what I have, would you expect it to be matted in the shooter's hair?
Certainly. I mean, you're going to be covered on any surface, but yeah, I guess the thicker the hair is, the probably more it will retain in there.
And we have pictures of the room showing blood in various places throughout the room, right? And is that consistent with?
Exactly. So you have this core high velocity, kind of high volume pattern going up to the corner.
Thank you for the
but
50,
you also,
Jane.
this hole in the side of the head it's like this. It's very large. And so once that's open, there's still a lot of energy right there, and there's blood and tissue right there. You're also then going to just literally blow volumes of that, and that's what we're seeing throughout the room. That's why you're seeing it, on shelves and on the door trims and on this wall and on this wall over here. With the exception, if you really look at it, there are some areas that they have a void appearance, which to us would indicate there was something there that absorbed the blood that should have been there. And in this case, it would be the shooter's position.
Yeah, I want to know how many experts they cycle through.
Again, we're going to get to some photos and walk through that a little bit more. But I want you to now address just sort of an overview. Dr. Kinsey's, I guess, reconstruction based on Dr. Reamer's autopsy, where the shot is being made from a different angle. Do you think that's possible in this case?
Oh, I don't think at all it's possible that the shot came the way that Dr. Reamer articulated. I think probably Dr. Kinsey, and I don't blame him, relied on that information that was provided to him by Dr. Reamer, and he began to conduct his analysis based on that information, which was wrong.
But as to the angle of the gun, do the angles work out where you could take this shot from the outside? So you have to look at the shot distribution evidence. We'll talk about gun powder residence. We'll look at where blood spatter is located, and then we'll look at where we see this pellet and other projected spatter coming back. None of that is consistent with the lower trajectory upward shot that Dr. Kinsey articulated, and all of it is consistent with an overhand contact shot to the back of Paul's head. Okay, well, let's start walking through these photos. And we'll start with Defendant's Exhibit 162, which is an evidence. And please cover your screens. This is under seal, and it's... can you pull it up, Doug? Okay. Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
And what is it?
This is showing the left side of Paul's face and the left shoulder and the injury in that area.
Now, can you explain the significance of the size of the two different wounds, one in the side of the jaw and one in the shoulder?
Yes, the shoulder is much larger and much more diffuse and spread out. The side of the neck is a bit more circular and certainly smaller. And then if you look at the shoulder injury, again, it's substantively larger, and you can see, you know, damage, a lot of tissue damage in that area. And you can even, from this photograph, visualize easily one of the pellets that's still present, more or less up on top of that area.
Sure. Now, as a shotgun, pellets even enter the body, do they continue to spread out or exit the body and spread out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Again, it's all about distance. You know, in order, your spread, the distribution of spread is a factor of distance traveled.
And we're not going to pull up the other autopsy photo, but do we in fact see that under Paul's arm, the individual pellets as it exits under his armpit?
Sure. And then you actually can see the effect of spread over distance, because by the time those pellets hit the window behind there, which is, you know, 5, 6, 7 feet, now you start to see the spread of the shot.
Okay. Show you 191. Go ahead and get these in. What's that? I think they're in, but we just want. Okay. I'm going to show you, Mr. Palmbach, finished Exhibit 190, 191, and ask if you relied upon these in your analysis.
I did.
Your Honor, we move Exhibits 190, 191 in evidence under seal at this time. I believe without objection.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Doug, if you could pull up 190, please. Mr. Palmbach, what this photo depicts and how it relates to your analysis.
Well, this is showing the final resting position of Paul, and this is obviously after both of the shots and where he's located. As you can see, the brain is located on to the left of him against his left leg, and there's a substantial amount of a spatter in this area around and transfer and pooling by his feet in the doorway. And you see that his feet are more or less on the, if you were standing on the outside, it would be more or less on the right side of the doorway, and then the rest of his body angles a little bit more toward the left from that once he's outside.
Does this photo inform your opinion as to where Paul was probably standing or kneeling at the time he received the fatal blow to his head?
Well, this photo, in conjunction with several other photos in that area, but yes, it does inform to me his motion between the two shots.
And let's go to 190. Excuse me, 191, also under seal. And again, is this same? Just from a different angle?
It's from the other side, yeah. And so you're now looking more at the left side. And again, you can see the large brain mass, you know, somewhat near his left knee area. But you can also see a fairly large piece by his of brain material by his left ankle. And then there's more, maybe 18 inches away from his body, kind of adjacent with his belt or hip area. There's also what appears to be a large fragment of skull on the ground, maybe a foot off of the cement pad.
All right. I'm going to show you three more photos. I'm going to show you one. Finish Exhibit 192, 192 and 165, and ask if you relied upon those in reaching your conclusions.
I did.
And what are they?
There are views principally of the floor area within the feed room.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, we move defendants 165 and 192 into evidence at this time without objection. Pull up 165, please. Pull up 165, please. And what do we see here, Mr. Palmbach?
Again, it's looking downward at the feed room, so you can see this from the area of the stoop, and then heading back into the kind of the feed bag, and you'll see that yellow placard number 1, and what I can deduce from that, let's focus with the placard area number 1 and the blood stain that's on the floor in that area. That is classified as we call a vertical drip pattern, and that occurs when blood from above comes down. I believe that what that blood is attributed to is the chest wound, and so the shot came into the chest. Of course, the chest entrance is going to start bleeding, but as long as Paul is upright, you really just gravity's going to kind of just flow that down, his shirt, and that'll kind of catch it. We won't see that on the floor for a period, but the shot then came out of his chest into his arm and out of his arm. So you've got 17 or 18 different holes here. There's lots of opportunity for this to bleed, and in fact it did, and you can see the blood running down his arm. And so I think what you're seeing in those accumulations of droplets on the ground is the positioning now post that first shot of his left arm bleeding, and then you can begin to see some movement away from that toward the door.
All right, Doug, go back to, thank you. So did we see the wadding there by the number 1?
Correct.
And is that the wadding from the headshot?
Yes, it is.
And, all right, back up, Doug, and go to the threshold, the entry of the, can you enlarge that? Yes, thank you. Can you tell us what this is?
So there's a couple things going here. One, it might be. Can I come down a point?
Yes, please.
It might just be easier. Your Honor, is that okay? Thank
you. Go regular size, and then don't make that so tight. But cut it in half. There you go. Thank you. You probably want to stand over here,
this side,
Tim, so you don't block your steering.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, again, these areas here are the vertical drip patterns that I was alluding to. And again, you can see them beginning to move in this direction. And you'll even see a couple of the larger droplets here, again, moving toward the door. Again, these are coming from Paul as he's moving away more or less kind of from the center part of the room toward the doorway. But an area I think that's really worth paying attention is this area of the floor here, and then this little bit of trim here. And this is a second impact area. This is not directly related to what we're seeing up on the ceiling, although it is related to the overall event of him receiving that headshot. And I believe what we're seeing here is after I think he's moved sufficiently that he's now moving toward the doorway, and the door jamb right here. And in this area here is where he's going to receive this shot. And as he receives this shot here, it's going to exit from his lower face and it's going to hit the shoulder. As it's coming out of the lower face, it's coming with a volume of blood and tissue. And then that's going to get slammed basically right into the shoulder where the shots are. And that's going to create another projection, independent. And that's going to line up for us that his head is located right in, about a foot or so off the ground, and pretty close proximity to the edge of this trim board. And you can see the resulting spatter in this area, which all supports that impact site and is consistent with that being the projection of the shot out of his head through his lower side of his face and into the shoulder.
So are you saying that the blood spatter on the floor there that you just pointed out is from the exit wound from the chin and back into the shoulder?
Correct.
Now, let's see. Doug, if you don't mind pulling up Defendants 192, please. Just another similar photo. Are you sure that's 192? Yeah, there we go. Does that depict the same?
It's the same basic area. I mean, we can highlight here, again, there are larger pieces of brain-like matter or tissue, bone fragments here, here, and here, and there's even more that are beyond placard number 1.
Now, Dr. Kinsey, and relying upon Dr. Reamer, where does he have Paul being shot? On this side or on the other side, or do you know?
Well, with his claim of it coming from the left shoulder and the left side of the face, he'll always have to be, the weapon will always have to be lower than that area and to the left side of the victim, of Paul.
Well, from the spatter on the floor here, where's, in your opinion, where's Paul physically located at the time of the shot?
He's right here. He is right up against that doorway.
And where's the shooter?
The shooter cannot be there because Paul is there. The shooter's going to be in the same doorway area, probably even, maybe 1 foot there and 1 foot in, but adjacent to the open door, the opposite side of the door.
Do you see what's referred to as a voiding area on that door?
Yes.
All right, let's look at State's Exhibit 26, which is already in evidence.
Well, and
Please pull it. Okay.
and if
Hold up. Don't move on yet, though. Well,
I say we could actually see on the floor there.
okay, Doug, go back to 192, I believe is what we were looking at.
So if you look at the area immediately,
Let's stop right there. What's a voiding area?
Well, so a voiding area is an area where we would expect, looking at all the other areas around it, to see blood stain. So in other words, in this case, you really have blood projecting everywhere, just because of the voluminous explosion of the head. And so if we look at an area that seems like it has less blood than the immediate adjacent areas, then the best explanation for that is something was there to block it and capture it. That is to say that blood didn't make it to the floor and didn't make it to the door because it's physically on the body of the shooter, and that's now gone. It's left to see.
So point out the voiding area that you see.
again, with the shooter standing in this area here, which is the door side of the door jamb, right? There is much less blood. Now, again, there is some here, but if I'm standing here and blood is being projected all the way up and showering all the way down, in addition to this big stream of it's coming this way, then of course droplets can still kind of make their way up and come down and come here and around, just not as many. My presence here is going to absorb a lot of those droplets, but not all of those droplets. And so we see much less of that blood here. And if you look at the face of the door, the lower half of the door, there's much less than there is above it. Again, will you see some droplets on it? Yes, but actually most of those droplets, when you really look at them, have a downward trajectory, which is, again, very consistent with them coming up and over and downward. So it's by volume, there's less blood there than we're seeing in the immediate adjacent areas, and the scientifically defensible explanation for that, the reasonable explanation for that, is that we have a voiding effect taking place.
Let's go to State's Exhibit 26, Doug. If you could sort of blow up the door, please.
Yeah, you almost don't have to. You can.
Okay. Well, that doesn't really help when you do that.
Yeah, if you go back to the original, I think it helps. So, literally across the whole top of the door, but most particularly in the upper left corner, right by the hinge side, the upper top, you see large amounts of blood transfer. You see what looks like a contact transfer of material, and as we blow up on that area, we'll see bits of what looked like brain debris. We'll see lots and lots of hair in that area. This is also the area where we saw that pellet impact. So this is following the barrel back up for the shooter. This is the area right in alignment with this that you're seeing up here on the upper part of the door. And that's where there is a very substantial amount.
Does that indicate it went above the shooter?
Well, as I was going to say, if that volume is there and that much is coming back, then logically, why are we seeing such diminished below that? Why is that? Yes, there's blood there, but the volume difference between that is substantial. And that can be explained by, again, the fact that that is a shooter location, and much of the blood, not all of it, but much of it, is being transferred onto their clothing.
Okay.
Or face, or hands, or them, or the gun.
How off the ground does Paul have to be for that much blood to go up that high?
Well, I think that the best, we have some pretty good data as to where Paul's head was because of that secondary impact location that I showed you. The exit portion of his head has got to be in that general vicinity. Obviously, the 8 or 10 inches up is where the entrance part of it is. But that does give us a pretty good approximation of where Paul's head was when that shot occurred.
So 2 feet off the ground? 3 feet?
Not even.
Not even. Okay. Is there enough force to send his hair to the top of the door?
Well, clearly there was, because we see it. I mean, yes.
Okay. All right.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sense of what he's saying. So it seems like they agree on the first shot. The first shot is like, direct shot. But he said that he thinks the shooter was behind Paul and shot through the window. Was that what he was trying to say with the first shot? And then the second shot, he said Paul's head was 2 feet above the ground. So is that why that's how he's explaining that Paul was shot from a top-down view? But he said that, the reason why, the skull exploded the way it did and the brain was on the ceiling and the blood was everywhere on the ceiling as well and on the floor was because it's possible for it to explode in that manner. Is that? I'm trying to visualize this, because the other guy, Dr. Kinsey, had, a little presentation thing with, but, for us, we can't see because we can't see what's on the paper. I think they agreed on the no defense wound, too. Yeah, I'll have to revisit this.
Finish 193 and
it is, yes.
Analysis.
It is.
And seal at this time. Can you tell us what that is?
Okay.
So now that we're looking at a little closer view of just the top of the door, again you can see the extent of the blood spatter in this area of the door, and then also the adjacent area of the door trim. Of note isn't also that it's there and there's lots of it, but lots of it is quite small. And in the blood stain analysis field, what makes blood droplets smaller is by increased energy. So as we start seeing an accumulation of droplets, which we do on the trim up here and also on this door here, that means that they are subjected to much more energy and then virtually the other droplets we're seeing around the room, and that's because these are the ones that are coming directly back under the explosive power coming out of the entrance hole and moving up, much of it into the shooter, some of it up and over and into the ceiling and the top of the door.
Doug, can you blow up the well, hang on. Do you see the pellet in the threshold of the door on this?
Yes, it's going to be in this area right here.
Can you find it and blow it up, Doug?
And that is the actual pellet. And then I was pointing, which is here, I believe, it's right here. Yep. And that's the actual physical pellet that was observed in the door.
So this photo is from the crime scene.
Correct.
Right, and When you went out Friday, did you see that exact pellet?
I did.
And tell the jury again, in your opinion, how that pellet got there?
It has been projected back along the axis again of the barrel of the gun because of this high voluminous material that's now escaped and is pushing back out the entrance hole, and it's moving all this material with a lot of energy, a lot of velocity back up in this corner.
Now, Mr. Palmbach, if the shooter was on the outside and angling toward Paul's shoulder and up through his head and out the top of his ceiling, would you expect pellet and the markings on the door to be in that area?
Well, for starters, I wouldn't expect the patterns. In the scenario where the top of the head is going to be the terminal point of the gunshot, in other words, of the theory that it started in the left shoulder, went to the left cheek, went into the head, I do not believe that you'd even have a fracture of the skull. You wouldn't even have an exit wound. That those pellets, because of two reasons, mostly, it's not contact. All that gaseous material is not going up into the cranial vault. It's just going freeform, so you don't get any of the explosive value. And secondarily, the number 2 pellets are much lighter. Their mass is less. And so they're not going to have the energy that's necessary, particularly after moving through a shoulder, through a face, and up through the brain.
Can't they just recreate the scene and just do the shot? Like, I don't know, maybe that's like fictional TV stuff. Like, can't just like, they just like get like, I don't know, can't they recreate this shot right here?
To penetrate and break out of the skull. I think you wouldn't even see any of them outside of the skull. You certainly would not see that rearward projection or blast of blood and hair and bone and pellets that we did see.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 181, 183, 188, and 186. And can you identify these are those photos you took on Friday?
They are.
Yeah.
Jesus, they need to be careful how they handle those papers.
We would move 181, 183, 186, and 188 into evidence at this time without objection.
No objection.
You're noted.
Just work quickly through these. Exhibit, tell me.
That I took on Friday, and you can see the impact dent right here in that upper corner. Same relative position as you saw it in the crime scene photos.
Can you also see the pellet lodged in the?
Yes. Yep. And the actual pellet is up here on the door trim, and again, it's in the same relative position as observed in the crime scene photos.
Okay.
Wait, are they able to blur it out? Oh, that's so cool. Wait, I can't tell.
Guess let's look at 181 and just briefly point out 181, Doug. Thank you.
So this is a close-up view, 90-degree on, of that pellet up,
Or we're looking at something else.
Up into the door trim. And what it's demonstrating is a couple things. One, that it is a steel pellet. You can see the coloration. You can also see that the diameter fits the general profile diameter of a number 2 pellet. A number 2 pellet is 0.15 inches or 3.8 millimeters. And so if you, unfortunately, this particular protractor and ruler had it backwards, so you have to kind of protract down, but that is very consistent with that 3.8 millimeter. Okay. So this is just to demonstrate that it's actually embedded into the wood, and it's the right kind of structure and size of what the number 2 pellet would be.
And 186, please, Doug. 186.
Yeah, the jury can see it, but I don't know if people in the gallery can see it.
So that's a close-up. That's actually a close-up of that impression on the metal door that we saw, and you can see that it's kind of oblong in shape, and it's more round and fatter here toward the bottom. And again, and the resist ruler, by the way, is running parallel to the floor, and the floor is below it, and then it tapers off angularly this way, which shows the directionality. That pallet is actually coming in an upward direction. It's not coming straight on.
Lastly, I'm going to show you on this set 180, defendant's 182. Can you identify that?
Yes, I can.
What is it?
It's a picture of me on the external part of the doorway, just showing what the relative positioning would have to be to hold the shotgun in roughly.
Can we see it?
The positioning that Dr. Kinsey was alluding to.
All right, and
Can't see
Your Honor, we would move to introduce defendant's exhibit 182 into evidence.
All right,
Move
maybe they'll
without
put it up for
objection.
us to see.
Objection.
No
Can you go on
objection.
182, please.
All right, get it on the projector. There are pictures from the OJ trial.
So, as you can see, I'm crouched very tightly against the right doorway.
Like, we don't need to see the
It's
gory
about
stuff, but
as
just show
far
us his
over as I could
presentation.
go, and still, I was trying to, how far
His
can I go over
recreates and stuff.
still manage, a firearm in this kind of relative position here. Right out of the gate, what you realize is my body is physically in the position where Paul is passing through. And we previously identified this area right here, like right in my right shin area, about a foot off the floor, and here, where I'm seeing the impact spatter associated with the exit out of the lower face and into his shoulder. So Paul is moving through here, and his head's at about this location, very close to this door, and then outside of the door where we finally found him. And it's in that location that, from the other side, the shotgun comes down into his head. The other thing that I
down to
wanted to
his
show in this photograph, and it should be noted that you see a shelf here on the right, that's a change from the original scene. Not that shelf is the same, the best I can determine, but they cut out the rest of it. So, it actually went down the whole length of that wall. There was a refrigerator on it and other objects. And if you look at the distance between the edge of that shelf, it's 4 inches or so. It's not possible that the shooter could have.
I know, right?
gotten
Can you just
in
tell
the
us what
room
happened?
And there's just not enough room for them to be on the left side of Paul. So they would have to be outside reaching in with the shotgun in order for that to happen. But in my attempt to do that, I was in the wrong location. And I think a couple of critical things about that is, again, we do not know the length of the gun because we don't have it. So I don't know how long it is. But we can make a general assumption this would be pretty short. It would be probably longer than that, but because there was no observed, nobody talked about seeing any gunshot residue, even on the shoulder of Paul, then you've got to have, again, a minimum, and that area was fairly well exposed at 2 to 3 feet minimum, where the barrel would have to be. So if the barrel was placed inside on the floor, in an upward, again, so it's got to come across the shoulder, upward and out the back. It's this kind of a trajectory. You can't even have the shoulder until about 2 feet from there, and then the side of the head here, and Paul's head here. None of that creates a pattern consistent with anything that we see. Now, that would account for a lack of gunshot residue if that was true. But what it definitely would have changed is the pellets coming out of here now would have definitely begun to spread, and you would have seen pellets all across the side of his left side of his face, which you didn't. And then finally, if you look at this angle here, again, imagine door here, gun in this thing, then even if, and I think there's no evidence of it, but even if the shot could go through Paul's head and create an exit pathway, then that would project whatever pellets and bone matter that way. Whereas, if you move the shooter to the other side and we shoot into Paul downward this way, then all of this material comes back at the shooter, but also it's going this way into that upper corner, which is where we see the pellet defects and the heavy blood and the hair.
I was going to. Okay, you'll take a seat. That'd be great. Thank you.
Look at Dr. Kinsey back there. Dr. Kinsey. He's basically testifying to counter Dr. Kinney's arguments. And Dr. Reamer's, too. Is Dr. Reamer back there? I don't see her. Where's she at?
Mr. Palmback, let's talk a little bit about the reconstruction of murder of Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay, Maggie.
Did you?
And I'm getting hungry.
did you assess the crime scene as it relates to her?
I did.
And what your observations?
Well, generally, there's a couple really key observations. One, all of her wounds were facing the direction of the shooter. So at all times during this, her shooting, she's facing the shooter. Now, she is moving, for sure. There is some degree of movement, from where the initial shooting most likely occurred, which is, we can't give you an accurate estimation for that. We can give you a really good estimation where it ended, and that's where we find her. And I'll talk about which wounds were associated with that in a minute. But so you have her facing the attacker the entire time. At no point did she turn or blade or anything other than face him.
So not shot from behind?
Moved a little bit in the area, although not much. And then the shooter, based on the overall distribution of the shell casings, also moved, again, somewhat, moving toward where the ultimate location where we find Maggie.
I'm going to show you two photos. Defense Exhibit 163.
I did.
No objection.
Doug? Jury's seen this, but just give us an overview of what this is.
Well, so Maggie is underneath the blanket there, and she's in a face-down position there.
Just leave it like that.
Her head is more toward us, and her feet are pointing more toward, I think what's been identified as a doghouse. Right. You'll see placards in the foreground, 3 and 4, which are two of the blackout 300 casings. You'll see a placard 12, which is over on the grass, more in alignment. We're heading more toward Maggie's head area. And that was a large piece of what appears to be brain-like material. And while you can't see the numbering, there are additional placards to the left, immediately to the left side. Well, they're on Maggie's right side, but as we view the photograph, they're to the left of where she's currently located. So this just gives us some general orientation of approximate locations of the shooter, and certainly where at least the fatal shot to Maggie was taken.
Right. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 149. And the other two, is this, you rely upon this in reaching your conclusions? 149. 194 in the evidence. And if you don't mind pulling up, Doug, well, before I do that, let's go to 164, and which is a closer up area around the side-by-side, as they call it. What's significant?
I mean, they can disagree on how the shots were done, but no matter what, everyone feels like he was there, and there's no other evidence that anyone else was there. And we have to go by his new version of the story that he left after taking the chicken out of Bubba's mouth and then went to his mom's house, and he's not going to explain why he had so many steps. It doesn't, to me, this part doesn't really matter too much right now, unless they have evidence that there was a second person definitely there. But that would just mean probably that they did it together. But no matter what, it's like he's guilty.
Spy during this incident. It's also an area that's being highlighted now where what appears...
Listen, if we had the clothes that he was wearing and there was absolutely no blood, no gunshot residue or anything like that, if he didn't have the steps, if he didn't lie about being in the kennel in the first place, then maybe there could be a lot of room for doubt. But yeah, it was the steps, lying about the kennel video, coming up with... It's hard. He's such a dishonest person.
To be her dam and to the one that's still in her wearing, okay, which is consistent in shape and design and structure to the one that's still in her right ear. This one would have come out of her left ear at the time of that impact, a shot to her left ear, and more or less just been blown over destruction.
And the jury that has seen the autopsy photo of the injury to her left ear, is this do you believe this earring is a byproduct of that injury?
I do.
Okay. And then...
yeah, apparently her diamond bracelet was like blown to pieces. I wonder if they went back to try to collect all the diamond. I wonder if Alec was like on his hands and knees trying to get all the diamonds, cash us in.
Just hair, blow up her legs.
Right.
Doug, please.
So, when you find a body, you always have to wonder, is that really the position that the body remained in? Or, through medical, maybe the defendant did, or the accused or the shooter did something to the body. More likely, in a medical evaluation, they did something to it. We always just want to know, are we looking at it in the right orientation? Did somebody flip it over?
It's because he wanted to create a seal-tight alibi. Oh, I was at my mom's house.
And whatnot.
I wasn't even there.
And so I think it was valuable, in this case, to have seen that injury in the back of her head, the massive amount of hair that came off of that. And then if you look close up on the back of her legs, you'll see just dozens and dozens of hairs laying on top of her legs, which would be a good indicator that she didn't get moved. That we can count on this being the final position, unaltered position of Maggie.
Doug, can you go back to 163? A moment.
It's physiological material.
Your opinion, would the shooter of Maggie have any blood spatter, blood, biological material?
I mean, he could also wear a poncho as well.
I think it's possible. I think it's possible because, as we're seeing here, that you have a projection of brain material backwards toward the direction of where the shooter would have been located. We also have a couple of the shots, the left thigh shot and the abdomen shot, which have been identified as having stippling around them. By virtue of being stippling, that does make it an intermediate distance, and that's going to move the shooter in anywhere from, I would agree, I think Dr. Einstein said a foot to 3 feet is probably a good approximation.
Okay. Mr. Palmbach, do you have an opinion based upon more probably than not, whether there was one or two shooters who murdered Maggie and Paul on the night of June 7th?
I do have an opinion on that.
And what's your opinion?
My opinion is the totality of the evidence is more suggestive of a two-shooter scenario.
And please explain the basis of your opinion.
Okay. So we'll go back to Paul. In Paul's scenario, we know where the shooter of the shotgun had to be, and that would have been orientated really directly over Paul's head. And we also got a chance to see what was the effect of this dynamic explosion in the contact. And you can see outside and even in throughout the feet area in multiple and many large pieces of skull. We also saw large amounts of tissue that were projected all the way up onto the ceiling and the door. You see hair all the way up into the door, and of course you see blood literally everywhere within there. And finally, you see the pellets. Some of the pellets are on that same pathway, and they had enough inertia to either or dent the door and put themselves up and stick into the casing. All of that activity was in direct alignment with the shooter. And so I think minimally, that shooter is getting covered with this material, getting more or less the shock wave of that effect, and more than likely getting hit with at least something that could have done injury, a bone fragment and or a pellet fragment. Therefore, I think that particular shooter, for a brief period of time, is kind of out of this. It's not as if they can instantaneously suffer that, drop the shotgun, run to wherever the blackout rifle is, pick that up, and then in any kind of a reasonable time period engage in a meaningful assault, an effective assault, able to shoot straight and make hits. So that, I think, is one of the major indicators of concern. I think the other things to consider is that all of this is very temporal. It's very close. I know when I looked at the photographs versus being there, I'm like, it is much closer together than it looks like in the photo. So it is happening very close. With Paul, as I articulated, I believe he was shot first. I believe he had no idea it was coming. And he took the shot to the chest and very soon thereafter the one in the back of his head. Anybody in the near proximity to that, if Maggie had been anywhere in that area walking around down there, she would have heard that. And her response would have been in the direction of the shooter or the activity, or run, or do something different. So I think that the temporal location suggests that these things more probable than not happen fairly quickly, and that the individual who shot first with the shotgun minimally was stunned, probably blood and material in his eyes, and maybe have been injured, and would have taken some degree of time to recover. And lastly, I think there is just a more or less anybody who deals with firearms, a logical argument here. Why would one shooter bring two long rifles, two long weapons to the event? You can't handle and shoot two of them. So you either got to put one down, use one, and then swap out and grab the other one, or I suppose you could have one on a sling, but that's quite awkward, and it's slipping around and it's banging around in an environment we know is very, very tight.
Wait, he just stopped crying?
Finally, if one of the weapons is the Blackout 300, well, that comes with a high magazine capacity. My research of that showed that the Palmetto State Armory upper, which we don't know, we have no idea what gun this is because it hasn't been identified. But
wait, he stopped crying real quick. And also, you guys realize that only the boogers and all the saliva and stuff only happen on the stand. It didn't even happen consistently when he was crying all the other times.
If the state, I think, has alluded to that, if that's the case, then a weapon that had that Palmetto State Armory in a 300 Blackout, a person could purchase a 10-round capacity clip, a 20-round capacity clip, or a 30-round capacity clip. Where I live in Connecticut, we are really restrictive on what kind of weapons we can have and what kind of clips we could have. We'd have to, even if we could have an AR, which is very restrictive, we'd have to get a 10-round clip. Other than that, it wouldn't make sense for anybody to buy a 10-round clip when you could buy a 20 or 30. But having said that, if it was a 10-round clip, there were only 8 shots fired. You still had 2 more to go, and you could have more than not easily reloaded. So to me, there's structurally difficult for the same shooter to have 2 long arms, and no practical reason for that to happen. Add that to what I believe happened to the shooter who fired first with the shotgun, and I think it tips in favor of the probability of 2 shooters.
Mr. Palmbach, the person who shot Paul, was he or she standing in the feed room at least 1 foot?
Yes.
Was there an opportunity to do a footprint analysis to illuminate more clearly the existence of footprints there?
For sure. I mean, all of us, several, I can speak for myself, and I believe others have opined about this, including some of the analysts in the case. There are what appear to be partial footprints in blood in the feed room and on the cement around it. And while I'm not a footwear pattern expert, I can generally recognize what appears to be footwear or partial footwear impressions. I would agree with that. But in order to go beyond it's a general pattern to something more specific, that generally what you do, and I've done this countless times, is you spray enhancement reagents on them. And you spray a reagent, we generally call them blood pattern enhancer reagent, or you could even use a straight protein spray. Amidio black would be an example of one of those. And by spraying those reagents in the area, it reacts with the presence of blood or proteins, and it brings up the transformation. It gives you a lot more clarity, a lot more detail, and you can tell an awful lot more about a particular footwear pattern. Absolutely should have been done in this case. And I also believe, second to that, you had a lot of dirt in the immediate area that should have had at least partial footwear impressions, and I saw no indication of any attempt to either look for it, photograph it, properly photograph it, or analyze it.
And thank you. One moment, Your Honor. A fingerprint analysis or attempts to obtain fingerprints from the feed room area.
I did not.
Could you have used reagents like you described to enhance fingerprints, or is that a whole different methodology?
Well, if you thought that the fingerprints could contain blood, which maybe they easily could have, then yes, you could also use those reagents to enhance partially or fully bloody fingerprints. But I think you could also use basic fingerprint processing techniques on the door and any surface in the area. Since we know this is a very confined area and the shooter has to be in that general area and the possibility of touching something is there. I mean, I think it would have been wise to look for that.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Lunch break?
Please.
No lunch break. Oh, God. Damn, they eat lunch late. All right, cross-examination.
Dr. Palmbach?
No, ma'am.
Oh, this is Mr.
I'm not a
Palmbach?
doctor.
Okay, I want to get it right. Now, you said you were hired by the defense.
Was she trying to throw shade?
Investigate and come up with your own conclusions here. And you just got the chance to go out to Moselle, was it last Friday?
That's correct.
And so between last Friday and today, you've had the chance to determine all of these things you've testified about.
No. Before I arrived here, everything else was predetermined, and I had done all the work in the analysis. What I didn't know or didn't perceive was these 2 pellets and the fact that the energy was able to project 2 pellets upward. That was the only new information to me.
And you form your opinion by reviewing reports and things that were provided to you by the defense.
Correct.
Do you know if you reviewed the entire case file?
No, I wouldn't know that.
You just reviewed materials that were provided to you.
Correct.
Did you prepare any kind of report?
I did not.
You did not.
Correct.
But you did review reports made by Dr. Kenny Kinsey and a pathologist and other witnesses for the state.
I did.
All right, let's talk about the feed room a little bit. You testified a lot about that. Now, you said the shooter stepped in the feed room, could have stepped in the feed room to shoot Paul in the back of the head.
Correct.
And when he would have shot Paul, he would have been covered in blood.
As a result of the backspatter from the headshot, yes.
Covered in blood.
Yes.
And in the picture of the feed room, were there any other bloody footprints clearly apparent?
Any other?
Yes.
Other than what?
Other than Paul's footprints.
Well, all I've seen is partial footprints that have been observed in the feed room. I've yet to read a report that said conclusively they were Paul's.
I'm going to show you states 27. And there has been testimony that those footprints we're looking at do belong to Paul Murdaugh. Were there any other clearly visible footprints that you can see in that picture from a bloody shooter?
So first of all, and again, I am not a footwear examiner, so I'm not going to make a determination about whether or not it definitively is Paul Murdaugh's shoe. All of the reports I've read generated by the state, the ones that I've seen, would say that they didn't exclude it, but that also does not mean that it's Paul's. Now, I'm not disagreeing that it doesn't maybe have some characteristics in similar, but I don't know that they're even at a point where that has been fully identified as Paul's.
So you haven't seen the report that identified those as Paul's footprints?
Definitively identified as Paul's? No, I did not.
You only saw the reports the defense wanted you to see.
I got the reports that were supplied to me, yes.
Now about the damage to the door, we saw this picture where there is blood in the corner of the door frame. And that was the defense's exhibit. And I think we were emphasizing the blood in the right corner, the bottom of the door frame there.
Yes.
Were there any defects from pellets in the door frame down there?
Not that I saw.
There's defects from the top of the door, right?
That is correct.
And you referred to Paul being shot in the back of the head, kind of like an explosion.
Correct.
And I'm not a physicist or anything here, but when you fire a shotgun, things are going in a direction that the gun is fired, right?
Correct.
So there wouldn't be just like a boom explosion like from a bomb when you fire a shotgun.
Actually, that's more exactly what it would be like, yes.
So you're saying a shotgun, when you fire it, the impact is all around like a bomb instead of in the direction the gun is fired?
Only when you confine it. And again, and that's why it makes the classical determination of a contact wound in something like the cranium. It's not, you shoot a person anywhere else, you will not trap the gaseous material and allow the pressure to build up within eventually, yeah, it doesn't look like a bomb going off. That only happens in a cranial vault.
So if there was an explosion of this type, wouldn't Paul's whole head be blown off?
I'd say the fact that his entire brain came out and a large portion of his skull is missing, that's pretty dynamic. I don't know how much more you want.
But his brain wasn't destroyed, was it?
There were pieces of his brain throughout the room, and including out on the ground.
Majorly
Most
intact?
of his brain was intact, right?
The majority of the structure was physically together, but whether it was injured is absolutely not for me to decide. It's a pathologist that needs to do that.
I believe you testified that his brain was a mass on the ground.
Yes.
And his face wasn't
This is easy to
destroyed
follow.
either from this explosion, was it?
Yeah, his face was intact too.
No, because again, the energy source is going to find the easiest egress, and that is where the entrance hole came. So that's why none of that explosive value did not go down with the shot, which is the kind of the logical inference that all should come this way or this left. But in this capacity, because this is in this seal vault, this is this large hole there, then you get kind of a shift, and all of this now starts pushing back that way, following the exit point out the entrance hole.
And you're talking about pushing up, but the shooter was firing down?
The explosive release of the gas trapped in the cranial will push back upward in the direction of where the barrel was. Absolutely, some of the projectile and energy has gone through the brain, exited the left side of the face, and into the shoulder, and created exactly that pattern that you were pointing to a minute ago on the door jam.
So all these pellets that were being pushed downward when they were shot, we don't have any defects downward, just upward.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't know. Dr. Kinsey's makes more sense, but
You messed up now.
I mean, that's what the jury's going to have to do, right? They're going to have to decide which expert they find more reliable.
We'll break for lunch now till 2:45. Till 2:45.
2:45. Yay, long lunch break. Yeah, because basically what he's saying was, so Dr. Reamer and Professor Kinsey said that Paul was shot from like this angle right here, right, for the second shot. So through like the shoulder, up in this way, and then blown out that way, right? That's where the exit wound is. So that's why when Harpootlian was doing the cross-examination of both of them, he's like, are you sure that's an exit wound? Can that be an entrance wound? And they're like, no. And so what this guy is saying, he's saying the opposite. He said instead of going this way, it actually went this way instead. And that Paul was shot this way, and because of the explosion that happened, and because there was a hole here, everything got forced out this way, and that's why there was organic matter on the ceiling. But I don't know. I feel like this way would make more sense rather than this way, because then you would just have all this other stuff coming out this side, right? And then the guy was like, well, the reason why it happens like that rather than a projection is because it was an explosion. And she was like, well, if it's an explosion, then wouldn't his brain also explode? And he's like, well, no. And she's like, yeah, I mean, you said that his brain mostly was intact, right? Like there's a mass on the floor. That was one. And then two, if it was an explosion, then wouldn't his face also explode as well? And he said, no, because of something, and I didn't understand. But I was like, can they just like do this in a laboratory setting somehow? And like, I don't know, can't they get something that's close to like human bone, something close to like, brain that they can reenact this? I mean, honestly, right now, like Dr. Reimers and Dr. Kinsey was easier to follow. This one was like was like trying to like do some mental gymnastics to understand what he was trying to say. But we're gonna go back and listen to the other witness. All right, guys, listen to Law and Crime really quick. I'm gonna grab some quick foods. You guys should get up, stretch, grab some food. We'll be right back, and we'll go back to the other witness, the one that we missed this morning.
I thought that was absurd testimony at the time, ridiculous, because that was right after the prosecution had finished with this 4,820 data point driven timeline, and the defense brought in this guy, this former coroner, to talk about taking a temperature on somebody's armpit, and it was a very weak response, and I don't mind them walking that back at all. I don't mind witnesses who disagree about some things. I think that actually gives them more credibility, that they don't agree with everything, and overall I think the witnesses today were pretty good for the defense. Now, they're limited, right? They're hired guns. They're not from the area. They didn't do the investigation. They didn't do the work. They weren't even shown all the evidence. So the degree to which the jury is going to rely on them remains to be seen, but they testified well, they sounded credible, and they made some interesting points.
Well, it's interesting you point out because Mr. Palmback is from Connecticut and was just paid, I believe, $13,000 overall to come and work on this case. So it'll be interesting to see who is going to be up next on that witness stand. We do have to take another quick break here, but don't go anywhere because it is lunch Q&A time soon, which means we take all of your questions here on Law and Crime on social media, so get them ready. Anjanette Levy is going to be on deck with that great lunch Q&A time. We'll have legal analysis. I believe Gigi McKelvey, our Law and Crime correspondent, will also be there to discuss all of what happened today in court. So stay with us. We'll be right back. SLU. It is a court. Court is actually on a lunch break right now down in South Carolina at Colleton County Courthouse for the Alex Murdaugh trial. We're going to have Anjanette Levy with our lunch Q&A coming up momentarily. But before we get there, I do want to bring us back to some earlier testimony from today that we are going to talk about all day long, and that is from the blood spatter expert, Mr. Palmbach, who said now that he believes that there were 2 shooters at the crime scene. So let's take a listen to that testimony right now.
Mr. Palmbach, do you have an opinion based upon more probably than not whether there was 1 or 2 shooters who murdered Maggie and Paul on the night of June 7th?
I do have an opinion on that.
And what's your opinion?
My opinion is the totality of the evidence is more suggestive of a 2-shooter scenario.
And please explain the basis of your opinion.
Okay. So we'll also go back to Paul. In Paul's scenario, we know where the shooter of the shotgun had to be, and that would have been orientated really directly over Paul's head. And we also got a chance to see what was the effect of this dynamic explosion in the contact. And you can see outside and even in throughout the feet area in multiple and many large pieces of skull. We also saw large amounts of tissue that were projected all the way up onto the ceiling and the door. You see hair all the way up into the door, and of course you see blood literally everywhere within there. And finally, you see the pellets. Some of the.
Hey, Momo, what's up? How are you doing today? All right. Hello, hello. Let's see. Ricta, I'm adding you as a mod just so YouTube doesn't moderate your comments. YouTube is very, I don't know, maybe I got to change that or something. But YouTube's really sensitive. But now you can say whatever the F you want. All right. So guys, we're going to go back to the beginning of this trial today for day 23. We're going to listen to the other testimony, and then we'll probably be caught up by the time lunchtime is over. It's a long lunchtime. So let's rewind it back a little bit. We'll have it a tiny bit sped up, Let's see. What's going on over here? Harpootlian versus Creighton. I think this is just them discussing. Harpootlian says the defense is planning to rest today, and then the state will go next, and then they think the state should be done by, I think this week. I think that's what they said. So, hey, maybe we'll go into deliberation soon. All right, guys, we can skip through this. Nothing too much happens. State will rest today. I believe the state has 2 more witnesses after this. Jury's going to come in. Actually, this is important. So Mr. Harpootlian wants the jury to go visit the Moselle property. He wants them to see what the size of the feed room is like, how far the kennel was from the main house. Creighton was like, nah. Judge is like, I think that's okay, but we're not going to let the jury decide. Okay. And then we can go a little bit up to the next jury. All right, here we go. All right, guys, grab something to eat, get something to drink, get some stretches done, and we're on lunch break right now, but we're going to go back to this witness.
I am a medical doctor who specializes in forensic pathology.
And where do you practice medicine?
In the state of Georgia.
Could you tell the jury, please, what forensic pathology is?
Sure. Forensic pathology is a subset of pathology which really deals with investigating the cause and the manner of someone's death.
Okay, and let's get a little bit of your history.
Oh, sorry, what's his name again? I didn't get his name. We went a little too forward.
E.N.
Please state your name, so help you God.
I did.
And take a seat in the witness stand. You can adjust the mic. Please state your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Jonathan Eisenstadt, E-I-S-E-N-S-T-A-T.
What do you do with it?
I am a medical doctor who specializes in forensic pathology.
And where do you practice medicine?
In the state of Georgia.
Could you tell the jury, please, what forensic pathology is?
Sure. Forensic pathology is a subset of pathology which really deals with investigating the cause and the manner of someone's death.
Okay, and let's get a little bit of your history. And I'm looking at this, you went to the same medical school as Dr. Reamer?
I did.
And then after, I think you went to University of California, Davis undergraduate?
That's correct. I grew up in California.
Graduated from there in '93. You went to the...
I wonder if him and Dr. Reamer know each other. All right, they're going to go through his credentials. And I also wonder if they chose this guy because he went to the same medical school as Dr. Reamer, or it was just like a coincidence, Because Dr. Reamer was like a hard, her testimony was pretty strong.
There's Fulton County, Cobb, DeKalb, and we'll do now for Fulton County and then hopefully soon 14. So maybe about 100 autopsies, but now I was overseeing other doctors. If we're not sure about the directionality, we would discuss what the findings were. And, I recently had one.
Georgia by both state and federal courts to testify about gunshot.
Yes.
Okay, so he's done a lot of testimonies before. He's got extensive hours.
Usual, for doctors who testify, consultant.
Thermostat down, look in the area, start your investigation. Come back.
The deceased.
You wouldn't learn anything.
Really?
Oh, yeah, so this is interesting. I wonder if the defense thought it was really silly that they had the coroner up, the guy that was like, oh, I didn't check the rectal temperature because I'm not going to pull the pants down. But what I did was I stuck my hand in their armpit to kind of get an estimate of when their time of death was. So I wonder if they brought the coroner up hoping that the coroner would help reestablish the time of death, or if they brought the coroner up to show that, like, hey, this is the state's coroner. Like, this is the guy that came in to, like, try to give a time of death. Like, he's ridiculous. But I don't know, because now it looks like they're either walking back or they were already planning to dismiss that coroner to begin with. Because we're going to talk about the temperature with the armpit.
Best methodology is to do a core body temperature.
And an ambient temperature.
And an ambient temperature, yes.
So tell me what you would learn by sticking your hand under the armpit of a deceased.
You wouldn't learn anything.
Really?
Well, you may learn that the arm can't come down because of rigidity, but as far as temperature, you have your own body temperature. You have, you're sticking it in an armpit, which is exposed to the ambient temperature. So it's just not a valid method to try to make a determination of time of death.
Just a guess?
It's a guess, yes.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about, we're going to be dealing with some sealed material. Everybody, is that TV off over there? What now? This? So, at our request, we're Mr. Murdaugh's lawyers.
New
did
poll.
you examine materials in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
And let me first of all ask you if you examined these two, 77 and 178.
So 178, yes.
And tell us what that is.
That is the Medical University of South Carolina's autopsy file. So it's more than just the report. It's essentially the file for the medical examiner.
Okay. And you examined this?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Go ahead. What's the next one?
I think I'm allergic to my salmon.
And I did examine, and this is
Tongue
the
is itchy.
MUSC file for Maggie.
This being 177.
Yes, sir.
So Maggie's 177 and Paul is 178.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we would offer these into evidence.
Your Honor, the state would object to these documents in evidence. Your Honor, Dr. Reamer testified to her reports. These are reports by Dr. Reamer. These are not reports generated by Dr. Eisenstadt. He has reviewed those reports. He can testify to the substance of those reports, but we would object to the reports themselves coming in as evidence.
Says the defense.
So does that mean that none of their experts generated their own report? I'm kind of confused why you wouldn't do. Maybe it's common practice that, like, you don't have to do it if you're an expert witness and you're like, you weren't actually there. But wouldn't you want to generate your own report though? Because this witness and the other witness, they didn't generate reports. Is that weird?
Your Honor, these are business records. They're kept in the ordinary course of business according to Dr. Reamer. And there's certainly nothing in here other than her findings, basically. So we'd object. I mean, these are what Dr. Reamer relied on. These documents, certainly under the business records exception, they would be admissible. I don't quite understand why the state would not want this jury to be able to see. I'm sorry.
The state has objected, so the argument is not why they would not want them.
Business records exception, I'm sorry.
I haven't seen the exhibit. I can't rule without seeing what they are.
Dr. Newman. Or not Dr. Newman, Judge Newman. He's like, just get to the point, dude. No fluff words. Come on, let's go.
I'm primarily interested in her determinations and some sketches she did that are in there. Okay. So you examined her her report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And can I have the Alamo, please? Can I have the report? Let's talk about Maggie to begin with, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, because Puli was like, well, I don't understand why the state wouldn't want the jury to see. I don't care. Give me your reason as to why you object to his objection.
And I'm going to put this on the Elmo. Can you tell me what this is, please?
That's a standard body diagram for a female.
And you reviewed this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's put this on the Elmo. And can I have the easel? What? Oh, you can? Okay, so this would be the body sketches.
I see the female body diagram from the autopsy of Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay, so let's walk through the wounds on Maggie, okay?
Okay.
So look at the sketch in front of you and walk the jury through. If you need to come down here with a pointer, or can you do it from up there, whatever is more convenient for you.
There's a lot of writing, so it may be easier for me to point it out. I don't know if this is a touch screen or not. We have a wound on the left thigh, and the entrance wound on the left thigh has, on the diagram, little dots, which is stippling, which makes it an intermediate range rifle wound.
What does that mean, intermediate range?
We're talking up to 1 to 3 feet, the end of the barrel to the actual skin where the bullet goes through.
Okay.
And I agree with what's Dr. Reamer put here. That's the medial left thigh. Now we flip the body over, and we have the, on the diagram, so this is now the left side, and we have the corresponding exit wound on the back of the left thigh. So I agree with the range of fire, the directionality, that it's an intermediate range rifle wound.
So you and Dr. Reamer agree?
Yes, we agree on this one.
Okay, next.
Moving up, we can go here to the torso. So we have another entrance rifle wound on the upper right torso. It, as per, I obviously can't see the inside in this, but as per the autopsy, it goes through a number of organs, goes across, and comes out the bottom left back of the torso. And I agree with that, with her finding on that as well.
Let me interrupt you one second.
Yes, sir.
Prior to your agreement or disagreement, did you look at the autopsy photos?
Oh, absolutely.
Did you look at her report and her notes?
Absolutely.
Anything else you looked at?
I looked at some scene photos, and I believe that was it.
Okay, but you're relying on her photos?
Yes, and most important for me is the autopsy report, the autopsy diagram, and the autopsy photos.
Okay. I'm sorry, go to the next one.
Okay, so we now have, we've talked about 1 gunshot wound, a rifle wound, 2 rifle wounds. Now we have a rifle wound on the left wrist and forearm. We have an entrance on the back of the left wrist, which is the dorsal surface, and this is the ventral or volar surface. And the exit is on the volar left forearm. I agree with that as well. On the, oh, I'm sorry, I also looked at x-rays. That was
Okay.
part of the photos. On the x-ray, there are some little fragments of, you can tell it's a rifle round in the left wrist.
And it went through?
It went through, yes.
And entrance on which side?
On the back of the left wrist.
Okay, next.
So we've now talked about 3 of them. Now we have 2. I'll start with the first one, which I agree with her findings, and then the second one is where I have, there's a discrepancy. So if we now look at rifle wound E, which is the one that's here on the back of the head,
Yes.
the directionality is correct, and I can explain why I believe the one on the left breast, the directionality was wrong. But we have a almost tangential, meaning that it doesn't go super deep into the brain. It comes here, but a rifle has a lot of kinetic energy, and so it has a lot of force to it, and it can cause severe disruption. And it's coming along here, goes through the brain, and when this one goes through the brain, it causes an injury to the brainstem. That would make her die immediately. So this one came here, and then, which is the entrance on the back right of the head.
And that's labeled what?
That's labeled E.
Okay.
And then the...
Yeah, if he's scot-free of all of his crimes that he's been charged of, I could totally see him getting a job at like PetSmart, Petsco, and he'd be the guy at the dog collar aisle trying to sell you, like, you know, oh, this collar is the best, you know, because when Bubba had it, you know, you were able to track him down, make sure he didn't run too far. This makes it so he keeps in close proximity to you.
You can see on the x-ray there's a little fragment, or a few little fragments in the head, and so a rifle round will fragment. We call it a lead snowstorm. It sort of on x-ray looks like a snowstorm, a bunch of little white pieces. It breaks up. Pieces of projectile come through, down into the back, and continue down into the right chest. So this is, now remember we're talking about directionality. This is top, this is bottom. And so on the body, it's going downwards, but obviously we have a moving situation. So if she's like this, it may have been coming straight, but on the body, the directionality is downwards. And There are some up arrows here on the injuries to the upper back. I don't know why, because in her report, they go down. So that's all part of gunshot or rifle wound E. That's actually the lethal rifle wound, immediately lethal. And now I'll focus on
shit, I was muted.
A,
Whatever, fuck it.
C, and then the abrasion or the graze wound of the abdomen. And this is where I differ in opinion of directionality.
So you agree with her on everything except this one?
On Maggie, that's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So if we look at the autopsy photos, that's going to be extremely important.
We will in a minute.
Okay. So we do have a wound on the left breast. We do have a wound on the left chin. And we do have this abrasion under the left breast. And sometimes there are characteristics that we look for to try to give us directionality of these superficial gunshot or rifle wounds. And what you're looking for when it's a tangential wound is you're looking for skin tags. So
tell me what a skin tag is.
Sure. So if you think about it.
So this part right here makes sense to me.
If a bullet is coming and it hits the skin, and you can see how it's pushing the skin like this, so you're going to get these tears in the skin. And the tears in the skin are going to be in the direction that the bullet's coming. But if you let that go, between those two tears is a triangular piece of tissue left, right? So we have a tear over here, we have a tear over here, and then you let it go and you have a skin tag. You have a piece of tissue pointing in the direction that the bullet came from. And so when I look at the picture of the rifle wound to the back of the head, you can see all of those skin tags are pointing up this way.
Yeah, but he might have loved Buster more, you know?
So the bullet came here. When I look at the left breast, and I look at the wound to the left side of the head, or excuse me, the left chin or jaw, I see skin tags pointing this way. So that would make this rifle wound come from here. It would be superficial, but remember we have all of that kinetic energy. So that's why we get the splitting of the skin, the fracture of the chin, then it comes down through the breast, and then it grazes the upper left chest. And it sort of makes sense when you think about it. If a person is leaning forward, and you've got one going down this way, you've got another one going essentially in the same exact direction. So there's the scientific aspect by looking at the actual outline or the actual look of the wound. And then you also have two wounds from a rifle that are right next to each other going in the same direction.
And you indicate that both of the directions of both of those, one that goes down this way to and severs the brainstem, and then the other one that goes down and through her breast. I mean, unless somebody were very, very tall, is there an explanation on how those wounds would have come about?
Yes. So, I mean, really, we know it's coming from the top of the head downwards, right? So unless someone is standing.
Buster more sus and Alex low key. I mean, Buster, what we got with Buster? People are accusing him of potentially being involved in a different murder that happened back in 2015, right? Saying that he might have been in a like homosexual relationship with another guy, maybe like killed him. And then Buster also got kicked out of law school for like plagiarism, right? Supposedly or something. I don't know if that's like true or not, but that's what I heard. Those are two things sus about Buster. Alec, on the other hand, well, he's accused of murdering his wife, his son. He scammed a lot of people from his law firm, his clients, people who had cancer, brain injury, people who were old, people whose moms had died. He hired a guy, Cousin Eddie, to do a hitman thing on him, then lied about it and said it was really him wanting to commit suicide. And then he's saying that he got this like $50,000 a week drug addiction to Oxy. Like, I don't know, man. Alex, way more sus than Buster. It's a lot of things going on with Alec.
In an elevated position, or someone is lying down on their stomach, and then you have a sniper who's on the ground going this way. Really, and we see this in people who are going to open the door because someone's knocking on the door and a gunshot comes through. If you're leaning, as I was saying earlier, if you're leaning forward, let's say the first shot here gives her significant pain, I agree with Dr. Reamer on that, and she's leaning over like this, then if I don't want to hit you, I'm sorry. I have a gunshot coming like this, now I look at it, the body lying flat on the table.
Yeah, Buster be like, darn, if I had Chat GPD back then, I probably would have gotten caught.
You can see how it goes straight down. So the explanation that I think is probably most feasible to you.
I honestly don't know if the law school thing was true or not. I remember hearing in the Netflix documentary, but yeah.
Is that she's leaning forward. Most likely probably in pain from the abdominal wound.
And the second shot?
Same thing.
So she's leaning forward, one back here, and where does the second shot come?
The second shot goes right next to the left ear, and on the autopsy photos you can see a ring of a contusion or a bruise, and it looks very, very similar to her earring that was found there. And again, that's from the energy would push the earring up. It comes, the bullet comes down, goes through the breast, and out.
So that shot blew her earlobe off, or blew?
Pretty much, yes.
And the ring goes, they find at the scene, right?
Correct.
Okay, so let's walk through the photos, and if you'll stay right where you are, and then I'm going to...
I mean, I think so far he's agreeing with Dr. Reamer, right? First shot this way, the other shot this way?
Maybe have you draw something up there. I haven't quite decided yet. Could I have Defendant's Exhibit 169, please? And
oh, yeah, what was the
I
contraband
remind
thing?
everyone we should be covered for this.
I mean, honestly, when people were saying that Buster was giving the middle finger to the witness, I don't think he was at all. I think he was just biting his finger because he was doing that when he was up on the stand, too. What's the contraband thing?
59.
That's how we're looking at the body, lying on her back or on the person's back on the autopsy table. And we're looking at the left side. Here is that wound with the left ear and the left chin, and here's her left breast. And then right above this wound here, we have that semicircle, which is consistent with the earring.
So this is the shot you would disagree with Dr. Reamer about?
Yes, this is the only shot I disagree with.
And her explanation of this was what? I mean, what was the? I mean, it was going up.
Yeah, she stated that it was going upwards.
It would have entered the breast and then gone up.
Right.
And the reason you disagree with that is?
Well, number one, there's skin tags. When we look closer at the breast and we look closer at the left side of the chin, skin tags are pointing upwards, showing that that's where the bullet came from. And the other is, there's also a part of our job where just sort of common sense, and it just seems very odd that when you have one going this way, you have to be in a very bizarre position to be able to get it to go up. But from the scientific standpoint, it's how the wound looks.
And you believe those wounds are caused by bullets fired in succession?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. Could we go to?
Trace.
Sorry. Defendant's Exhibit 160.
So they pulled forward, but you can see up here. I'll use my finger. You see the skin tag is pointing this way, right? The laceration is coming down here. And if I were to flip this back up, these skin tags point up as well.
Point out a skin tag again.
This is a great example of a skin tag that's like this.
Could you blow that up a little bit for me, please?
Oh,
right
skin
right
tag.
below the ear.
What is it?
Yeah, right in
Tact,
there,
like
perfect.
T-A-C-T. Okay.
Okay, show me the skin tag.
Okay. Well, there's if we were to, you see here that this is sort of in a triangular shape, and if I flipped it back up, it would fit right into here.
Right.
And so the skin tag is pointing upwards in the directionality of where the bullet comes. It'll be easier to see on the breast, actually.
Okay. So could we go to Doctor, this one?
Yes.
Okay, that would be Defendant's Exhibit 161. Does that help?
You can see that her head is up here. So this would be up, this would be down.
Okay.
And now if we need to blow that up, the lacerations, the splitting in the skin is pointing down. So that indicates an up to down directionality.
Okay.
I didn't mean that. That's from a forensic pathologist. It's a classic book example of the lacerations coming and pointing downwards. The skin tags are pointing upwards. So skin tag, skin tag, skin tag, all pointing up where the bullet's coming from. The lacerations are pointing down, which is the direction the bullet's going in.
Now, did you and Dr. Reamer agree or disagree on this?
We agreed on this.
Okay. Now, the other thing is, it appears her head was shaved. Why is that?
Right, so any gunshot wound to the head, if you're trying to make a determination of entrance or exit, or trying to get a better idea of what it looks like, you also want to look for if there's any gunshot residue. You shave that area. So most of the time is to look at the actual outline of it. Sometimes it's to preserve evidence for further testing.
Okay, could I have 168, please?
So we have right here in the
This is an
center,
X-ray?
we have a fragment of possibly jacketing but a fragment of a projectile right here in the midline with a few smaller pieces. We have nothing over on the left side where this injury is. So nothing went in here and stayed. All of the projectiles, and then we'll continue down to the chest. It's one rifle that went down, and then you'll see that lead snowstorm, which is consistent with it going back in to the back and down to the chest.
Okay, and could you go to 169, please?
So you can see here how it continues down into the right chest, and it sort of looks like a snowstorm. That's a rifle round.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead and take the stand, please. So,
yeah, it was really cute. The chicken came back. He didn't care for the Amazon food I bought him, but like he was like chilling with me, you know, when I was doing yard work and stuff. And there was like a bunch of rocks that I like flipped over where there was like a bunch of bugs everywhere. So I would like use a trail of bread to lure him over, and he would just like pluck at the worms and pluck at the bugs and stuff like that. And like it was so cute. He was a little cute guy.
So your job is to look at the photos and determine whether or not the original pathologist was correct or incorrect. That's what we hired you to do, right?
Well, really, what you asked me to do was look at the autopsy report, look at the photos, and give my opinion on the gunshot wounds. That was it. I wasn't even asked to say, you know, I wasn't even asked, is she right or wrong? You just asked me to look at them and give you my opinion.
And how many bullet holes do we have here? How many shots?
Well, we have 5 shots.
And of the 5, you agree with her on 4?
Yes, sir.
And disagree with her on 1?
Correct.
Okay. So let's move on for just a moment, and let's look at, and we'll go to Paul, and we'll start, I guess, at the bottom and go up.
Sure.
Okay.
So there's 2 shotgun wounds to Paul. One is on the chest, and one is on the head.
Okay, let's talk about the chest wound first.
Sure. So the chest wound is also an intermediate range, so 1 to 3 feet. Shotgun wound that goes across the chest, does not enter into the chest cavity.
Yeah, the audio is like
near the
weird.
armpit,
It's like
and then the
fishbowl.
pellets themselves disperse, and some of them go through the arm. I agree with her on that, both on the range of fire and the directionality.
Okay. So the other shot resulted in his head exploding?
Correct.
Okay, explain to the jury what...
So it seems like, if I'm understanding this expert is going to disagree with the expert that they bring on next. Because he agrees with the first shot of Paul, but the second expert, I believe, disagrees with both of them from the direction.
What she said,
Are we getting that
and then
right?
what you believe.
I'm going to go back real quick.
Okay.
It leaves near the armpit, and then the pellets themselves disperse, and some of them go through the arm.
Okay, this is the
I
first shot.
agree with her on that, both on the range of fire and the directionality.
Okay, so he agrees with the range and the directionality. Sorry, I need to make this in my notes so I can keep track. Expert agrees with Dr. Reamer. First shot. Okay, so that means that the second expert is going to disagree with that.
Okay. So the other shot resulted in his head exploding?
Correct.
Okay, explain to the jury what she said. And
Oh,
then
yeah, they can
what
take
you
notes.
believe, and we'll talk about why the difference is in just a minute.
Sure.
Okay.
I forgot.
So in her autopsy report, she stated that she believed the entrance was coming from the left side, went up, and then it exited the top of the head. To me, this is a contact range shotgun wound to the top of the head that caused extreme pressure buildup in the head from it being contact, leading to these types of fractures, and that the pellets, so the shotgun wound comes in, the wadding will start to open up. All of that pressure, basically, for lack of a better term, will explode what's there because the pressure needs to get out somehow. And then the head would have been down like this, and the pellets lodged here and went into the left shoulder, and then you can see that the pellets are going down into the tissues of the left shoulder.
So you believe the wound that resulted in his head exploding was where? Where would the shotgun have been?
Well, it would have been to the top back of his head.
And how far away from the head?
Oh, no, it would have been pressed against the head.
it'd be a contact wound to the back of the head.
Correct.
And that would result in, and we're going to talk about this in a little more detail in a minute, but if it was in the back of the head, tell me how we have a hole here and then a wound here. How does that work?
Well, you're shooting, it's different than shooting into a space where it can expand. It's not up against a firm surface. So shooting into the abdomen is different. The pressure will still go in if it's a contact to the abdomen, but the abdomen can stretch, the pressure and the gas can disperse because it's sort of an open space with skin that can stretch out and back. The skull really only has one hole at the very bottom. So if I were to take a shotgun and press it against this pile of paper here, and I were to shoot it, this paper would blow up because the pressure.
No, I think they scrapped the self-inflicted thing. Thank goodness.
Has nowhere to go, so it's got to blow everything up. That's right there. If I were to take that shotgun and shoot it from here, the pressure is open. It's open to the free atmosphere, right? So it's going to come out of the barrel and it's going to spread out. It'll go a little distance, and that's why we get soot in close-range shotgun wounds. It'll go a little distance, but then it'll disperse. So if I were here and I were to shoot down at this paper, the paper is going to get a whole bunch of holes in it, but it's not going to completely explode.
And this is birdshot, correct?
In the head, it's birdshot.
In the chest, it was?
It appears that it was buckshot.
Okay. Now,
you know what's scarier than that, Shelley? How humans can do that to another human.
So,
especially if it's their family, their son, their what.
Her opinion was, and tell me the path.
So, unfortunately, the top of the head wasn't shaved.
And quite honestly, like, I don't know, when they go hunting and stuff, I seriously doubt, like, the shots are going to be clean or anything. They're probably so used to, like, seeing, like, organic matter, brain matter, blood, tissue, and all that stuff. Like, for us, it might be shocking because, like, you know, we don't really, I don't know. I don't go hunting or anything. I don't skin animals and stuff like that. But, like, you know, maybe when he did it and when he saw it, he was like, meh, whatever. You know, I've seen that before with animals. Like, this ain't nothing new. I don't know.
So I can't tell you the exact entrance, but it absolutely is a contact range shotgun wound to the head. And from the way it was described by Dr. Reamer, what she described as the exit wound was that it was near the top of the head and a little bit back on the right. So probably right about here.
Okay. Now, let me talk to you a bit. If you take the witness stand again, please.
I mean, Paul is like, what, 5'7", 5'8"? This dude is like 6'5". Isn't it still possible for him to still like hold the gun over Paul's head?
On Gunshot Wounds by Vincent DeMeo.
Oh, here comes the book.
The Bible.
The Bible of Gunshot Wounds.
Shell being fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury, please, this is the initial firing, correct?
The very top image, correct.
And what is that coming out?
What's coming out are actually flames and gas. So sometimes you'll see a little bit of burning because the gunpowder is ignited, so you have a little bit of flame and then gas.
Now, if they had shaved Paul's head, which they did not, correct?
Correct.
Would they have seen some evidence of that gas and flame coming out?
I would say most likely yes. You don't always see it, but yeah, most likely there would be some soot or what we call searing, burning.
Okay, the next one down, B, what is that showing us?
So now what we're seeing is at the front, you can see all the pellets that are still sort of in a cylindrical form because the wadding itself has not completely opened up yet. So you know the pellets are all, you have a plastic tube in essence, and then the pellets are all at the top, and then there's a piece of wadding, so like a plastic disc or something, and then underneath it you have the gunpowder. The gunpowder gets ignited, the heat builds up the pressure, it pushes out the plastic tube through the barrel of the weapon, and that's when that first image you see that. The second image, you see that we still have all of the shot, or the pellets are still within the plastic tube. And so that's going to go for a little distance.
I mean, he's not even crying. He's just like trying to, like, I feel like he's just trying to squeeze as much muscle as he can and to like make himself as red as he can. Like, if you're crying for real, like, I don't know, man, like, your tip of your nose would probably be so red, you know, with because he's like, it's not just like little cries, it's like cries, like he's putting on like a huge show in my opinion. But I felt like if I was crying that hard, like dude, my fucking nose would be like so red, and like you got like tissue sticking up everywhere, and like the drooling thing stopped. Like we only saw him drool on the stand. Like how come he didn't drool down here? You know, if he was crying as hard, I don't know. It's all just like, it's so calculated in my opinion.
Behind it, we see a cloud of gas. We see the pressure from the cloud of gas. And this is still very early on in the shot.
Okay, and what's the next C? What does that depict?
Right, so now we're a little bit further out, a little bit later after the weapon's been fired. We still see that the pellets are in sort of a cylindrical form.
Yeah, they had like a skidding shed. So they like, they hunt the animals and they process it all like in the shed right there.
And you can see that the cloud of gas is getting bigger, right? The reason the cloud of gas is getting bigger here is because it's going to go where?
Yeah, he had
via
like
the
drool
path
and
of least
snot
resistance.
dangling.
So it's going out into the atmosphere. This is not pressed against anything. This is just if I were shooting in the air and the gas is coming out.
And the last one, D?
A little further on, you can now see the pellets are just starting to separate. And we see this big cloud of gas. So the pressure is dispersing outwards into the atmosphere.
And if we had another shot 3 feet down or 4 feet down, what would be happening with those pellets?
So now you're starting to get individual pellets that the pellets would be opening up. So they wouldn't still be in that cylinder. If we're talking 3, 4 feet or further. So on the skin, we would start seeing a little outline of individual holes from individual pellets. It's not like they all have separated yet, but we would see some.
10 feet, would they be separated?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and so you see a pattern of shot?
Correct.
Individual pellets?
Correct.
Okay. So let's follow this back.
Hey, Miriam.
Let's go with her scenario first.
Okay.
And the testimony, I think, has been 3 feet. The muzzle of the shotgun was 3 feet from, and let me maybe put one of these in.
Yeah, Dr. Reamer said 3 feet, but Dr. Kinsey disagreed with that and said it was less than 3 feet. Or Professor Kinsey.
Wound in the center of his chest. You and she agree on directionality. It came out under his arm. Pellets penetrated his arm and then went on, I think we've heard, out the back window.
Right, so directionality and range of fire, I agree with her on that one.
Okay, so when you look at the wound in his shoulder and his neck, and of course his head, tell us where Dr. Reamer got it wrong.
Well, I think she has it reversed. And the reason being is, now that you've seen where all the pressure would go, if the entrance wound is here on the left shoulder, and we're saying that we're at least 3 to 4 feet away from there because we have no soot, we have no stippling on the skin, then by the time it gets to the left side of the chin or over here at the angle of the mandible, the jaw, we've lost a lot of energy. And so, yes, you can get some pellets still going up into the head, but you're not going to have the top of the head completely blown off. And if you look at the photograph here, you can see, you know, for all of us, it curves over and goes around because the top of our skulls.
Wait, so you're saying a shotgun blast, by the time the pellets go through the shoulder area, it's lost that much energy that it wouldn't be able to blast the hole in the head like that?
There. If you look here, it goes flat. He's missing the top of his skull. That would not have happened from a 3 to 4 foot, 3 or 4, I should say 3.
You forget we're made out of like flesh and muscle and tendons. I mean, there's some bones too, but like
feet or further shotgun wound coming in on the left side.
And the wound on his shoulder, let's look at that real quick. Shoulder, please.
That are going down into the tissue.
And what is the evidence of that?
Well, there's photographs that are taken looking down into the wound, and you can see pellets there, and there are x-rays that are taken that you can see there's pellets down into the left shoulder.
Okay, if you go to Defendant's Exhibit 162. Thank you. Please.
Round and silver. I'm going to have to come around for a moment. I'm sorry. There's one here. There's one here. It's not projecting well, but I know that I saw a few down here, but then on x-ray, it'll become more apparent.
Okay, well, let me do this. Let's go ahead and put
See
the
ya.
x-ray up while we're talking
What
about
time
this.
zone are you
This
in?
would be- Which one of these you want to start on?
We can do this
Okay.
since we're talking about.
Hold on 1 second. Defense Exhibit. You got. Boards, I just.
what we're looking at here is, this is the spine, these are the ribs, so we're looking at the chest, the left shoulder, because we're coming out here to the left arm, and all of these dots are the pellets from the shotgun wound. And what we can see here is that these pellets are coming down all the way. So this is the first rib right here. First rib is about right here. So we have pellets all the way down to this level.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the shot being fired from his left, apparently going upward to the brain?
That wouldn't be consistent, and the reason being is then it would have to, the pellets would have to go up, curve, and come down, while the rest of them are continuing this way.
Okay. So could I have this one next?
Sure.
Okay. Defense Exhibit 111.
Side of the, and this is the left side.
Okay, so could you blow up the lower or right corner?
So that are here. So the jaw is right here, and you can see these pellets are in the left side of the jaw, in the neck, and they're going down into the upper left chest.
So and you believe the directionality on these is down?
Well, from the totality of the evidence, I believe, yes, they're downwards.
Okay. And
but this X-ray has other findings, I think, that are important for that opinion.
Okay.
And I mean, you can see the severity of the fractures.
Sorry, I was laughing at Buster. I was like, every time they zoom in on Buster, man, Buster looks like he's bored at a lecture and he's ready to go home or something.
Of the skull. The skull should... Actually, I think it was better if we were back. The severity, the skull should obviously come all the way around, right? Mm-hmm. There's no skull here. That's probably the area where the shotgun was pressed against the head.
This is his
We've
sister.
got all of these fractures. In medical terms, we call it multiple comminuted fractures. This is, I mean, textbook for a contact range shotgun wound to the head, to the top of the head, not down.
And, okay, so in your opinion, if it had happened the way Dr. Reamer said, you would not have the directionality of those pellets in the shoulder down.
Correct.
And you would not have that kind of devastation to the skull. Wouldn't be enough energy.
That's correct. You may have some what we call linear fractures, so little lines of fractures, but you wouldn't have the top of the skull completely gone.
So explain to me, not being a hunter, how does the gas, you got gas coming first, pellets coming second, right?
Yes, sir.
So how do you get the gas going in and the pellets continuing on?
Well, the pellets are projected by the gas causing pressure to push out the shot and then the pellets within it. So, you know, think about a rocket that's going up into space, right? So you see all of the cloud underneath the rocket, and the rocket will continue going up, but the cloud goes out because that's the area of least resistance. But the rocket will still continue. So that's pretty much the same mechanism. The shot cup is going to be pushed out. The energy from all of that gas needs to go somewhere. And when it's being pressed up against a firm surface like the skull, that pressure is going to build up. It's going to go through the hole that's caused by the entrance wound, and it's got nowhere else to go. So it is, and of course this is all happening in milliseconds, but all of that gas is expanding the inside of the skull, and the least resistance is right here at that opening now. So it's going to cause that area to basically pop out.
And
so again, that aligns with the next expert that says that, like, oh, the reason why there's brain matter on the ceiling is because it had nowhere else to go but through that hole, I guess. But I don't know. I felt like the same thing. I felt like the other testimonies, that would make more sense to me. It's not like I know anything about it, but this to me, I'm just like, eh.
Some of the pellets would go through, most of the pellets would go through?
Oh, the pellets will continue through. There may be, the brain is not here, right? And so there's
like the other two are more
pellets within the
convincing.
brain, but we don't have an X-ray of them.
They didn't X-ray the brain?
Correct.
So, and the skull, I mean, the brain would leave the cavity? Or in this case, did it leave the cavity?
Yes, it did.
And under what kind of force?
I can't give you an exact number. The forces are usually in what are called newtons, but it's the buildup of that pressure in the skull. It's even in that textbook. Brains being eviscerated in shotgun cases are from contact wounds.
So if you're the person holding the gun to the skull, does any of that energy go up the barrel of the gun?
Well, yes, once that, like I said, it builds up in the head and then it comes back up. So that's what causes the brain to be pushed out. There's going to be pellets that will come out. There'll be other bodily fluids that will come out and will go up along. It'll basically be what we call back spatter or back motion.
But in a violent way?
Yes.
And the person holding that gun, would they be subject to being covered in that material?
Yes, they would.
In a very forceful way?
Yes.
Okay, so let me show you a couple other.
And, you know, maybe the crying would be more believable if, when you see in the interviews, if he was crying just as much. But in the interviews, like, he cried a bit, but then he seems so nonchalant, honestly.
That one.
Yeah, okay.
The left, more of the left shoulder and showing some of the left arm. And again, you see how the pellets are sort of dispersed and they're coming down. This is your shoulder blade, your scapula. And so it's even down to the level of the collarbone here and the shoulder blade.
Is that consistent with the shot coming up and across the shoulder and into the neck, or is it consistent with something coming down?
Well, again, with the totality of everything, this is absolutely going down.
Okay. Now, from this.
Well, for lack of a better term, we have no brainers top of skull. It's completely gone with multiple fractures.
And was his hair shaved?
No, sir, it was not.
Would that have been the normal practice, the prudent practice, the required practice?
Yes, I would have liked to have seen it shaved to help determine an entrance versus an exit.
Well, Dr. Reamer says she didn't shave it because she said for sure that it was an exit wound, not an entrance wound.
Okay. But with this autopsy photo, you can't really tell.
But yeah, could she have just shaved it anyways?
A
Possibly,
contact
right?
entrance wound.
Right. Well, I can tell with this photograph that it is a contact entrance wound due to the severity of the injury. But what would have been nice is if the hair was shaved, I'd be looking for gunpowder residue. I'd be looking for burning on the skin itself, on the brain itself, and on the skull itself.
So
Oh, I think one expert did, Trace.
when this goes, well, back up for just a second. The first shot, I believe you agree to the chest that your Dr. Reamer is correct.
I did.
This shot, which would be on the top right back, can you tell, or would you have an opinion as to his posture at the time of that shot?
Well, it's sort of similar to what we were talking about with Maggie, unless somebody is in an elevated position where they're high enough where it can come down like this. He's most likely bent over.
Further than that, about that? I mean,
That's hard for me to say. I mean, his head's over like this because we have the smaller wound, the bigger wound as it's expanding out here.
Okay.
And the directionality goes like that. I can't tell you how far down he was actually bent over.
So he could still be bent over, and Mr. Murdaugh over here could still shoot from top down.
and why would he be bent over?
Well, the second you get this shot, you're
It hurts?
immediately deceased.
No, I'm talking about before the shot.
Right, and so and we know that he fell forward. He has abrasions to his face. So that indicates to me that the belly shot was first.
When you say the belly shot.
I'm
chest.
sorry, the shot that comes across the chest, not the belly. And that would be extremely painful. So that would cause, he may be bent over from the pain, and then came this shot.
Would that first shot affect his ability to breathe at all?
It would.
In what way?
Well, Dr. Reamer documented what's called pulmonary contusion, so bruising of the lung. And it's hard on a postmortem x-ray to see if you have what's called a pneumothorax, so air that's around the lung. So it'll be difficult for him to breathe.
Could you take that down, Doug, please? Okay, so you believe that he was in pain as he bent over, and then somebody shot him in the top of the head?
Well, yes, this is a painful injury.
Wait, but if you're like 5'2", would you be able to do that? He's 5'7", he's bent over. Would you have to hold the gun like this if you're 5'2", though? Because their proposal was the shooters were 5'2".
Okay. Now, let me ask you about just a couple more things. Evidence Exhibit 189.
Yeah, I believe they brought up the shelf thing with the next expert, I think.
Please. Okay, tell us what this is, please.
So this is, I'm sorry.
The shotgun.
Yes, it's from the DeMayo gunshot wound book.
And what does it depict? I mean, I'm not telling you specifically what it depicts, but what does it depict? Okay. Two other fetus and
Says the state.
It's hearsay, Your Honor.
What'd she say?
That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
All right, so they're figuring out if they're going to let this in or not. Judge is going to decide. They're going to make their arguments. Jury's excused.
So, doctor, this is page 189. What is it?
So this is a photocopy from a page of the gunshot wound book that gives a pictorial diagram of what different range of fires would look like on the skin of a shotgun wound victim.
Anything else from the state or the defense?
Your Honor, under 803 hearsay, the number 18.
Oh, yeah, she said it was hearsay.
Learned treatises, extent called to the attention of an expert witness upon cross-examination or relied by and directed statements contained in published treatises, periodicals, or pamphlets on the subject of history, medicine, or other science or art, establishes a reliable authority by the testimony admission of the witness or by other expert testimony or by judicial notice, if admitted, may be read into evidence, but may not be received as exhibits. I'm sorry. So I'll withdraw it as an exhibit, and I'll have him do a drawing.
All right. Okay, we'll take 15 minutes.
Oh. Sorry, I need to pop an Advil. My body is so sore from doing yard work yesterday. I hate yard work.
Clips on the side, they deploy, okay? And if you look at any of these, you can see it in slow motion on YouTube. These deploy, it looks like a flower petal, and it falls away. Didn't have time to fall away. That gives you a sense of how quick this happened. That means that the wadding traveled forward like this. The pellets, which are contained in here, were delivered through the wound, and they stayed intact. Not completely intact, but you could still make out the fact that they were a collective. Shotguns are meant to spread. This round didn't have time to spread. That means it was in close proximity. This goes back to the idea of shaving the hair. What Eisenstadt had said, and what's a good practice, is as this weapon initiates, a little flame comes out of the end. Remember, we're talking about gunpowder igniting, and it would have seared that outer skin. You'd even see it on the internal table of the skull. This was not done. Remember, Reamer said the brain had been ejected out of the body. They didn't do an x-ray on the brain, Jesse.
Right.
So that's very important as well. You have to shave this area, see the soot deposition. You also collect the hair and look for any gunpowder on the hair. I don't know that was done as well.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, more questions. We're going to get into it. We're going to.
Good to know. All right. I'm glad they bring on experts on here. Okay, let's go back to. Good to know. Good to know. What are you eating for food?
Jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you, and may proceed. The last exhibit has been withdrawn.
Oh, they didn't allow the last exhibit in? It was hearsay for real? Rip.
So, let me have you do something. We attempted a moment ago to use a page out of a book, and I think we're going to have you sketch this out. So, here's the...
Oh, he's going to draw it from memory now?
Page look in the book?
Yes.
Okay, so what I want you to do is, if you can't put that in, to replicate that to the jury and tell them what it means.
Sure.
Okay, you want to take one at a time?
Yes, I will.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So talking about shotgun wounds to the body and trying to figure out what the range of fire is.
Oh, we can see.
A perfect circle, which I'm not a great artist, but let's just say that's a perfect circle. That means that the end of the barrel, right, nice circle, is pressed up against the skin. Now this would be down here on the abdomen where you have leeway, it would end up being a perfect circle. If you have it up where it's going up against something firm, then you would have the circle, but you'd have the splitting from that buildup of pressure. So this is a contact range. If we have some burning around it, contact range or close range. If we have soot around it, we're close range. Now, from the first picture that we looked at, all those pellets coming, and then they start to slowly open up. So now what we've got is sort of looks like a cloud, right? We call it scalloped margins. So now we're moving out a little bit further. We are, in that area of maybe 2 to 3 feet or so. And then as we continue moving further and further, we get the scalloped margins, but then we get holes, and it doesn't have to be perfectly around it, but we get holes from the individual pellets that have now moved out. And so if we start seeing individual pellets, we're saying usually the end of the weapon is 4 feet or further. And then to be more specific, is it 4 feet or 5 feet or 6 feet? Then you have to test fire.
Okay, so so as the muzzle gets closer to the wound, there either is no spreading of the pellets, as in a contact wound, but the further away, the pellets begin to expand, and the further away, you get more of an individualized pellet pattern.
That's correct. It's like when it comes out, it comes out and it goes triangular. So it gets bigger, and as it goes triangular, it's almost like playing pool. And you take the cue ball and you hit the pool balls, the billiards, and they start to open up.
Okay, if you put up, is Defense Exhibit 162 in evidence? Right on. Large wound on his shoulder, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then a smaller wound in his chin.
Yes, sir.
What does that tell you about the directionality?
Well, it's not just that. It's also that we have no surrounding individual pellet holes. To me, looking at this is not going left to right. I can understand the thought that maybe it was like a tangential graze, but then the pellets wouldn't have gone down and they would have opened up onto the left chin. So again, using the totality of the evidence, these are pellets that are coming down from the top. They're starting to open up. They go through here, and they have to go through another bone, so they're going to open up further and disperse through the left shoulder.
So, and maybe this is too simplistic, do shotgun wounds, do they, and of course, if you just testified, they expand, right? The pattern.
You'll get a different pattern, and for a certain distance, the actual hole will expand, but then you lose that hole, and it becomes just individual small holes.
So you got a smaller hole in his chin and a larger hole in his shoulder. Does that indicate anything? I mean, am I being too simplistic? Smaller means it's expanding at that point?
Right. Not to be offensive, I think it is a little too simplistic because we also have to look at what's around the wound. But yes, again, the totality of everything, this is definitely coming downwards from right to left. The only way I could see larger wound on the left shoulder, smaller wound on the left chin is if you consider this a graze wound. But again, using the totality of everything, the size of this wound, the location of the pellets going down into the shoulder, this is not going left to right.
Okay. Now, let me also ask you this. If the wound is in the head, and why isn't the brain macerated? Why isn't the brain shredded by those pellets? Why does the brain exit the skull, as we saw a minute ago, without being shot to pieces?
Because...
So our Harpoolian's not talking to his mic, man. He's like really low compared to the witness.
Again, you're having the shot shell, you know, that's okay. Everything is still within that shot shell as it goes in. The pressure is just going to form around it and push it out. Sometimes you'll see, in my experience, a complete intact brain that may have some holes here and there. Sometimes you'll see a brain that is split in half, and sometimes you will see completely macerated. But from what I saw in the photograph and reading Dr. Reamer's autopsy report, she does state that the brain was received in another bag and that it was, I don't remember the exact words, but that it was severely traumatized.
But no, there's no x-rays of that brain.
There's no x-rays of the brain. I'm sure there are.
Oh, it's either because I'm responding to something on my phone or I was trying to pull up the other stream up. Sometimes I forget when they come back from lunch break and I just want to miss it when they come back.
Pellets within the brain.
And were there any shots? Do you see any?
Or I'm just trying to read what Miriam's saying and I don't understand.
Autopsy photos of the brain. I mean, just the brain.
No, I saw scene photos, but I did not see autopsy photos of just the brain.
Okay. So you would not necessarily, well, let me back off for just a second. You have actually done autopsies on contact wounds by a shotgun to the head?
Oh, yes.
And what you're telling us is based on that experience?
Well, experience, training, the textbooks. I mean, articles aren't written about it because it's fairly common knowledge.
Okay. And let me do a little housekeeping. I got a number of photos I want to show you that may be used, or were they used by you in you reaching your opinion, okay?
Okay.
Come over here so I can. 9, 168, and then
right in the body. As far as, and I think this is what you're asking, as far as crime scene and reconstructing, things of that sort, that's not my area of expertise.
Okay, but you have given an opinion. I want to make sure that we all understand what you've said. You've given an opinion that Dr. Reamer was wrong on the shot that blew Paul's brain out of his skull and it landed on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
And you believe it was a shot in the back right of the skull?
Yes, sir.
And you believe that it was going through his skull, out his neck, and into his arm?
Into the left side, yes, sir.
Left side. And we found a number of x-rays showing the pellets. We've seen forensic evidence that you, in the normal course of your work, rely on to draw opinions, right?
That's correct.
And you've done that thousands of times.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me make sure that the jury understands this. When you're submitted materials like we submitted to you in cases, you report, are you paid to give an opinion, a specific opinion?
No, I wouldn't accept a case if someone said this is what we want.
Okay. And you come to conclusions based on the materials given to you?
Absolutely.
And that's your conclusion here today?
The conclusions that I've stated, yes.
Beg the court's indulgence.
Cross-examination, let's go. It won't be too long. It's really short, actually.
Direction of the hole and the
Wait, what? Hold on a second.
So you've indicated and testified that would be blood, brains, pieces of skull, other material would blow out the direction of the hole, and the muzzle of the gun would have been pressed against the skull, correct?
The muzzle of the end of the barrel of the shotgun would be pressed against the skin firm enough that there would be pressure onto the skull, and then you would have blowback as the skull opened up.
And that blowback would follow the barrel of the gun?
Well, it would come back up the barrel of the gun, but it would also distribute.
Right. And what about the barrel of the gun? Would there be biological material jammed into that?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry?
Absolutely.
Okay. So there would be brains, blood, skull, whatever, jammed back up the barrel of the shotgun?
Right. What we say is biologic material.
Okay. Thank you. Please answer any questions Ms. Good has.
All right, here it comes across.
Jurisdiction, but pathologists are trained in talking about what's consistent or what's not consistent. But I believe, like in Georgia, I believe here in South Carolina, the coroner, in the majority of counties, the coroner goes to the scene and does the investigation. So I don't know how it works here, but there's no doubt that part of a forensic pathologist's training and knowledge is determining cause of death from information given, time of death from information given to them.
And it's not customary for a pathologist to actually go out to the crime scene, is it?
Oh, I'd say more often than not, the pathologist does not go out.
Yeah, I don't think Dr. Reamer went.
All right, and now in this case, because this appeared to be homicides, the county coroner would be the one to have requested an autopsy. Is that right?
That's my understanding. I definitely in Georgia. It's my understanding here. Yes.
And Dr. Reamer performed the autopsy here.
Yes, ma'am.
And she performed an independent autopsy.
She did.
Did you perform an autopsy of either of the victims in this case?
I did not.
And you relied on, I think you testified that Dr. Reamer's report, x-rays, crime scene photos, and autopsy photos in determining your opinion.
That's correct.
And you were hired, right?
Yes, I was.
And you were here on Friday, weren't you?
I was.
So that would mean you've made over $10,000 in evaluating or taking part in this case.
At the end of the day, that's correct.
Nice. Paid vacation.
Did you do a report?
I was not asked to do a report, no.
Wouldn't you agree that a report would have been helpful to explain the scientific methods or investigation that you used to come to your conclusions?
Right.
Different jurisdictions do it differently, so I have no idea how it's done here. But, my report would have been exactly the same as my testimony, so I guess it would be on paper instead of,
Maybe they didn't want to have a report because they didn't want to have the other side to comb through it and stuff like that.
Verbally.
Well, you saw Dr. Reamer's report, and that was actually entered into evidence, right?
Yes, I did.
All right, you spoke a little bit about Maggie and
Yes,
her
correct.
autopsy. And I believe you said in your testimony that Maggie's shooter could be taller than Maggie. Is that right?
Oh, no, that's not what I said.
What did you say?
No, what we were talking about was if Maggie's gunshot or rifle wounds to the top of her head and to the side of her head were with her standing up, that would have to be somebody at an elevated position. So I didn't give an opinion that the shooter had to be taller because we talked about how she could be bent over.
But an elevated position could mean the shooter was taller, right?
Oh, but that, I mean, it could be that the shooter was taller, but that would still have to be somebody at an extremely elevated position shooting down. I'll leave it at that.
And you said that determining trajectory is not something that you do.
At the scene, that's correct. On the body, that's what I do all the time.
All right, let's move on to Paul. Would you agree that when a gun is shot, a lot of energy and momentum is generated, and that momentum and energy tears through a person's body?
Depending on the range of fire, the type of ammunition, yes, I agree with that.
And when pellets are shot, they spread out?
Eventually, yes.
So, if Paul was shot in the back of the head, and those pellets start spreading out, did they come back together when they exited this way?
No, but that's where we're talking about the same thing as range of fire. So those pellets, I mean, if you go from the top of the head down to here, this is about 6 inches, so we have about 6 inches, we have maybe a foot, right, from here to here. Those pellets can still be together and starting to spread out. So no, they're not going to go out and come back together. Some, that's why I was talking about that billiard ball effect. Some, if you hit that cue ball, the side ones are going to pop out, and the middle ones will still be together. So no, they won't go out and come back, but I have no issue with 1 foot from here to here and having still a whole cluster of pellets going through.
But the pellets would be closer together when they first enter the body.
For a certain distance, yes.
And we also talked about soot or stippling. Now, in Dr. Reamer's report, she does note that there was soot and stippling for certain injuries, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she did not note that for the injury to the shoulder and head.
Agreed.
And was
Yeah, because didn't Dr. Reamer say that like the reason why she thought it was this way was because the pellets were closer, and then as it went out, it seems like the pellets like dispersed? Am I remembering that incorrectly?
the top of Paul's skull missing?
Yes, it was.
I think the shelf is with the other witness.
And Paul's face, it wasn't blown off, was it?
It was not.
His brains weren't splattered all over the floor?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by that, but his brain left his head and ended up being on the floor. There were some smaller pieces in other areas and then a large piece in one area.
I'm going to show you what's been entered as tapes 24 under seal.
From the head, and there are, when you do a zoom in on it, unfortunately no x-ray, but when you zoom in on it, you can tell that there's injury to the brain, but the brain, yes, I agree, it's not macerated.
And there were pellets on the floor of that feed room.
That's my understanding.
I'm going to show you tapes 26 and 43.
Oh, we're caught up now. I remember the masturbated word.
You see that as the door to the feed room?
I do.
And tapes 43. Is that blood spatter on top of the door?
That looks like blood spatter at the top of the door, yes.
And no blood spatter out there on the sidewalk from his brain being blown out from his head and his face being left intact, right?
Right, the brain would come out the top of the head.
And it's on the top of that door.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
And the blood spatter is on the top of the door.
Right, that's blowback. That's from here, the pressure pushing it backwards.
Yeah, I don't know if the jury can wrap their head around that.
Seen photos of the feed room where there were some containers on a shelf.
Here's the shelf.
So the containers on the shelf, I believe, would be to the right side on this picture.
Looking at the picture, I believe, yes, inside on the right, there's some shelves with
Drink some
a
water,
number of
guys.
items.
Stretch.
And was there kind of a demarcation line showing blood going to the top of the feed room?
Oh, I don't recall. In all honesty, you're starting to get into an area that's not my area of expertise.
Into trajectory, is that right?
Outside of the body, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense calls Tim Palmbach to the stand, please.
All right, that's the end of his testimony. And then we went to Tim Palmbach, where we're pretty much caught up. But you know what? I guess same thing. Didn't do a report, right? Or is this someone else? Tim Palmbach, defense pathologist export. Okay. Let's go over here. All right, we're just waiting for the court to come back. They should be back in like 3 minutes.
Supported new testing and hire a forensic pathologist to hands always kind of come up and stop more or less in the brain, and then it got caught up in this explosive from the bottom up. To swell and becoming, he would be facing the door or from the wound to the end of the head. This doesn't look right to me. It's inconsistent with my interpretation of the results. And my best advice for you would hire a forensic pathologist to review the case.
Hire me.
And were you sitting here in the courtroom when Dr. Eisenstadt testified?
I was.
And before coming to town to Walterboro Thursday, Friday, had you ever met Dr. Eisenstadt before?
No.
Had you ever worked? I want to first address the shooting of Paul. As you reviewed everything and tried to reconstruct the crime scene, can you give the jury an overall picture of Paul's murder? How did it occur?
Sure.
Stretch, guys.
I believe it began with Paul, his right shoulder to the open feed door. This is with inside the feed room, and he's facing straight ahead, and he's upright, and his arms are more or less at his side. And the first shot comes in a very oblique angled shot into his chest, travels through his chest, exits the side of his chest into his left arm, exits his left arm, and then continues on and exits through a window pane in the feed shed, which is the opposite side from the doorway.
Oh, okay, I got it wrong. I thought he was saying that the shot came from through the window. I was wrong.
Roughly, where would the shooter have been on the first shot into Paul?
Where would the shooter have been?
Yes, sir.
Okay, they're definitely going to be outside the door, and
yeah, I heard outside the window, I guess.
How close they are to the door is subject to a lot of different factors. So first of all, what's reported is a small amount of gunshot residue in that area, not a lot of it. And in fact, as I looked at it, yeah, I could see some of the particulate matter adjacent to the medial side of the injury, but I couldn't see much more gunshot residue beyond that. Now, in fairness, when you have an article of clothing and you're shooting through the article of clothing, the majority of the gunshot, if not all of it, depending upon the distance, will stay on the outside of the clothing. In this case, it was black clothing, blood-filled clothing, and you wouldn't be able to see that unless you did some enhancements or use something we call like a modified Grace reagent test.
Well, let me stop you there. Did you see whether...
Well, defense attorneys, they had to change their story so many times depending on what Alex is coming up with next.
Did you see any indication that SLED did any GSR testing of the clothing?
I did not.
Okay. All right. Please continue.
GSR pattern testing of the clothing.
Correct. I'm sorry.
Okay. However, I'm not going to dispute what I read, that there was a minor bit of stippling there. But a minor bit of stippling there with a shotgun is going to give you a necessary minimum distance of 2 to 3 feet from the wound to the end of the barrel. The other factor you have to take into consideration is both of the shot shells that have been associated with the shooting of Paul were found within the feed room. Now, while the shotgun's never been recovered, and we really don't know the action and how it worked, it is a reasonable assumption that it's a semi-automatic variety, and that therefore, as an individual pulls the trigger, it'll eject to the right out of the port. So in order for the two casings to be within the feed room, the probability is that at least the receiver part, the ejection area, has got to just be inside the doorway minimally in order for the casings to stay inside of there.
All right, I'm going to stop you right there. You said it was a semi-automatic firearm. Why do you say that?
Well, we don't know. I mean, we clearly don't know because we don't have the weapon. Options could be a single shot. That doesn't make much sense. You'd have to shoot and stop and reload and shoot again. It could alternatively be a double barrel. But in my review of the firearms report from the state lab, they indicated that their examination of those two shot cartridge cases were that they came from the same weapon, that they were co-aligning them to one weapon. In the case of a double barrel, you have separate breech face areas, you have separate firing pins, and you're not going to get the two casings to look exactly alike. So that more or less took the probability of a double barrel shotgun away, and I think the logical inference is it's a semi-automatic. It could also be a pump-based action, but again, that's an additional stipulation.
Sure. Is there any indication that Paul had an opportunity to defend himself? Were there any defensive indications?
So I frankly think he was startled by that shot. His right shoulder was at the door. I mean, if he knew somebody was coming and or saw somebody coming, he would be facing the door or trying to run, which he wouldn't have anywhere to go. But he was essentially facing this way, and the door is this way. I don't think he even perceived it until he was shot the first time. And you asked the question, did I see any defensive injuries?
Wait. Hold on. So he thinks Paul's had his back turned towards the door?
I don't think he even perceived it until he was shot the first time. Facing this way, and the door is this way, which he wouldn't have anywhere to go. But he was essentially facing this way, and the door is this way. I don't think he even perceived it until he was shot the first time.
Wait, so does that... Okay. So he thinks, because I think everyone else thought Paul was shot front on, but he thinks Paul had his back turned towards the door, because the first expert agrees with the directionality and with the distance, as what Dr. Reamer said. So he agrees, except he thinks Paul was turned the other way. So that means he agrees with the distance, but not the directionality. Oh my God. The shot hit the occipital bone, thrusting the brain up and out. His description goes through the head of the brain, right? I think what he thinks is he thinks they went through the parietal. This is the parietal, right? This is the parietal right here. What the two experts are saying for the second shot, it seems to have went through the parietal, but because there's a hole there, the brain matter had nowhere else to go. So instead of coming out this way, it just went back out the hole, and that's why there's splatter on the ceiling. But for me, it would just make sense for it to just go all this way, like what Reamer and Kinsey were saying.
And you asked the question, did I see any defensive injuries or any indication of defense?
Because Kinsey and Reamer said it was going this way. These two are saying it went this way, but brain matter still sprayed out that way.
Of actions on him or in the feed room, the answer is no.
What type of defensive indication
tarot cards, no.
have you seen in the past that would indicate that there was a struggle of some sort?
Well, I think obviously your hands always kind of come up, and his hands would be going up in the direction of the shooter and the weapon. So the orientation of his body would have changed. His hands coming up means that he likely, they could have been injured. Certainly there could be gunshot residue distribution on them. There could be,
sure.
That'd be the main difference.
Okay. And the and what was the ammunition in the first shot into Paul?
That was buckshot. So it's 9, you get about 38 caliber pellets.
Now, I think you mentioned that the spent shell was found inside the feed room. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, let's move on to the second shot of Paul. Can you reconstruct that generally, and then we'll get to some photographs?
Sure. Based on the general morphology of what happened to the head, this explosive nature, it's taught that way.
Like, honestly, I think these two experts, if they want to come up with like that opinion, they need to like, oh, I did this, I tested it out, and this is what happened, right? Ain't there a way for them to like get like some fake human bone or something that's very similar or close, and like the brain and stuff like that, and actually like demonstrate this out? Because for the jury, we're going to think more simplistic, right? But for what they're saying, oh, it would actually come out the opposite way, or it actually would come out the same way that the bullets came in, like the organic stuff. So I feel like they need to demonstrate and be like, hey, see, look, I did this and I tried it out, and this is how it actually would work. This is the physics of it.
We've learned it that way, and through personal experience, you never see that.
All right, we're caught up, though. They are back. Hello, hello. How was lunch? Judge Newman, what did you eat for lunch today? Harpoolian, what did you eat for lunch? And what did you guys have? Chipotle? Sweet green? What do you guys got over there, over in South Carolina?
You bring the jury.
What did you guys eat for lunch today? I had salmon, which I think I'm allergic to. I had some rice. I had sourdough bread, which I didn't know was low in gluten. That's pretty good. What else did I eat? Oh, I had a chickpea curry with some cauliflower. Yeah, and they said that there was an explosion, but again, remember, the state was like, well, there's an explosion. Why was the brain mostly intact? And then 2, why was the face mostly intact? Why wouldn't it just explode everywhere? And they're like, well, it didn't explode everywhere because, it came out this way. It's like, huh? Yeah, I think the jury's going to lean towards whatever's an easier explanation for them to understand. All right, we're back from lunch break. Let me mark this, 11:51. Back from lunch break. Oh, over the weekend, I forgot to put up the second part of cross-examination of Alex Murdaugh. I forgot to post the video, so I just posted it this morning.
The jury is present, sir. Very good, thank you.
This is the last day now.
How's the jury?
The state is going to respond with a rebuttal.
Very good, thank you. Your next witness.
Your Honor, defense calls John Marvin Murdaugh.
What? The brother? It's a brother though. I don't know. John Murdaugh has been accused of doing some sus things as well for other things, so we'll see.
Raise your right. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You'll have a seat on the stand.
Jesus.
Just that microphone.
John Marvin Murdaugh, Murdaugh.
Mr. Murdaugh, will you tell the jury just briefly some background information? Where are you from? What do you do?
Yes, sir. So I was born in Columbia, grew up in Hampton, attended public schools from first grade through high school, graduated Wade Hampton, went to the University of South Carolina, got a degree in criminal justice.
Really?
And I'm now self-employed. I've opened some companies in the heavy equipment business.
What's the name of your company?
Well, the main company is Murdaugh Rental Center, but I've got Murdaugh Kubota, Murdaugh Equipment LLC. So generally speaking, I'm in the construction equipment, agricultural tractors and implements. I'm in the equipment business.
And do you have offices? Locations?
Paul worked for him.
Multiple locations?
I have two, one in Hampton and one in Okatee, Bluffton area.
Are you related to the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
I am. I'm his brother.
Do you have any other brothers?
I do. Randy Murdaugh is my brother.
And do you have a sister?
I do. Lynn.
All right.
Both are here.
She gonna testify too?
And,
Yo, Joe.
and your parents are whom?
Randolph.
John Marvin's gonna be like, you know what? Actually, during the times of the murder, I was FaceTiming my brother the entire time. Well, why didn't the call log shut up? Well, we both had burner phones, and we're doing secret dealings with drugs and stuff like that. I don't know. I wonder if he's gonna come up here and come up with some crazy story.
And Libby Murdaugh.
Or if it's just gonna be like a meh testimony.
Are you the only
So what can he say?
son of the three that didn't go to law school?
I am, and I'm quite proud of it.
Tell the jury generally about the Murdaugh family, your family in this area.
Well,
he definitely has a very likable
obviously
face, I would say.
Probably like most families or a lot of families, we're very close. The siblings, we stay in touch. We do holidays together. You try to interact and keep your family core together. We're just, a normal family doing normal family things.
Right.
That's the other brother in the back.
Your parents, and we've heard about your father, Randolph Murdaugh, who died on June the 10th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then your mother's Miss Libby?
She is.
And she's still alive, correct?
She is. In fact, yesterday was her birthday.
And you went by to see her, I understand.
I did. With my kids.
In the spring of 2021, were they both alive? Was your dad alive?
Yes, sir.
And what was his health in the spring of 2021?
Well, for some, he had been battling cancer, and not just cancer. I'll use that term loosely. He had multiple forms of cancer, but he had been battling cancer, had health issues. He had been through heart surgeries. Just overall, his health was not good. Just in and out of hospitals, just
right.
Age and the diseases were catching up to him.
And would you check in on your mom and dad any chance you got?
I would. So I didn't tell you all this, but so I don't live in Hampton. My wife and family and I, we live down in Beaufort, or just outside of Beaufort. And so my drive is about an hour's drive to do it. So I didn't visit as often as Randy and Alec because they were in Hampton. But absolutely, anytime I had the opportunity to work in Hampton at my office, I would always take time to stop by. And then sometimes I would just, Just wanted to go see my mom.
The and was it routine for one? So either your brothers who lived in Hampton to stop by and check on them routinely?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, you know, I don't know every time they went because I wasn't there, but I feel confident that they visited more just because of the proximity.
I don't know how this testimony is going to help them.
It's just an easier visit.
So let's talk about proximity. Your brother Randy, where does he live?
He lives in Hampton, in town.
And then your sister Lynn, where does she live?
She lives in Somerville.
Okay. And then Alec, where did he live in spring of 2021?
Well, I think in the spring of 21, he was living in Moselle. I think all of them were.
Okay. And is Moselle close to Alameda?
Well, it's further than Randy's house, but much closer than mine.
Right. And is that in your mother's house? I'm saying Alameda, but is Alameda a town? Or what
No,
is
Alameda's correct. That's the location. That's the property name, if you will, the intersection name. I think that's a general.
And just tell the jury where that's located.
It would be just east of Varnville, maybe 2 or 3 miles outside of the town limits.
Is it basically at the intersection of I don't know what's that mean?
Intersection of 278 and Highway 68 that would go to, one goes to Ridgeland and one goes to Yemassee.
Okay. And would Alec visit your mom and dad frequently in the spring of 2021, to your knowledge?
Oh, absolutely.
And we'll get to more of that.
Yeah, he could only testify about anything that happened before and after the murders. Like, we need to know what happened during the murders. Like, I don't know. I don't think it's going to help.
How well? Talk about Paul. How well did you know Paul?
I knew Paul very well. Excuse me, I'm going to have a hard time talking about Paul because we had a very special relationship.
Yeah, Paul worked for him.
But I knew him very well. And I'll do my best to answer any questions about him.
Well, did he have a nickname?
He did. They called him Little Rooster.
And did they call him anything else?
Well, I mean, he'd been called Little Rooster, had been called, as you heard, Paw Paw. I mean, that's what my family, my kids called him.
What did you call him?
Well, it depends on where we were and what we were doing. When we were, excuse me, when we were doing something fun in a social event, I would refer to him as Paw Paw. Now, y'all haven't heard this yet, but he worked for me. So when he worked for me, it was Paul, or it was Paul Terry, because I was trying to be, you know, a little more authoritative.
Right. Who else called him Paw Paw?
Most of all the family. And that's not, you know, that's not a name that was said at all times, but when we're having fun, kids would say it, my wife would say it.
Is it because the state called him out for saying Paw Paw all of a sudden, even though he didn't say it in the interviews or anything like that? Oh, come on. It's not a big deal, Jim.
It was just a name that was used in fun times and in normal times.
And you mentioned Paul worked for you. When did he work for you?
You know, that's I thought you were going to ask that, and unfortunately I don't know. He's worked for me maybe prior to June of 21. He was working then. I think he worked the 2 summers prior to that. And it was just summer work. I mean, you know, it would only last a month or so, a month and a half.
And was he working for you in June of 2021?
He was.
And what was he doing for you?
Anything I asked him to do.
Where was he working?
He was working at my Bluffton Okeetee store. He would do anything from power wash equipment or deliver new tractors that were being sold, talk to customers, help customers load and unload rental equipment.
Yeah, to be honest, you know, Steve's got multiple properties inside his house. We got like different names for them. We got the tent, the homeless house, the closet, the pita bed.
He did.
That's what happens. You got multiple properties.
As you heard someone testify, that boy would work, and so whatever was asked of him, he would do. While I was there.
Oh, right. Was he a good worker?
He was an excellent worker.
you spend time with Paul. Let me back up. Do you have
Back it up, Jim.
place where you hunt? You have a property?
I do.
Do you have a name for that property?
We call it Greenfield.
And would Paul and Buster come out to Greenfield to hunt?
They would.
Would
Absolutely.
Let me just back up. What was the relationship between Alec, Paul, and Buster?
Oh, it was a great relationship. You know, anything that the boys were doing, Alec wanted to do, and the boys always came first to him. Some of y'all may have been on dove hunts before, but we would have I have a very small field. And
I call my home my headache.
you know, I've got 10 stands in the field, and I have, before the hunt, I have it organized where I know who's sitting where.
Leaks everywhere.
Well, I have Alec. He says, well, can the boys come? Well, of course they can come. So now I've got to rearrange for that. Or if they said they were coming and the boys
Water
backed
heater was
out,
fucked.
Alec always backed out. I was thinking about this. To this day, I don't believe he has ever come hunting with me since his boys have been old enough to hunt without his boys. It's always with the boys.
Did he do other things with them?
Yeah, did sporting events, you know, football games, baseball games.
Was he close with his sons?
Very close.
Right. And how about Maggie? What did you observe of his relationship with Maggie?
It was a great relationship. I mean, all marriages, I'm sure, have hiccups here and there, but I'm telling you, it was a good marriage. In coming here, I was trying to think of ways to describe it. My wife and I and Alec and Maggie, we went to a concert together. It was the Darius Rucker concert. And of course, we're sitting in there. Alec and Maggie are sitting just below us. And I had just gone, and I hope I can say this in court, I'd just gone and bought one of those $15 beers. And I was back in my seat, and songs playing, and my wife taps me, and Alec and Maggie are holding hands and swaying together, and she was like, why aren't you holding my hand? And so my $15 beer got put down. They had a great relationship. I mean, that's just one of many. Football games, they would put out a tailgate spread. They would welcome the kids, family, friends. It was just a wonderful.
And did they do a lot of family things together with Paul and Buster and Paul and Buster's friends?
Yes, they did. You know, I knew of trips that they would take, family trips. You know, vacations. They had a house at Edisto that y'all have heard about, and they would have, you know, they'd always have friends come over, particularly the boys' friends.
There's been some discussion during this case during this trial about Paul leaving guns and stuff around. Did you ever experience that?
I did.
And tell the jury a little bit about your experience.
Well, you know, I've heard the testimony about it, and it's accurate. I mean, I could tell you all 100 stories of him leaving things, but he was notorious. He would come stay with us at our house. He would leave. Liz would have all of his clothes washed, and you know, he just left and didn't care about where his clothes were. In fact, Paul came duck hunting with me one time, and at Greenfield. And I smile fondly on this when I, you know, think back on all this. So we had a great duck hunt. I think there were 3 of us in the blind. Great duck hunt. We picked up all the birds, decoys, and we left, and we go back up and have a nice breakfast. You know, doing all the post hunt, all the fun things that you do. Well, I went back hunting. I don't know. It was probably a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks later, and his hunting gear is still in the blind. I mean, I had to smile when I saw it. I was like, that's Paul.
Right. I want to ask you a little bit about riding property. I mean, you ride your property.
Yeah, the reason why they keep talking about Paul being like, oh, he left his guns, his clothes, his stuff everywhere is because the gun that they think Alec could have done it with was Paul's gun, and that gun is missing. And Alex said that it was stolen during, Christmas? But then Will Loving said, no, I saw it a couple months later during turkey season, which for some reason, I don't know, turkey season was in, in March or something.
Down at Greenfield?
So that's why he's talking about this gun.
And have you
riding in
what, like checking on the property? Do you?
Oh, you mean like just riding around, joyriding, or checking feeders, or?
Right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And do you always carry a gun when you're doing that?
I don't.
And have you ridden property like at your dad's place with your dad and maybe Alec or others? I mean, is that a frequent occurrence?
I would say almost never when I rode the property with my dad.
Almost never carry a gun.
Almost never would we carry a gun. We would just joyride. Now, if it were late in the afternoon and we were considering maybe getting in a deer stand, at the last minute, possibly. But typically, with my dad and us, we didn't carry a gun then.
Right.
Yeah, there are kids that don't get spanked and they still turn out fine.
Speaking of your dad, what was you recall?
If anything, I don't.
What was going on with his health the weekend? The Saturday, Sunday before June the 7th. So I guess would start. Friday would be the 4th. Saturday would be the 5th. Sunday would be the 6th.
Right. So he was actually in the hospital, I believe, in Columbia that weekend. And I think he got out of the hospital on Sunday.
Okay, and did you pick him up? Your brother picked him up? You know who picked him up?
I did not. I didn't. I may have been out of town. I can't recall. I've heard the testimony about it. I did not pick him up.
Did you end up taking your father to the doctor on that Monday, June the 7th?
I did.
And where did you take him?
I took him to Savannah.
And
to his what I would call his normal doctor.
Okay.
I think Columbia was maybe he had to go up there for some different things or another. I'm not sure.
And was he having some breathing issues on
he was having
Monday?
major breathing issues.
And when you went to the doctor on Monday, June the 7th, was there a decision made to admit him to the hospital?
It was. So when I took him, we were only going to a doctor's appointment. We were not going to the hospital. It was just me taking him to a doctor's appointment to try to find out what the breathing
I didn't get the envy vibe.
were, maybe some type of a treatment or medication or something to help him. While we were there, not as soon as the doctor saw him, but when the doctor saw him and went through some things, he immediately told both of us that he had to be in the hospital, that he was not getting the oxygen that he needed.
And when was he admitted on that Monday?
He was.
And what was, as you understood it, the prognosis when he was put back in the hospital on Monday the 7th?
Oh, which point,
Monday
Crystal?
the 7th. Yes. So my understanding was the doctor that we were seeing, or that he was seeing, had some really strong beliefs that the cancer that he had was not causing the breathing obstructions, that it very likely could be pneumonia. And he told us, he said, if it's the cancer, that's the worst, but if it's pneumonia like I think it is, I think we've got some treatment options.
So what was there hope on June the 7th?
Absolutely. When he told me that, first of all, when he said he had to go in the hospital, it scared me. Obviously it scares you when a doctor tells you immediately have to check in. But yes, him explaining that he was optimistic that it was going to be pneumonia and that there would be a breathing treatment to help it, I felt
Crystal.
pretty good.
Now, in evidence, and I'm not going to read it again, but did you and your brother send out text messages to family members giving them an update?
We did.
And that was on the 7th?
That was on the 7th.
And in the update, did you explain the doctor believed it was pneumonia?
Yes, I gave a basic summary of what I was told by the doctor, what I believed it to be. I think Randy and I had a few minutes to talk, and he typed up another email just to make sure that everybody was in the loop.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, not an email, a text message.
Text message.
I'm sorry.
Okay. And did the diagnosis and the prognosis subsequently change on your dad?
It did. It did.
When was that?
Well, so on Tuesday afternoon, we're back out at we're back at Moselle, and you know, we still hadn't heard much. I mean, all this other stuff going on. It just, as you can imagine, it's so much going on. Randy called me and told me they had done everything that they could do, and that he would be coming home in an ambulance under hospice care.
But he has been proven guilty.
And did he die on June the 10th?
He died, I think, 2 days later.
There's... Take your time.
That's all right.
Yeah, I mean, I could believe the drug addiction, but not the $50,000 a week just for pills, personal use. Dude, he was hustling on the side or something.
Taking your dad to the...
Because you guys got to remember that, like, remember when they went through, they were like, as each year passed by, he was making less and less money from the law firm, and he was stealing more and more. So it's also possible that he was also hustling, you know, maybe smuggling drugs or something as a side business. I don't know. Like, $50,000 a week for pills, personal use. That is fucking absurd. He didn't get no bulk discount.
Checking in the hospital, there's some vehicles being switched around a little bit, and we get to, you know, that. But can you explain to the jury how all that transportation went to get to your?
Oh yeah, John Marvin's been crying throughout the trial.
You're talking about on that Monday for me to get him?
On June, June the 7th.
It's a little bit complicated, but I'll do my best to explain it. So, Randy, on Monday morning, Dad had been in the hospital Sunday, got out Sunday, knew that he needed to be seen by his regular doctor, but did not have an appointment. And so Randy was doing everything he could to get him in as early as he could on that Monday, and just asked me, he says, if I get the appointment, can you take him? And I said, absolutely, I'd be delighted to. A little while later, an hour or two, I don't know, it was still that morning, Randy calls me and says, okay, they have an opening for him, but he has to get there right away. So Hampton is, an hour and a half from Savannah, I don't know, hour and a half. He said, you don't have time to drive to Hampton to get him. I will meet you in Ridgeland about halfway, which is not far from my house. And then you just take him and I'll go back. He had some time-sensitive things to work on. So we met at Palmetto Co-op in Ridgeland. I got in my mom's car with my dad. Randy got in my truck and drove it back to Alameda, where Randy had come to pick up my dad. So Randy's truck's back at Mom and Dad's house. So I drive Dad to Savannah in my mom's car, go through what we just talked about, the doctor's appointment, getting checked in. And back then COVID was still going on, and there were several restrictions. They wouldn't let me go back with my dad at that time. So I was going to be driving home, and now I'm stuck in my mom's car. So I knew Paul was working, and I guess it was around 5 or so, and that's when we closed. I called Paul and said, Paul, listen, I need you to, if you would, drive my mom's car back to Alameda, pick up my truck and bring it to work the next morning. And then just leave he was driving like a farm truck that day. I said, leave it and I'll drive it and we'll just swap back the next morning. And so that's how our cars got swapped.
All right, so when you got back on the evening of the 7th, did you see Paul?
I did.
And where did you see him?
At my house.
And he got into your mom's
into my mom's car
and drove to Alameda.
And drove it to Alameda, and then got in my truck and drove it to Moselle.
Okay.
He drove an hour to go back to Moselle.
The farm truck was at your house. Do you remember where Paul's truck was?
Paul's normal truck was in the shop being worked on.
Was that Jimmy Butler's?
It was a shop in Varnville, Jimmy Butler's, yes, sir.
Now, when you last saw Paul, was he just as normal as you see him every day, or was?
Oh, absolutely. He was playing with my kids in the yard, waiting on me to get there. In fact, that particular day, he was pretty dirty. So whatever he had been doing back at work had him pretty dirty. But he was playing with the kids in the yard, being Paul.
Is that the last time you saw him?
That is the last time I saw him.
It's hard to believe the
When
50K a
did you,
week for
learn
personal
that-
pill use.
and
That's
how
why
did
people are
you
like, oh,
learn
maybe
that
was
Maggie
he
and Paul
smuggling or
were murdered
dealing?
on the 9th of June the 7th?
Well, Alec called me, and Liz and I, we have 3 young kids, younger kids. I mean, our youngest is 8 now, so it would have been 6 at the time, and so we don't have a lot of free time to ourselves. But that night we were watching television,
Well, let me back up. Had Alec called you earlier in the night when he was on his way to
Oh, yes, sir.
his mom's?
Yes, sir.
And that we got phone records of that. What do you recall of that conversation?
He called, just checking on me, just said, I saw the news about Dad, things look good, It was a brief conversation, and I hate to say it, but I kind of said, listen, man, Liz and I finally have a few minutes. Can we talk tomorrow? We're watching a movie.
And what was his demeanor when you spoke with him on the evening of the 7th?
Same as always, just normal.
And then later on that night, you got another phone call from him?
And I got when you asked the question, how did I learn? Yes, Alec called me and just absolutely hysterical. As soon as I heard his voice, I knew something bad was going on. Didn't know what. I'm in my pajamas. He said, something bad has really happened. I don't know what his exact words, but I think he said, Maggie and Paul have been hurt really badly. Please get here as fast as you can. And, I drop what I'm doing and I go get dressed and I'm hurrying. I'm, just so many things are going through your mind. You don't know what to do. So,
wait,
I drop what I'm doing. Please get here as fast as you can. And, I hurt really badly.
Doesn't make sense.
I think he said Maggie and Paul have been hurt really badly.
Maggie and Paul have been hurt really badly? Dude, if like 2 people that were close to me that were murdered, you wouldn't be saying hurt really badly, especially if you saw like their brains and stuff. You'd be like, they were murdered. Someone murdered them. We need to find the killer. What the fuck, man?
Please get here as fast as you can. And, I drop what I'm doing and I go get dressed and I'm hurrying.
I mean, he did say that on the 911 call. They hurt bad. They hurt really bad, I think.
Just so many things are going through your mind. You don't know what to do. So
right? Did he say that on the 911
call? I get dressed and I run outside and realize I don't have a car. Paul's car's out there and it is a hunk of junk.
It's a really weird thing to say.
I mean,
this was the farm truck.
This was the farm truck, and so I knew I couldn't take my wife's car because she was taking the kids to school. And at this point, I knew something bad. I just didn't know how bad it was.
And so, did you then get in the farm truck and head to Moselle?
I did.
And what happened along the way?
Well, so along the way, I'd spoken to Randy. He asked me to try to get in touch with a close family friend and one of their law partners, Danny Henderson. I was just constantly trying to call him. I'm driving fast. I'm trying to get to Moselle. And, once I got Danny and told him that he needed to get up there, I had just a few minutes to myself, and I was crying. And somebody called me shortly after that. I don't know who it was. I can't remember, but I remember it was either Alec or Randy, I believe, and they said the sheets were being pulled over them.
Did the farm truck break down?
It did.
How'd you end up getting to Moselle?
Well, so let me back up and tell you. So the route that from my house down in Oakadee, Beaufort, takes me to Coosawhatchee, and I get on 95 to go to Yemassee and getting off and coming up that way. Well, another close family friend, his name is Greg Alexander. He is the chief of police in Yemassee. I reach out to him and I just say, Greg, I gave him said something bad had happened. Or again, I don't know when I was told about the sheets, but I told him, I said, listen, something bad's happened. We got to get up there. When I get to Yemassee, can you please help make sure I get to Moselle? Because this truck's sputtering, and I knew it wasn't good. And he met me at Yemassee, and he fell in behind me, and we started driving until he finally passed me in Varnville. And well, go ahead.
And Did he end up driving you the rest of the way?
Well, he did. So he passed me shortly before Varnville. He took a right on 63, and he was a little ways ahead of me when the truck quit on me. I called him and said, Greg, I said, come back and get me. The truck has broken down. And, of course, he picked me up and took me straight on to Moselle.
Were there?
Yeah, like how he worded and said that they were hurt badly. That if it was just that it's like an isolated situation on its own, then you'd just be like, oh, that's kind of weird. Maybe he's in shock, right? But the reason why we're saying that, like, oh, well, he's probably saying that to lessen his, like what Octavia's saying, lessen his guilt a little bit, is because we have context from all the other evidence that points to him doing it.
Are there any guns in the farm truck that Paul had left when you got in it?
Because anything we were saying now is within the context of all the evidence that's coming in.
As y'all can imagine, I was frantic.
Not just isolated situations on its own.
Did you ever see any guns in it?
Wait, sorry, talking about guns right now?
Farm truck that Paul had left when you got in it?
I have no idea. It was dark when I got in it. As y'all can imagine, I was frantic. I jumped in it and I took off.
Did you ever see any guns in it?
That night, never. I mean, I didn't look. I mean, it just, I wasn't looking in the back seat. I wasn't worried about anything except getting to Moselle.
Okay.
Yeah, where's Paul's gun?
Do you remember about the time you got to Moselle? What time was it, roughly? Or better yet, who was there when you got there?
Well, there were. I mean, well before I got to Moselle, or we got to Moselle, you could
Hey, man, just like how Whitney was covering it for Amber Heard, man.
see the lights flashing. It was just, there were tons of people. Mostly what I would describe is first responders of some sort.
And when you pulled up, where did you go?
So we came in the main gate and came around, and they had created a small crime scene. And when we pulled up, I saw Alec, and I think before Greg even stopped the car, I jumped out and ran to him.
And what was his condition, Alex?
Oh, he was just broken. I mean, distraught. I mean, everybody was. There were a few other people there, but he just.
I wouldn't
all we did
either.
is hugged
Fuck
and
that.
cried. I mean, we didn't. I don't even know that we talked.
Like, if you knew for sure they did it, fuck that. I'm a snitch on you.
How long did you stay down adjacent to the crime scene? Do you recall?
Quite some time. I have to assume that I probably was there at the 11 o'clock-ish. I don't know what time I got there, but I don't think we went back up to the house, until well after midnight, maybe 2, 3.
And when you went to the house, do you recall if any SLED agents came up there?
Well, I did not see any. I heard some testimony. Some came and got some clothes, but I did not see any SLED agents.
Definitely happens, Lewis.
The last officer that I remember
How
seeing
it
that
happens.
night, or
Sometimes people
officers
do.
were the ones that told us that we needed to leave that
Sometimes
area.
friends cover for each
that
other.
They were going to be doing stuff with the bodies, and that we needed to go to the house.
Right. When you went into the house, were there other people in there when you got in?
There were. Most people that I knew, some of Alec's partners, Randy's partners, family members, Lynn.
Was there food out or had food? What was it? Had anything?
Well, I didn't see any food, but I saw pots and pans,
Could
and
be denial
I
too,
saw
right?
folks that were cleaning up. They were removing pots and pans, but I never opened it and looked in it, so I presumed that it was food. They cleaned dishes. They put the pots and pans away or in the refrigerator.
Was a TV on in the house? Do you remember?
Why don't you want it to be Alex?
Based on what I know, I would say it is, but I can't tell you 100% that it was on. But I'd be willing to bet it was.
What do you mean when you say based on what you know?
Well, I don't think I'd ever been in that house without the TV being on if Alec and Maggie were there.
After did you ultimately go to Alameda that evening with Alec, Buster,
That too,
and
Trace.
his girlfriend Brooklyn?
Totally believe that as well.
We did.
Do you remember what Alec was wearing when he went to Alameda?
Not precise. I mean, I can't, he was wearing shorts and a T-shirt. I can't tell you details, but it was shorts and a T-shirt, you know, like relaxed shorts.
Wasn't a blue
Do you know
shirt?
whether he
Wasn't
had
no
a shower or
Sperry's?
not?
It appeared he had. I mean, his hair was not. I didn't see him in the shower, but I can tell you, I think he had a shower.
I understand.
Wait, wouldn't that story just match up with him taking a shower after the murders? Because I don't think Alex says he took a shower after the murders had taken place. And then he went to Alameda. And I remember the detectives on the scene that showed up, they were like, yeah, we show up on the scene and it looked like this guy just took a shower. Like he looked all fresh. Whoops. Did you fuck up, John Marvin?
Let's move forward to the morning of the June 8th. I guess, did you get any sleep the night of June the 7th?
Very little. I don't know that I fell asleep. I've certainly laid in the bed. It just, as you can imagine, just the thoughts and things. I don't know if I slept. When I got up and started moving the next day, I certainly didn't feel like I'd slept.
What did you do the next day when you got up?
You talking about precisely or generally?
Just generally.
I got up and...
Wait, did they not collect his clothes for evidence that day? Did they come back the next day to collect it?
Alec was up. I don't think Buster and Buckland were. I told Alec that I was going over to Greenfield, my farm that I told you all about, is 2 or 3 miles away, so it's very close. And I have all, plenty of clothes over there. So I told him I was going over there to shower and put on fresh clothes, and that I would meet him at Moselle.
And did you go to Moselle?
I did, after I left Greenfield. Yes, sir.
And do you remember who was there when you got to Moselle?
I was the first one there.
See you, Richter.
Well, what'd you do?
I just went and stayed there until I knew Buster, Brooklyn, and Alec were coming. I suspected that other family members and partners, I knew others were coming, so I just kind of sat there just, and just in disbelief still. It's just, moments of just...
Was the door to the house unlocked? Do you remember?
That's a good question. I thought about that. I don't remember.
Right.
It either was unlocked or I had the code, because there's a keypad on a side door, but I can't tell you which door I went in. I don't know.
Did you eventually go down to the kennels?
I did. Once everyone got there, there was a fair amount of activity in the house with family and law partners, Alec's law partners, Randy's law partners. I just felt like I needed to go down. I needed to see for myself what had gone on and just kind of take it in. I mean, just maybe for some type of understanding.
How long did you stay down there at the kennels?
Why would you go down there and mess with the evidence?
I can't. I don't know. But I will say this: before I went, I was unsure whether I was allowed to go, because I knew it was a crime scene,
Okay.
and so I reached out to a friend of mine in law enforcement. And
people think he was trying to have a pity
and
party.
said, "Listen,
Joe.
I don't know who's handling the crime scene. I don't know whatever." He said, "Well, I'll find out and make sure that it's clear for you to go." And he said, "Don't go until I tell you." And he called me back a few minutes later and said he had spoken to I believe it was Captain Ryan Neal, and had given the okay that everything was released and it was okay to go there.
And was it cleaned up?
No, Jim, it was not cleaned up.
Were there skull fragments?
Yeah, so excuse me, this is going to be really difficult. So I could easily see where Maggie had been. I saw the night before where the sheets were, and somebody had told me that who was who, and so I could see where Maggie had been, and it was grass, and they had covered it up with dirt, so there really was nothing to see where Maggie was. I walked over to the feed room, and y'all have heard the descriptions. Y'all saw it. I've never seen pictures, and I've told them before coming to this court that I was not going to see pictures. But y'all can imagine what I experienced. It had not been cleaned up. I saw blood. I saw brains. I saw pieces of skull. And when I say brains, it could just be tissue. I don't know what I was seeing. It was terrible. And for some reason, I thought it was something that I needed to do for Paul to clean it up. I felt like it was the right thing to do. I felt like I owed him, and I started cleaning. And I can promise you, no mother or father or aunt or uncle should ever have to see and do what I did that day. I don't know, I'm not blaming anybody, but it's just, I was just overwhelmed. I did everything I could, and I would have moments where I would stop crying for a moment, and just in disbelief. At one point, I called my brother Randy, and told him what I was doing, trying to describe what I was doing, and he immediately.
Yeah, they released the crime scenes, so he was allowed to go down there and clean it up. But I didn't know they released crime scenes that quick. I would think they would want to come back during the daytime and see if they missed anything. That's crazy. I mean, that could be the way police do things. I have no fucking idea, but yeah, I thought it'd be locked for a long time.
Immediately told me to stop doing it. It was not good for me. It was not healthy for me to be there.
Yeah, you can hire someone to clean it up.
And I couldn't stop. I had to do it for Paul. That's just what I had to do. And I don't know, it's probably 15, 20 minutes later. Mark Ball shows up. Y'all heard Mark Ball testify. And he came and hugged me and told me it was okay to leave. Okay to leave what was left of Paul. They would clean it up. It's the hardest thing I've ever been through in my life.
Yes, sir. What'd you do next?
Mark basically got me. I'm sure I was just a basket case, but he got me back to the house and, got me back around family and, just got back to, the support of others that were there. And there were a lot of people at the house at that point.
Do you remember when you got back to the house, at some point in time, people raising questions or bringing up the fact that Maggie's phone had not been located?
He seems genuine, but I don't know. I don't know, Joe.
Particularly
I don't know too much
the
about
lawyers, they were all, being lawyers, they were, questioning things amongst themselves and, how could this happen, trying to figure things out. But it was brought to my attention that Maggie's phone was not there and that law enforcement had not found it. And I can't say that, in fact, I can probably say that I didn't think of it because I'm not a big phone user or a big app user or whatnot. But somebody brought to my attention and says, listen, if Buster or Alec, if they have an app on their phone, like Find My Phone or Find My Friends or an app like that, they said you very likely can find out where the phone is if the battery's not dead. And so I went to Buster and sure enough, I said, Buster, do you have this one of these apps like they're talking about? And he said, yeah, sure I do. I said, well, open it up. He opened it up and he handed me the phone, and I see Maggie's name, and I press it where to activate it, and it pings Maggie's phone just out front of the property. And I was like, I hate to say it, but I said, holy shit, there it is. And I said, Buster, I'm taking your phone. I'm gonna go back down to the shed and show it to law enforcement.
And who did you approach first about the phone?
Well, I don't know who it was. Presumably it was SLED agents, because keep in mind, I didn't know any of these guys with SLED. I mean, there were a couple of faces that I'd seen before, but I don't know these guys. I've come to know them, but I don't know them or didn't know them then. So I went up to a sled agent or two sled agents and said, presumably sled agents, and said, hey, I've got Buster's phone here, and it's got an app on it that can find the phone, and it's showing Maggie's phone's right out here. Let's go get it. And he said, no need. We have technology coming later today that we should be able to find it. And it blew me away that I'm sitting here showing them where Maggie's phone is, but they won't take the time to walk with me or take this phone itself. I mean, I'd give them the phone to go find it. So I walk over. I knew Duffy Stone. He was the solicitor. I knew one of his investigators. I walked over to them, said the exact same thing, and they immediately said, absolutely, let's go find this thing before the battery goes dead.
And what happened?
That we did that.
Maybe the other guy was about to go on
we
lunch
started
break.
walking down the back entrance, or the kennel entrance, if you will. And as we were, and at that time, the agent was holding the phone. I'm looking at it with him. And when it pings, it creates a dot or location. And that dot jumped from right at the end of that road down the road, I don't know, maybe a half a mile, 3/4 of a mile. And so we walked back, got into a car, and drove down to where it was showing the phone.
And was the phone?
And I rode with those agents.
Yeah, people just think that this brother is just sus because there were, I don't know, there were rumors or somebody said that apparently when Stephen Smith, the kid that was found near the Moselle, I think Moselle property, was found on the side of the road, and law enforcement ruled it as a hit and run. However, he had head trauma. I think like all over, like blunt force head trauma. And so that wouldn't be consistent with like maybe someone hitting him with a car, but maybe like consistent with someone hitting him with a bat or something like that. Apparently, this brother, John Marvin, like appeared at the crime scene and like went up to the family, said like he'd be happy to represent them for free, which I don't know if that could mean anything, but it was like that was one thing that was kind of weird that people thought, if it's true. The second thing was for the boating incident where Paul was involved in the drunk boating thing where Mallory Beach died. It was like one of his friends, and she like was ejected out of the boat because he crashed into like into the bridge or whatever. Apparently, this brother showed up at the crime scene and was trying to get the boat towed away or something, like ASAP. Which people thought it was kind of weird because they're like, wait, why is he towing the boat away when this is a crime scene and the cops need to investigate it? So I don't know. I mean, there's just some weird stories floating out there, like just that people are just keeping in mind. May or not be true, but yeah.
The solicitor's office agents.
But the thing that we have heard from the documentary was that Paul, when the night of the boating incident happened, Paul called his dad and his granddad. And the granddad and Alec Murdaugh showed up at the hospital, and the other victims were saying that, like, oh, it seems like they were trying to control what we say to law enforcement, that we don't out Paul Murdaugh as the person that caused the accident that was driving while drunk and stuff like that. So that also kind of leaves a bad taste into people's mouth as well, because it's like, oh, but this could just be like a really rich family that does no matter what it takes to cover up for each other, to cover their tracks, and they don't care about other people or their victims. So, I don't know. These are just things that, like, kind of just, like, is floating in my mind. I'm not really sure if it's all true or not, but it's just floating out there. That's all.
Was the phone ultimately located on the side of the road?
Absolutely. We found it in a matter of minutes.
Okay. Do you remember how it was collected? I mean, were you
The other
present
brother's a
when it was
lawyer,
collected?
Randy.
I was.
I think Randy is the one that I believe works with Alec Murdaugh, but that's kind of interesting too, because Creighton Waters, the prosecutor, brought up how Alec Murdaugh stole Randy's check twice, apparently. Like, he took Randy's check, and instead of saying, hey, this is not my check, he like cashes it out, and then months later he was like, oh, I lost that check, can I get another one? And then he ends up stealing the money twice. And so they said it was Randy's money. So I was like, wait, did he steal from his brother too? What?
So I was on there's a cow pasture on one side and it's wooded on the other side. And I was on the side, the cow pasture zone, if you will. And I heard him.
Well, in this scenario, it could be the protecting each other, right? You protect each other as a family unit. But, it's possible that Alec Murdaugh went rogue and decided to kill his entire family because, of other shit that he was of the pressure of like the son being sued. Son has to go to court. There are rumors about possibly maybe Maggie was like starting to catch up on like, his like financial fraud stuff. They found her wedding ring and like underneath her car seat. So yeah, you could still want to protect your family legacy and stuff. But I mean, at the same time, him wanting to kill Paul and Maggie, a lot of people think it's a result of, like I said, like with Paul, people saw him as like he could have been a liability because of the boating incident. And then Maggie, she was looking to his finances. And then he also probably wanted to throw a pity party, have people pity him if his two close family members were murdered. And then he kept Buster alive because obviously Buster needs to continue his family line, right?
Say, I got it. And so, of course, I walked back beside his car and I'm good ways from it, but I see him over there. And I think he took either some ribbon or some flagging or flagging tape and marked the phone. And I don't think he touched it. I think he left it right where it was, called SLED, and maybe at that time, maybe they had been communicating, but SLED had blocked off the road at this point, and one of the agents came up and picked the phone up. And I don't know which agent.
Yeah, and the family, they were trying to frame the cousin. They were like saying, oh, Paul didn't, he wasn't the one that was controlling the boat. It was actually Connor Cook. But then at the same time, they were going up to, all the friends said it was Paul that was driving the boat, right? And so Alec Murdaugh and the grandfather, they went up, they like called up Connor Cook's family. They were like, oh, by the way, like, your son was involved in a horrible accident. And by the way, he was also the driver. And if you want, we'll take care of you. Don't worry. We're going to take care of you. We're going to represent you and stuff. And then meanwhile, Connor Cook was like, dude, I wasn't driving it. Paul was. And all the friends were saying the same thing. So it's pretty crazy. But yeah, that's if you believe what the doc is saying is real.
Again, I didn't know him.
Did
let's listen to him.
Any law enforcement officer ask you if you knew the password?
Yes. So once they, and I'll say this. So they did take pictures of it while it was on the ground. Before they touched it, they picked it up. I think they had gloves on. They picked it up, brought it back to the trunk of the car, and opened it up in power zone. And they then asked, what's the password? And of course, I didn't know it.
Did you find out the password?
I did. I called Alec, and he gave me the password. I repeated it to the agent. They put the password in and said, "It's open."
So Alec provided you the password that you passed to the agents, and it opened the phone? Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. That's correct.
Maggie, I don't know. I think she came from like a family that was pretty well off. The Moselle property was under her name.
John Marvin, were you aware of a news release that was issued that morning, Tuesday, June 8th, that the public had no need to be alarmed or concerned for their safety?
Yes, sir.
Well, what was your reaction to that?
Yeah, why would they put out that statement?
It's quite baffling. It still is. 2 people have been killed, and they're telling me that everybody's safe. That tells me that whoever's done this is in jail, and they are 100% positive. Because if they're not in jail, nobody's safe.
Isn't it even weirder, though, that your brother was even scared for his life? Your brother to even get, like, protection for himself or Buster? I don't know, John Marvin. What's your answer to that?
Back to the residence at Moselle, after finding the phone, did you go back up to the house?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did SLED agents come through and search it while you were present?
They did. I don't know how long I'd been back up there, but
let me try to stop. Sorry.
They came and we kind of talked in the playroom, or I think some have described it as the gun room. Yeah, they talked about that they needed to come in the house and search for things.
And did you escort I think it was Agent McAllister throughout the house?
Yes, it was Katie McAllister.
And did she tell you what she was looking for?
Initially, she says, well, the way she presented it was, there were so many people in the house. She said, listen, I don't want to just go barging in and make everybody run out of the house, but I'm going to take my badge off, my gun off, and if you would, just walk me through each room. And, particularly I'm looking for 12-gauge shotgun, guns, and 300 blackout, and the ammunition for those calibers.
And as
No
you're
death
walking
penalty.
through the house with her, it appeared she was
Life sentence.
looking for other things besides just guns.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could tell she's looking, because she looked in spaces that guns wouldn't fit, so it makes sense that she could be looking for something else.
Such as what?
Well, I don't know.
Well, I understand, but you said spaces. Did she look in the
Well, I mean,
bathrooms
like I opened up she
looked in the freezer?
Area, there's some cabinets that,
She looked in the
couple of them are
drawer
pretty
where the
small
soups
that,
were, or the spoons were.
she could find ammunition in there, but I don't know how you would get a gun in there.
Did she search bathrooms?
She did. Well,
I think he's facing like
took her through
900
every
years if
room in the house.
convicted.
I mean, every single room.
Did you observe her looking in sinks and toilets and?
So yes, sir. What I observed is like the shower, for example. It's a door. It's not an open shower.
Oh yeah, I wanted to watch that with you guys. Do you have that YouTube video, Joe?
She opened the door and she looked around and. She was looking at. She easily would have known there was no gun in it when she opened it, but it was obvious that she was looking a little deeper.
Right. What kind of guns were there at Moselle?
Well, it sounds like the guns of all kinds. Rifles, shotguns. I've seen bow and arrows. I've seen crossbows. Most anything that you would hunt with.
Right. And were guns mostly in the gun room, to your knowledge, when you were over there?
Well, when I went through the house, we identified, I remember one gun in particular that was in the bedroom, a shotgun. I picked it up and said, you need to take this one. And we looked at it, and it was a 20 gauge. And she said, no, put that one back. So I put it back. So predominantly all the guns were in the gun room or playroom.
Right. I sort of an aside, briefly. Do you hunt with Alec over the years?
I have.
And did he have a go-to gun, to your knowledge, that he would use?
Not to my knowledge.
In 2021, after the state of Carolina reached 10 years without an execution because the Department of Corrections' inability to obtain lethal injection drugs, I heard they're apparently really hard to get, the state legislature passed a bill to allow execution by electric chair or firing squad. What? Making the electric chair the default method? Oh my God, that sounds so painful. That's not like an instant death thing, is it? Maybe in the TV shows and stuff like that, they make it look so painful. Oh my God, that sounds horrible.
When's the last time you ever seen him hunt with
I'd rather get firing squad.
I'd say that when he bird hunt, he's either shooting a 20 gauge or a 28. There was a time, and please don't ask me when, but I would say it was a few years prior to this that we were turkey hunting on another piece of property down on the Savannah River, and I know he was hunting with a 12 gauge then, but I don't know whether it was his gun or somebody else's.
Did that gun have a sticker on it? Do you remember?
It did. And
you remember what the sticker said?
No, I don't remember what the sticker said, but I do remember teasing Alec that when you're turkey hunting, you don't want to be seen, and big sticker on the side of your barrel is kind of like waving a white flag to a turkey.
Did you serve as somewhat of a liaison or the point person with SLED and the family initially?
I don't know that I'd call it a liaison or point person, but I absolutely, I'd become to know Agent David Owens, and I absolutely told David, I said, listen, if you need anything from me or anybody, and you can't get in touch
William,
with
they're
them,
talking about this
you reach
case,
out
I
to me.
think.
I will either see to it that they call you
Not the
back,
fraud
I will
one.
see to it that you get the answers that you're looking for, or I will put you in touch with the person you're trying to reach. So I did make myself available.
And did Alec give, to your knowledge, carte blanche to law enforcement to
Are you sure you're not mixing it with Harpootlian? Harpootlian acts like a fucking baby. He like those tantrums and shit.
search anywhere that they wished?
Oh, he did. In fact, before I was going to just do something, you know, I knew that to be the case, but yes, he confirmed it with me. Anything they needed, anytime they needed it.
And you provided consent to search the house the afternoon on the 8th on his behalf, did you not?
I did. And I've consented every time they've ever asked.
We'll get to that. Were you ever asked to provide consent or see if you could obtain consent for any law enforcement to search your mom's house, where Alec had been the night before?
Say that to me one more time.
Did any law enforcement ask you to consent or obtain consent so that law enforcement could search Almeda, and I'm talking about on the 8th, because Alec had just been there the night before? Did anybody ask you, hey, can we go search Almeda?
No one asked anything.
Okay. If asked, would you have obtained consent for law enforcement?
I would have given them consent, and I would have taken them over there just like I did at Alec's house, and I would have helped facilitate the search to show them areas that they may not know about.
I don't know, man. You're just saying that now. If I was...
Law enforcement, SLED agents coming to your Greenfield property on June the 10th?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was that about?
I assume they coordinated it with Alec or Randy. You know what? I'm not sure who they coordinated it with, but yes, my understanding is they were coming to interview me, Randy, Alec, Buster. I think that's it. But they wanted to do interviews with all of us.
Okay. And did everyone congregate there at Greenfield?
Yes, sir. We were at Greenfield. Of course, you know, we're staying there because of all this, and so it keeps me close to Hampton. So, but yes, we all congregated there.
And when the agents arrived, did they come inside and sit down and talk with each other of you, or how did that work?
No, sir. I offered them to come inside. It was, as you can imagine, it was hot. I said, come in and, you know, offered them a drink of water, whatever, just being polite. And they said, no, you know, we would like to go ahead and start our interviews.
And where did the interviews take place?
In their cars.
And were they all done simultaneously?
Yes, sir.
And how many SLED agent cars were out there? Do you remember?
Well, there was one for each person they were interviewing, and I would go ahead and guess that there were probably 2 or 3 more.
Okay. And I heard this audio tape of Alec being interviewed on that June the 10th, where he states something either I did him so bad or they did him so bad.
No, that's not a big deal. No one cares about that.
And you know Alec's voice?
I know his voice very well.
And what is he saying on that tape?
Crystal clear, they did him so bad. I mean,
have you heard him say that before his interview that day?
You know, I think I heard him say it either the night of or the day after, but I've also heard him say it many times after.
Well before this trial started or anything?
Well before any of this, that's right. When he was staying and living with us, or between my brother and us.
Do I think it'd be good for the Alex offense? I don't think it's going to matter whether or not they go to Moselle.
After Maggie and Paul were murdered on that night of June 7th,
I don't think it helps him.
Were you or other family members with Alec for the most part, you know, for that week and the week after that?
You talking about the days following?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I was. I made a conscious effort to be with him. I mean, as devastating as it was for me, it was 1,000 times worse for him. So I knew as a brother I needed to be there for him, and I was. You know, of course I didn't sleep with him, but when we were awake, he was. You know, I may not be standing beside him, but we would be in the room together.
They have to rehearse
needed to go to the gas station. If he wanted dip, I'd ride with him. I just knew that. I just thought that's what I needed to do.
Part of the game.
What was his demeanor that was in the immediate aftermath of these murders?
Oh, Jimmy, that night or days or
that night,
Jim,
the next day, the day after.
Like I just said, he is when You can use words that he was destroyed. I heard somebody say he was broken. You can use any words you want to use to describe, but I can promise you, words don't do it justice. I would have to create a new word to describe how distraught he was.
We saw the interview, man. 3 hours after he found his wife and son, like, destroyed my butt.
It's terrible.
And to carry it forward all through the summer, did he? How was he coping afterwards? Say later June and July and going forward.
You know, it's hard to tell. I thought at times I thought he was doing okay. Other times it would just be sheer grief. I mean, just uncontrollably crying and just, of course it makes me cry. As y'all can tell, I'm a pretty emotional guy, but we would cry together.
Been crying throughout.
And there's no answers. And there's nothing I could say to make it better other than just hug him.
I don't think the state's going to destroy him or anything. There's not really much for them to, I don't know, dispute with him about, I don't believe.
Did he start losing weight?
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely.
Was he eating, sleeping?
He was pretty heavy going into this.
Right.
And he lost a good bit of weight. I don't know how many pounds, but it became very obvious in a fairly short period of time he lost weight.
Right.
Because similar with Buster, there wasn't that too much going on with the cross-examination of Buster.
I apologize, but going back on the evening of June 7th, early morning hours, did folks who were there at Alameda raise questions about perhaps the murder? Maggie and Paul were somehow associated with the
You mean in Moselle?
Yeah, the Moselle. Going back to on the evening of June 7th and June 8th, did folks at Moselle raise issues or associate the potential motive for the murder to be related to the boating accident in some form?
Well, I heard it numerous times that night.
From
I heard it at Moselle, and I actually heard it by, Chief Alexander mentioned it. Once I got over the chaotic part of describing what we were doing, why I needed to get to Moselle, he asked me he's driving in front of me, and he asked me, do you think it's related to the boat accident? Of course, Greg, I don't know. I don't know anything about what's happened.
Were you were aware of the boating accident and Paul's charges?
Yes, sir.
Weren't you aware? And was there a backlash in the community over that?
Well, it was. It was a lot of backlash. I would not say quite as much in the community, but it's on social media and media inflamed rumors is the way I would describe it.
Right.
That it was just totally blown out of proportion. And I don't want to downplay the accident, but what they were saying about the stuff about Paul and Alec, it was just totally inflamed. And you asked about the boating accident. So I told y'all that I called Michael Paul, my friend, to make sure I could go to the crime scene the next morning. Well, Michael Paul is one of my best friends, if not my best friend. I called him that night while we were still down at the crime scene, not because he's in law enforcement, not because of anything, because he's my friend. And I actually told him on the phone, I said, MP is what I said, MP, I don't even know why I called you. I just needed to talk to somebody. And we talked and, cried a little bit after I described. He didn't know what had happened, so I told him, and I cried, and you could tell he was upset. But in that conversation, he asked me also, do you think it could be related to the boating accident?
Objection.
Switching gears a little bit, John Marvin, when talking about visiting at your mom's house, your mom and dad's house, there's where do you routinely park, or where do you park sometimes when going over to your mom and dad's house?
Me, you asking where I park?
You and others, in the family.
Well, there's a couple of places you can park, depending on who's there, whether there's other cars there. You can either park at what's called a carport, and there's a big dirt area beside it. You can park there, walk up to the side door, or you can pull around to the back corner, park there. We all use both spots.
I'm going to pull up and look at it on your screen.
As a matter of fact, I told you it's my mom's birthday. I went there yesterday. I pulled right into the back of the house, but I didn't turn around. I circled the house. Okay. So there's.
So I'm going to pull up states exhibit. If you'll blow up around the house, please. The night of June the 7th. Do you see that the red line there?
Yeah, it's pretty blurry on my screen. I don't know about y'all's.
You want to back it out a little bit, Doug? All right. Is that better?
Well, yes, it's still blurry, but I can see.
Where is that in relation to your mom's house?
You're talking about the, right there where the arrow's pointing?
Yes, sir.
That is at the back corner of the house.
Okay.
That would be exactly where I parked yesterday.
All right. And if you'll pull up, Doug, Exhibit 136.
Same area, that's what I'm talking about.
Is that the same area that we just saw on the last exhibit with the red dots?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Generally speaking, I mean, it's such a wide open area, so when you pull up, you're not like pulling into the exact same spot each time to where you're creating a road or whatnot. It's just a nice grassy area. You pull up, go up to the back door, and you're right there at the back of the house.
And why do you go to the back of the house?
That's when my dad was alive. There's a little breakfast room there with a recliner in it. He was either in that recliner, at the table eating, in the bed, or not at home. I mean, that literally was his.
Right. So Doug, sorry, just skip photograph from a different direction.
Yes, sir.
Now, what's that structure that we see in the background past that big oak tree?
That was my dad's cookhouse, or man cave, as some people would call it. That's
okay.
Yeah.
And how far is that from the house, roughly?
I would guess 60 to 80 yards.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
So, Marvin, I want to go to Labor Day weekend of 2021. Where were you that weekend? Do you remember?
Labor Day weekend 21.
When Alec went to the hospital?
Okay, yeah. Oh, yes. So I'd been out west fishing, and I came in on Saturday night.
Okay. And did you, prior to Labor Day weekend 2021, were you aware as to whether or not Alec had an opioid addiction?
No, sir.
The brother didn't even know
Did
either.
you transport Alec, drive Alec from the hospital in Savannah to a detox facility in Atlanta that weekend, or?
Well, I believe it would have been on that Monday. I was not driving. Randy and I took him. Randy was driving, and I was in the back. But yes, sir, we did take him to a detox facility.
And where was the facility located?
Just outside of Atlanta.
Okay.
Can we get his blood test, please, when he checked into the facility?
Can you describe for the jury Alec's condition, like physical condition in the car?
Yes, sir. So
He could have been faking it.
when I met Randy over in Savannah, he had Alec, and I got in the car, or Randy's truck with him. I'd never seen anything like it. I've seen television shows of talking about the leg twitching and the squirminess, if you will, and that's the first thing. I mean, you could just tell he was sweating. He was thrashing about. I don't know how much detail you want me to go into.
What, did he turn around in the seat of the car, and what was he doing?
Yeah, so maybe halfway there, at one point, he had taken his seatbelt off, and he.
Don't say doors to Jim. I feel like he has PTSD from that. You opened the door, Jim. No, I didn't.
Had his head.
I didn't open the door.
Would be in the seat,
Yes, you
and
did.
is trying to stretch his legs and just kind of steady, just like thrashing them and kicking them. It's just, again, I've seen TV, but I've never seen something like this in real life.
And was he able to control himself?
Hold the door.
No, sir. I said about detail. So he messed himself. He had diarrhea. He just couldn't control it.
And then,
and I say diarrhea. I'm not talking about at a restroom. I'm talking about in the car in his pants.
Okay. And after he spent some time in the facility in Atlanta, did you and your brother go pick him up and take him to another facility in Orlando, Florida?
Hey, man,
Yes, sir,
shit
we did.
happens.
You remember that?
Yes, sir, I did.
On the drive to Orlando, do you remember anything happen that stands out to you?
So that drive, he was much different. He was more subdued. It was not the thrashiness, not the twitching, not the jerkiness, if you will. I don't know the words that you would use for that, but that's what I'm saying. The only thing that really stood out for me is he slept a lot of the time, but he woke up from sleeping, and when he woke up, I mean, he jerked forward, and you could just tell that. I mean, it was sheer terror. He just woke up out of a horrible dream, and I believe it was him dreaming about what he found with Paul and Maggie.
Keep going a little further, Mr. Murdaugh. And were you present?
I was.
Roadside shooting?
Were you informed as to what items were seized during that search?
I was informed of one item that was seized.
And what item was that?
It was described as a coat.
What kind of coat?
Well, they didn't tell me what kind of coat.
Okay. And did they tell you where the coat was found?
Yes, sir. So I would assume that the searching of the house, all that was winding down. So Agent David Owens and I believe Randy was outside near us, but he may have been talking to somebody else. I'm not sure. May have been talking to another agent. I'm not sure. But David Owens, or Agent Owens, came up to me and said, we found a coat back on the property. Do you know anything about it? And I said, well, David, I said, if you found it back on the property, I said, it's a large piece of property, some 400-something acres. I said, my dad rides this Kubota side by side. It's probably his. And I said, and if you show it to me, I can try to identify it. And of course, he said he couldn't show it to him or wouldn't show it to me. I'm not sure what it was.
Were you sometime later asked to view a photo of a blue raincoat?
I was. Well, I was asked to view a raincoat and listen to an audio tape.
Of the kennel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the blue raincoat, were you informed where it was seized from?
Well, I knew where it was seized from because he had already told me. But I was, in this instance, I was told that they wanted us to, when I say us, they asked Randy, Lynn, and I to go view the coat and the tape. At this point, I knew where it had been recovered, but they said, we want you to view a coat that had been recovered out of a closet.
And was that different from what you were led to believe when you...
Oh, absolutely.
Had you ever... Did they ever anybody provide an explanation about why you were giving two different locations where the coat was found?
To this day, no one's told me that.
The photo of the coat that they showed you, had you ever seen that raincoat before?
No, sir.
And was it the blue raincoat that...
Well, it certainly looked similar to the one, I saw a picture. I didn't see the coat itself. But it certainly looked to be similar or the same.
Had you ever seen it before?
No, sir.
Did you recognize what closet it came out of from photos during this trial?
Well, I saw that. And I think I know what closet they're referring to.
Well,
there's only two.
The closet as you go up on the first flight of stairs before you go at the landing, right there. What's kept there?
I don't know. I think even Jody can take down Clothing,
not everyday clothing that's more or less in storage. Junk.
Right.
It's not a club. First of all, my dad wouldn't climb stairs even if he could, but he couldn't.
Right. There's some testimony that there's GSR on that raincoat. Got any idea how there could be GSR on clothing in your dad's closet at Alameda?
Objection. No, I
Sustained.
Did your dad carry guns around with him?
No, not in the sense that you're saying. So he was not like Paul that always had guns with him. He would keep a gun if he went dove hunting, for example, and he went on one dove hunt. That gun may ride with him for 2 months. He just would stay. He just would. Same with golf clubs. If he went back when he would play golf, he just. There's a bunch of junk in his truck.
Like I said, I think the raincoat tarp thing was a doozy.
Gun in the back seat?
During hunting season, I would say that there usually would be.
And did he have...
during hunting season, because he always loved to go on a bird hunt.
And did he have a specific gun that he used frequently?
Oh, he had one gun.
And did that gun have a name?
It did. It was called Bo Whoop.
And did he clean it often?
I've never seen him clean it. He got that gun in 1957 for his high school graduation, and he used it for every game that he chased. But I'm sure it got cleaned somewhere along the way, but I'd never seen him clean it, and I still haven't seen him clean it.
Got it.
I don't know how the thing still works.
Along the way, have you been receiving updates from SLED on their investigation in the Maggie and Paul's murder?
Usually when I call, I would call Agent Owens and ask for updates, and he would try to provide some updates. It almost always seemed like there was stuff that he really, I don't know, and I don't know whether he didn't know or just wasn't at liberty to say at the time. I'm not sure, but yeah, I think he would try to give updates as best as possible.
And you provided information on evidence that they had against your brother.
I have been, yes, sir.
Has
some of it.
And some of the information that you've been provided turned out not to be accurate information.
Yes, sir.
What type of information?
Well, I was told at one point that there was a T-shirt that he was wearing. And can I back up and tell you how we got into this conversation?
Sure.
So I'm having a meeting with SLED.
Yes, sir. Nature of the objection.
Call for your sir.
Statement of an opponent, Your Honor, agent of. It's a statement of a party opponent.
Party opponent.
Agent of the party opponent.
Agent of the party opponent.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have you take a break now. Please do not discuss the case.
Ketchup.
Hear this objection again.
Stays objecting, calls for hearsay.
All right. And your response to the Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just a moment, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Conrad's response to Mr. Griffin.
Your Honor, I think his argument was it's an admission by a party opponent.
Oh, he's doing the cross.
Party opponent. Party opponent.
Right, and the subsection 801D2, I think is what we're referencing, and it talks about admission by a party opponent. It doesn't necessarily talk about.
Ew, Alec, don't put your hand in your mouth, fool.
And I think we're getting into some statements by particular.
Try to get the last piece of meat.
Who've already been on the stand, and I don't think those are admissions to any issue that's of relevance in this case.
Mr. Griffin?
Your Honor, they're directly relevant. The statements relate to evidence that they've told the family they have against Mr. Murdaugh.
Directly relevant?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the objection not based on relevance.
Well, I thought that's what. So, a statement of a party opponent is non-hearsay under the definition of hearsay. Your Honor, I don't have the rule in front of me, but under
The state of South Carolina is a party opponent in this case?
And SLED is the investigative agency. Yes, sir. If otherwise, the rule would not apply in a criminal case. I mean, it has to be.
That's
an
not
investigative
created.
agency. I'm not asking for Collin County statements or it's the.
No, you've gotten those in already. The newspaper statements, Colleton County's call to the newspaper or whatever.
Yes, sir.
What else, Mr.
Sorry, my earring's too tight.
Conrad?
It's hurting.
I'd also object for the relevance as well, Your Honor, because the state has not offered the shirt and evidence, and the defense is attempting to kind of backdoor here, and it simply doesn't go to any issue, anything that's issued in this trial.
He's already testified to the shirt.
Well, to the shirt, but he's trying to get evidence, and maybe we need to proffer it to see exactly what he'd say, but my assumption was that he was going to start talking about a report by Mr. Bevel, which we talked about several times in this case, and I would object to the relevance.
Proffer.
Particularly with Mr. Murdaugh.
So don't proffer. That's a waste of time.
All right. Well, tell me again what you're asking the witness. Or
yes,
proffer it to the witness.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
So, Mr. Murdaugh, what information were you provided by was it a SLED agent that provided you the information?
Yes.
You were asking him about Agent Owens. He's a SLED agent, yes.
And what information were you provided that leading up to this that turns out to be inaccurate?
Right, and is it okay for me to speak for you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So what I was asking, I was saying, I wanted to back up to get to where I was getting this information. So I'd been called to SLED, not headquarters, but their office in Waldemar to view the blue coat and to listen to an audio. After my interview with them, Captain Ryan Neal, I believe we were in his office, is the one that, and I'm going to use my terminology here, but described the white T-shirt covered in blood, even went so far as to describe that Alec took the bottom of it and wiped his face with it, and that's how they knew he was involved. That's how they knew he was there. And I don't know where the question goes after
Can I
that.
ask you a question, or are you trying to dig more out of him?
That's it.
All right, and what's your objection?
I renew my objection to the relevance. Nothing has been put. This jury hasn't heard any evidence of any blood being on this T-shirt, and the state has not offered any reports to suggest as such.
The objection is overruled. It's going to take 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Overruled. All right.
to either hung
Get
or
up
get
and
hung
stretch.
jury or acquit this guy?
Get up and stretch.
Well, all they need is one reasonable doubt just to get one juror to be adamant in their decision that they can't reach a verdict in the sense of whether it's guilty or not guilty, or I just can't reach a verdict as to either one of those. So all they need is just one, but you got to think that the theme from the very beginning is the lack of investigation, the lack of looking at other people, and the focus on the Murdaugh family. That is what the defense has been banking on since opening statements. So with every witness that they've been able to bring forward in their own case now, and also through the cross-examination of in the prosecution's case, I think they've laid enough seeds that it's going to be either a long deliberation and hopefully a verdict, or actually a long deliberation.
I don't know. I say long deliberation because they didn't get to take fucking notes, man. They're gonna long deliberate and they're gonna be like, "Oh, can we look at the testimony again? Can we read this again?" Like, that's a lot to sift through.
And it's just going to be a mistrial, and we're going to be doing this all over again.
No!
Yeah, you know, the thing that I've always thought was odd about this case is first you have the deference that this family is given during the investigation, which may or may not have led to the mistakes or the inefficiency, and then it seems to switch immediately to a confirmation bias investigation where, hey, now we got the guy and we're not looking at anybody else. And it's just an odd flipping of the switch, in my opinion, as to what SLED did when they were investigating this case. Okay, guys, good stuff. Let's take a quick break here. They're on a break in the courtroom. We will join them live when they return. We'll be right back.
Well, I think initially they were being really respectful towards him and his family members. So they're like prominent people, you know. They saw him as the victim. But as soon as they realized this guy had inconsistent stories, there were other witnesses that were like, no, he was at the kennels. I heard his voice on the phone. And then they found the Snapchat video. That's when they switched and they're like, oh, yeah, this guy fucking did it. Because they had no one else. There was no other suspects. So to me, I don't think it's surprising for them to initially be so nice buddy buds with Alex Murdaugh, you know? And then to later be like, oh, yeah, this guy fucking did it. Because like once you find out that like he lied about being there, that's kind of a weird thing. Why would you lie about the night of when your son and your wife was murdered, you know? And these cops probably typically know that, you know, when murders like this happen, it's usually someone that's close to you and your family, friends, stuff like that. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. Oh, Lord. All right, what's my poll right now? My poll was, do you think there were two shooters? 16% said yes, 63% said no, 13% said maybe, and 8% said no idea. See, I only initially entertained the two-shooter method or theory because we didn't have as much evidence coming in. But the more evidence came in, you know, there was no evidence of someone else also being there at the time of the murder, except for Alex Murdaugh. So I'm going to say no two-shooter. I'm going to say one shooter, and that shooter was Mr. Murdaugh. All right, let's go back to new poll. So now that we have the testimonies coming in, what do you guys think so far? Did it change your mind? Do you think he's not guilty? Alex Murdaugh is innocent, guilty, hung jury. All right, new poll. Got it up. They couldn't deny he was sus when they saw that. Had Rowell call them. Rowell just wanted justice for Paul. Law enforcement needs and is supposed to go into the crime scene with the attitude that no one is innocent. Yeah, they were giving him the special treatment, you know. I just thought it was really weird that they, I don't think they collected his clothes until the next day. And then also the fact that they didn't even interview him at the police station. They interviewed him in a car. Is that normal? Is it because the police station is too far away from Moselle? That's why they were like, oh, let's just interview in the car instead. Like, why not bring him down to the station? Why would you lie? No other suspects, no coincidence. Evidence put him at the scene, innocent. If you lie about one thing, you lie about everything. Well, I honestly don't believe that. I think there are people that lie about like different things. Like there are times where you'll tell the truth and there are times that you'll lie. But for him, it's just hard to want to believe him because his new story is just too coincidentally just explains away all the evidence that was against him, right? So it's tough. I do believe there are times that people lie about one thing. They'll definitely tell the truth about other things. But it's just kind of hard to sift through that because there's no integrity there, right? And there's no trust. If he was someone that was testifying, they would throw out his testimony. No, my mind does not change. Guilty, guilty. Everyone is a suspect. Change your mind, guilty. Guilty, but unfortunately, it could be a hung jury. Yeah, all you need is one person on there. You know, one person on there who puts more weight into Alex Murdaugh crying on the stand than the actual evidence.
And welcome back to Law and Crime. Michael
Hello,
Bryant
Law
here.
and Crime.
We are on a break in South Carolina in the case against Alex Murdaugh. Luckily, we have our own Anjanette Levy. She's out there, and I want to find out from her, among other things, how the folks in the courtroom, especially the jury members, are reacting to the brother who's on the stand now, John Marvin Murdaugh.
Oh yeah, what's your guys' thought on the brother?
Anjanette, first, welcome. Glad to have you along here. Glad you're down there checking this out for us. This guy's very friendly. He's happy he's the only brother not to be an attorney. How are they receptive to him and some of the emotional testimony at times?
It has been emotional testimony, and I have to tell you, I'm getting a lot of comments from people on Twitter who are saying, what is wrong with this guy? He's smiling and he's laughing and all of this stuff. I can tell you, I've seen John Marvin in the courtroom, and he's always smiling. When people speak to him, he seems very gracious. He's always smiling. When he, says, hey, how are you doing? People approach him and his siblings. So I think that's just the kind of person he is. I think he's a person that smiles quite a bit, except when he's listening to this horrific testimony. He's been in court every day, as has his sister Lynn and their oldest brother Randy. He's been in court here and there, but not every day. So the jury seems to be engaged with him. They seem to be listening to him. I mean, he's a compelling witness. This is the final defense witness, and he's able to talk about this from a spectator or a bystander's point of view, and his relationship with Paul. And he's able to talk about Alec and Maggie's relationship as far as he knows anything about it. So it's been interesting, and Gigi was telling me that she saw one of the women on the jury appear to get emotional. She said, look, I couldn't see tears. Maybe it's allergies, I don't know, but she saw kind of one of these, so she didn't know if that was wiping away a tear or what. But the jury seems to really be interested in what he's saying.
Yeah, well, you can imagine, no matter what Alex Murdaugh did or didn't do, this is the brother who had a rough week. He lost his niece, he lost his sister-in-law. He's mopping up what remains of his nephew because he feels like somehow that's the right thing to do, that he, he's caring for Paul in the only way he can after Paul is dead. And then, oh, by the way, 3 days later, his dad dies. So, yeah, he's a very...
Keep in mind, Michael, that he said, it seems like he was really close to Paul. Paul would stay with him sometimes, and Paul worked with him. And he talked, worked for him at his company. So he also called him Paul, he said. So it seems like a very close nephew-uncle relationship. And he also talked about Paul out in the yard playing with his young children and getting dirty. That's just who Paul was. So it seems like they were very close.
Yeah, and what he felt he had to do for him was just gut-wrenching. So there's going to be a field trip. Has that been announced to the jury yet? Has that been scheduled? When is that happening?
Well, it's interesting that you ask that, because I was under the impression from everything that happened this morning that the judge was okay with this and that he would arrange it and that the defense wanted it. But then I was kind of hearing some people talk over here. We were chit-chatting with some people who said, yeah, the judge is going to let the sheriff's office know, because think about it. They have to go into Moselle, a 1,700-acre property. They have to clear the property. They have to make sure that it's safe, that people aren't out there. They have to make sure that the jury, the judge, the defense attorneys, maybe even Alex Murdaugh, all of the lawyers for the state, I'm sure members of the media, such as me, will want to go along to observe the process. So there's a lot to be done to arrange that. It's not happening today, I can tell you that. So it's unclear as to when and if that will happen, but I was under the impression from what the judge said this morning that he was going to be arranging that.
Yeah, and it leads me to believe they may want a little mystery surrounding it, just to, to keep the circus from having a head start and camping out around the perimeter. 1,770 acres.
Yeah.
That's a massive property, and I'm assuming they're going to limit any view to the kennels and maybe the distance between the kennel and the house. I think that perspective is super important. I'm just kind of surprised they didn't do it earlier. Okay, so if this John Marvin is in fact the last defense witness, what's happening on rebuttal, if you know?
Well, the prosecutor, the lead prosecutor, Creighton Waters, said this morning that he was thinking maybe 5 witnesses. We know that Dr. Kinsey, who was the crime scene reconstruction expert for the state, has been in court not only last week, but he was there this morning, too. I saw him sitting up there during the testimony of the defense experts when they were talking about how they believed Paul Murdaugh was shot and from which angle and things like that. So we expect that he will at least be called. We don't know who else will be called, but at least 5 witnesses, it sounds like. And who knows how long that will take. Sometimes rebuttal's really quick. You can just bing, bang, boom. You get to your points and you're out of there. But nothing seems quick with this trial.
Yeah. And by nature, they're supposed to be. It's almost like a redirect or recross. You're supposed to be limited to the things that were brought up in the defense case. It is rebutting the defense case. So, as you suggest, we'll see. Things don't happen to always go as they should with this case. But thank you so much.
Sometimes they have a hard time letting go, right?
Okay, I'm back. Hello, guys. Make sure you get up and stretch.
Well, attorneys, you just can't shut us up. That's part of the problem. So, okay, Anjanette, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Get back in there and pick up the end of this testimony.
Did they say anything important? Anything interesting? Let's see. Oh shit. I'm trying to take a video or a picture. Trying to figure out what to eat for dinner. Do we miss anything? No? I think John lives in denial. What? 1 meal a day? What are you eating for your 1 meal? Yeah, I try to force myself to do like 3 meals, if possible 4. But it would either be like 4 full meals or 3 meals and a snack. Oh, chicken soup sounds so good right now. It's been so cold in LA. Yeah, I think we're getting snow in California somewhere. Apparently there was like a lot of snow in Arrowhead or Arrowwood, or is that in California? Okay, that one or this one. All right. Gotta figure out what to eat for dinner. Wait, so I actually am curious though. Hold on, can I redo the poll really quick and I'll make a new one? How many of you guys watched the Netflix documentary? Did you watch Netflix doc? Yes, no. Planning to. Don't plan to. All right, new poll is up. Did you guys watch the Netflix documentary? It was only 3 episodes. It's very short. 3 episodes, I think about roughly an hour each. I haven't seen the HBO one, though. I think the HBO one came out, was it like a couple months ago or something like that? What was the HBO one? It was better? What was that one about? You also do 1 meal a day as well? Maggie left there too until all started crumbling down after the boat crash. Yeah, apparently she didn't want to be in Hampton anymore because people were turning against her and the family. So she went to go live in Edisto. Top sirloin, asparagus, jalapenos. Sounds good. The doc was too short. Real footage. Oh yeah, there was someone mentioned the gun thing, right? I saw that, but I didn't watch it. Was it Marvin? What's his name again? John Marvin Guns. Oh, this one, right?
The Netflix documentary about the Murdaughs. If you've seen it, you've seen me show footage I got of Alec Murdaugh's brother and son carrying guns out of the home immediately following a search warrant that was performed at Moselle, the property that Maggie and Paul were murdered on. The guns used to...
Who took this drone shot? He take it?
Kill them are still currently missing. I got a lot more footage that day than what Netflix showed in.
Oh, he did. He did get the footage. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I heard him say it really quick, but like, how was he able to fly a drone over their property?
Documentary, so I'll be splicing some of that never before seen footage throughout this video. I'm actually filming this a day before the documentary comes out. I'm in my mobile studio right outside of the courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina. Trial's on a lunch break right now, and I wanted to take a few moments to give some expanded thoughts on what I think about that gun footage that was in the Netflix documentary. I actually haven't seen the Netflix documentary, so I don't really quite know exactly how everything's going to be presented and how, like, where it's going to fit in and how it's going to be tied in. So I don't really know, if they're going to make it seem really, really nefarious, or if they're going to kind of portray it in the more like, we really don't know, this is what it is, which is kind of how I wanted it to be presented. I actually didn't know I was getting gun footage when I got it. Another reporter had come over and talked to me about kind of like
oh my God.
what's going on, and I was making my way over to the house. As we started talking, I just kind of stopped the drone and let it hover for a little bit. And it wasn't until later that I actually saw the footage, but when I saw the footage, I wrestled a lot with what to do with it. There was
Jeez. Okay, hold on. I wonder if he's gonna get in trouble for that. All right, court's back in session. We'll come back to that one.
All right, thank you. The objection's overruled.
Overruled, state. Good job, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Murdaugh. When we broke, the question on the table was about a conversation that you had with a SLED agent regarding some matter of evidence. Can you provide your answer, please, sir?
Yes. So, as I was about to say, what led me to this conversation was SLED asked my brother, my sister, and I to come over to identify or attempt to identify a coat and a recording. And we did that. And so I did my interview with them. And then after the interview, we went into
Who is
Captain
he, Eric
Ryan
Allen?
Neal's, I think he's captain, but Agent Ryan Neal's office at the same SLED office. And in that office, or in his office, we were all in there. They made reference to the shirt that they said Alec was wearing. They told us that it was covered in blood. They went so far as to tell me on the police body cam that he takes his shirt and wipes his face, and that's how they knew that Alec was at the scene, that he was the one.
John Marvin, just finishing up, what was Alec's relationship with Maggie and Paul's parents? Grandma and Papa T, as we've heard.
Grandma and Papa T, that's great. They had a great relationship. Alec and Papa T played golf together regularly. I mean, it's just a really good father-in-law, son-in-law relationship, and mother-in-law.
Oh, he just makes documentaries about them. Gotcha.
They would travel together, vacation together with different places.
And have you stayed in contact with them as best you could?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, we communicate.
And just
now,
briefly,
Papa T has taken ill and is homebound now.
I was going to ask you.
He's had a stroke and is basically homebound.
Okay.
And Miss Kennedy stays at home and takes care of him. But they are wonderful people. Let me just go a little bit further. Wonderful people in and of themselves, but their relationship was absolutely great.
Jamar, I want to go back to that morning of June the 8th when you were down at the kennel cleaning up. Do you remember making a promise that morning?
Yeah, what's the age difference between the brothers?
As I've told y'all, that y'all know what I saw, y'all know what I was doing. It was difficult. It was nearly impossible.
You think Alec is old, middle, young?
In my mind and out loud, I told Paul I loved him. I told him, I don't know, I loved him, and I promised him that I'd find out who did this to him. It's just...
That person is right there, John Marvin.
Just don't know what to do.
He's got to look.
It was tough.
And you promised him you would find out who did this to him?
Yes, sir, I did.
Have you found out?
I have not.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have.
You sure?
Good afternoon, Mr. Murdaugh.
Good afternoon.
I think you'd agree with me that no matter which way you cut it, your family suffered a great tragedy, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
And
including the death of my dad and the sickness of my mom. I mean, it's tough.
And I'm sorry you and your family's been through this.
Well, thank you.
All right. And I think you testified a little while ago about the cooperation you and particularly your brother provided SLED. Is that correct?
Did I provide cooperation with SLED?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge,
I have and will continue to.
All right. And to your knowledge, your brother was providing cooperation to SLED as well, correct?
I believe everyone in my family was. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And would you consider that cooperation full cooperation? Not only for yourself, but your brother as well, from what you have observed?
I mean, to me, full cooperation, yeah. I mean, it's wide open. You tell us what you need from me, and I'll provide it. And I told him I would provide it.
And from what you've observed, your brother was providing the same full cooperation as well, correct?
Yeah. So I believe any time that they ask to search something, anytime they ask to do something, they ask for information. It typically came to me, and yes, I would provide it.
Okay, I'm asking about your brother right now. I understand you have. But to your knowledge, did your brother provide full cooperation? Or did he tell you he was providing full cooperation?
Well, he didn't tell me, but it appeared to be obvious that by him giving them access to anything they asked for, that he was.
Okay. So when did you first learn that your brother was down at the kennels just before the murders? 2 days ago with the rest of us?
No. No. So obviously I went for an interview with SLED, the one I told you about, where we talked about the shirt, talked about the blood, all that. That was the reason for me being there, was to hear that audio. And I saw the kennel, and of course at that point I heard his voice, and I knew that was him.
And you confronted him?
You knew that was him when you saw that video, correct?
That's correct.
Or listened to the video.
When I listened to it.
Right. And do you recall the date of that interview when you first listened to that video?
I do not.
All right. Would you disagree with me if I said it was August 12th of 2022?
I have no way to agree or disagree.
Or at least during the month of August of 2022?
Again, I'm sure they have my interview recorded for that date, but...
All right. Before August of 2022, at that interview, when you heard your brother's voice at the kennels, had he ever told you that he was down there just prior to the murders?
No, sir.
Did he ever tell you that afterwards, after you listened to that video?
No, sir. And I'm trying to think if we've been able to have an opportunity to even speak.
Okay. Okay.
Why wouldn't you have an opportunity to speak?
So you agree that if he had not told SLED that was not full cooperation, correct? If he had not told SLED that he was at the kennels just before the murders, he had not actually been fully cooperative.
What's your question?
Would you agree that that is not full cooperation?
By him not telling SLED that he was at the kennel?
Correct.
I would say that yes, he lied.
Okay.
That's Alex's method. Repeat the question out loud and say it out loud again.
Kind of vehicle shell game that we talked about earlier. It's confusing, probably to me most of all. But let's just focus on. So what was Paul's normal daily driver? What vehicle
Here
did
comes
he
the defense
drive
mechanism.
on a daily basis?
On a normal basis, he drove a white F-150 Platinum.
Okay.
And let me confuse you a little bit more, as I drive the identical truck.
Okay. All right. So you testified that Paul's F-150 Platinum was at Jimmy Butler's over the weekend, correct?
It was being worked on at Jimmy Butler's. That's correct.
And then Monday there's a series of car swaps. I don't want to go through them, but at the end of the day, you end up in the F-250 farm truck, correct?
That's correct.
And Paul ends up in your F-150 Platinum.
Ultimately, he does. He drives a mom's car back to Alameda and gets
I know
my
there's
truck.
several swaps.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
I'm just kind of talking at the end of the day. And he drove your F-150 back to Moselle, that night, correct?
To Moselle, yes, sir.
And you testified that you came over later that night after Alex had called you about the murders, correct?
That's correct.
Where was your truck parked when you first got there? And we'll talk about how you got there in a minute, but where was Paul's truck?
Well, so first of all, that night.
Your truck, I'm sorry.
That's right. I know what you're saying. So when I got there, we didn't go anywhere near the house. I went straight to where everything was happening.
Okay.
Mess it all up.
As we went to the house later that night, I saw my truck. So it's probably 4 in the morning, whatever time we were, 3 or 4 in the morning. It was parked in front of the house, normally where you would park cars.
Okay. So just kind of out straight out the front door?
That's correct.
And the keys that Paul had been using, do you recall were they left in the truck or have any recollection of where those keys might have ended up?
Well, they were sitting in the ignition. I mean, same place I always leave them.
Okay.
Because I drove it to Alameda that night.
All right. And meanwhile, you were in that F-250 farm truck, right?
For a short period of time.
And that, refresh my memory, is that white as well, or is that a different?
It's white as well, yes, sir.
And it's broke down on you on the way to Moselle, correct?
That is correct, on Highway 63.
All right. And you left it on the side of the road, correct?
I did.
Okay. And I think, did you call Chief Alexander at that point, or?
Well, we were riding, we were driving separate cars, but together.
Okay.
And so at that point, he had gotten in front of me, and I had to call him to tell him to turn around.
Okay. And he came back and picked you up?
Came back, and I jumped in his car.
You
or
left
truck
the truck
or whatever. It was Suburban.
I'm sorry. I'm trying not to talk over you. My apologies. And you left the F-250 there on the side of the road?
I did.
Okay. All right. And rode with Chief Alexander to the property?
That's correct.
All right. And were you aware that your brother Alex had loaned Chief Alexander money at several points over the past couple of years?
I was not.
All right. And you testified that you learned of your brother's opioid addiction the weekend of Labor Day of 2021. Is that correct?
Well, that's when it started coming out, yes, sir.
Okay. So did you have any idea that he had a opioid or drug problem prior to that?
Prior to that, I did not.
Okay. So from your observations of him on a daily basis, he seemed to be sober at most times or not under the influence of any? Did you ever observe him under the?
Well, keep in mind now, so again, I'm not a lawyer in the firm. I live in Beaufort, so I don't see him daily.
Okay.
But our encounters usually would be during non-working hours.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, yes, I had no reason to think he was on pills.
Okay. All right. He's able to function pretty normally on a daily basis to your observations?
Yes, sir.
Remember, 4 pills an hour at most.
Okay. So
1.5 pills an hour
Let's talk
at
about
the
the morning
least.
of June 8th. You said that you were the first person over to the house at Moselle that morning. Did I understand that
That's
correctly?
correct.
And you're the first person inside the house at that point?
That's correct.
Okay. And so, do you recall when Blanca Simpson got there?
I don't. What I can tell you is I was the last to leave the house and the first to come back in.
Okay. So she would have gotten there some point after you?
Yes, sir.
That morning
And I've heard in testimony that instead of going to Moselle, she went to Alameda.
Mm-hmm. But when she came to Moselle, it would have been after you, correct?
I think the other folks were there as well. Yeah, but well after me.
Well, okay.
40 pills a day, 100 pills a day.
And you testified about being in that, I guess some folks call it the gun room, when SLED came in and started looking at some of those guns in the gun room, correct?
That's correct. Well, I wasn't in the gun room. I was in the main part of the house.
Okay. Did you ever go into the gun room while SLED was in
I
there?
did.
Okay. Because I think there's a video and evidence, and we're not going to go dig it up, but of SLED with body camera footage, and I think you do appear a bit.
I think so. I think probably what best recollection I have is I was in the main part of the house with Alec and family, and someone came and told me they were there and that they wanted to look around.
Okay.
And of course, I went to make sure that they had full access.
When you were in there, do you recall who was in there with you, other than the SLED agents? Because there were several other people, correct?
Well, I don't recall. Without seeing the video, I saw the video. I saw Mark Ball. I saw Lee Cope. I saw the Agent McAllister, but I don't think I would have remembered that.
Okay, but there are several attorneys in there, though, at a minimum, correct?
Friends and attorneys. Friends. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Was Chris Wilson in there at that time?
I don't remember. Okay. I don't have any recollection of him being there.
Okay. All right, and then let's go to June 10th when Sled came over to you. I believe it was
Who do you think the
Greenfield
last
where they
witness is
came?
going to be?
correct.
The other brother?
It was you, Buster, Randy, Alex. I guess that's 4, right? Is that all who were interviewed that day, to your recollection?
Randy, me, Alec, and Buster. That's correct.
Okay. I think you testified that they didn't want to come inside. Is that what you testified to?
Well,
Yeah,
I
it's a
don't think
possibility.
they did not want to come inside because of any particular reason. I just think they wanted to get about their business.
So you don't recall?
I offered for them. I offered to come in, use the restroom, anything of that nature, drink water, anything like that. But they did not.
You don't recall Lieutenant Gint coming in and introduce himself?
Inside the lodge? I do not.
Okay. All right. And you've either been interviewed or sat in several interviews by SLED over the last few years, correct?
I've been in a few, yes, sir.
And I'm going to direct your attention to October 12th of 2010.
I think they said they had 4 witnesses today.
Or excuse me, not 2010. That would have been 2021.
2 experts, Mr. Marvin,
and I believe
and a
SLED
4th
came
one,
to
right?
your house that day. Do you recall that?
I do recall SLED coming to my house.
Okay.
Now, I can't tell you that's the date, but they certainly came.
This would have been the day that they interviewed both Buster and your wife that day. Does that help you out?
It does. I remember them coming.
Yeah,
It
Alec
was,
has a sister.
Agent Croft and I believe Agent Ryan Kelly.
Okay. And you sat into both those interviews, correct? With both Buster and your wife?
Well, I think the interview with one was an interview for Buster,
Okay.
and one was an interview with me and my wife.
Okay. All right. So you
That's the way I thought it was.
Okay.
I didn't think it was 3 interviews.
All right. And do you recall during that October 12th interview the subject of this blue jacket coming up with Buster? Specifically, I'm talking about the one with Buster.
The conversation at my house?
Yes.
I do not recall it coming up.
So you don't recall SLED bringing up, asking Buster about a blue jacket on October 12th of 2020?
I do not recall that.
So you don't recall his response?
I don't recall him bringing up a jacket.
Okay. Do you recall Buster responding that he did not recognize the blue jacket that was presented to him?
I don't recall a blue jacket being discussed.
Oh, so he's the baby of the family. He's the youngest. Alec is the middle, and then Randy, the guy in the back, is the oldest. So he's the baby.
And I think you also looked at it, and you don't recall.
They did not show me a blue jacket. There was no blue jacket discussion in that interview, to my knowledge.
Okay. Let's see. Beg court's in here. Do you recall Buster's response in that interview to being asked if that could be Randolph's jacket, to him saying if it's over $15, no, it wasn't?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay what Buster said. He's asking to recall what Buster said.
I sustain the objection.
And then you agreed with what Buster said right afterwards. You don't recall that?
No, Mr. Conner. What I'm telling you is I don't recall any discussions of a blue jacket in that interview. I just don't recall that. So you asking me that, I'm just telling you I don't know of any discussions about a jacket in that interview.
Okay. All right. You testified about driving up to rehab, I think that Monday after Labor Day, or excuse me, detox, correct? With
It
your
was
brother.
detox, that's correct.
And you said your brother kind of woke up startling as if from a dream. Is that what you testified to?
No, sir.
Okay.
I said that when I was driving, well, Randy and I were driving him from detox to the rehab facility down, and that was down in Orlando, Florida, is when that happened.
All right. And you said, and again, I want to make
detox
this
and
as
rehab at
clear
the
as
same
we can.
facility?
You said you thought that he was waking up in response to a dream about the night of June 7th. Is that, do I understand that correctly?
That is the way that's what it appeared to be to me. And that's, of course, I can't tell you what he was dreaming, but that's certainly what it appeared to me.
So you're not saying that because he said that, right?
That's right. He didn't wake up and say that. It's just, it was just such a startling just the way he woke up out of his sleep. It was just so startling. It was fear. And it took him several seconds to realize that whatever he just saw was not real, or he was not living it.
Okay. You testified about the day of June 7th and taking your dad to the hospital, him getting admitted, correct?
I did.
And that you and your brother Randy were sending out multiple group texts about your dad's status. Is that correct?
Well, I sent a text, and I believe Randy sent one as well.
Okay. And
along with phone calls. I know Randy and I discussed it on the phone as well.
And if I understood your testimony correctly, and you said that June 7th was actually kind of a hopeful day. Is that based off of what the doctors were saying?
Well, yes, based on all the bad news that he's been receiving, it was one little piece of hope that, certainly if the doctor would have said at that point, you're going home on hospice tomorrow, it would have been, that would be the worst case. But him saying that there was hope, that it was pneumonia and not the cancer, that there was some breathing treatments that may help, it gave us some hope.
And you sent out at least one group text with this information, correct, to your family members, right?
I know I sent one. I could have sent another, but I know there was one.
Okay. And do you recall if your brother was included in that? Alex specifically was included?
I saw the record showing it, and so yes, I believe it was my family, and I think it was just our family, actually.
And so there was hope, at least on the afternoon of June 7th, that your dad who had pneumonia, which could potentially be treated, and there was a little bit of hope about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if your brother had told Janine Seckinger during that day that your dad was taking a major turn to the worse, that would not be truthful, correct?
That would be correct. And the testimony I heard is he didn't say that.
He didn't say what?
He didn't say it was terminal or dire or whatever you're saying.
Are you based off of Alex's testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if Janine Seckinger...
well, I can tell you this. If somebody said that day that it was terminal, one of two people was wrong, or both.
Okay. All right. So if Janine Seckinger was told that...
If Jeannie Seckinger said that, she was wrong.
Well, were you present for any conversations between your brother and Janine Seckinger on June 7th?
I wasn't.
Hey, Alex probably told her that. Are you caught up yet? Yeah, it's very interesting to see the change in demeanor.
One last thing, Mr. Murdaugh. Would you say that the Murdaugh name and legacy is something that's important to you and your brothers?
Just say
yes.
yes.
I think
Don't
any
pause.
family's name and legacy is important to them. Do I think my family's name is more important than yours or any of y'all's? No, I don't.
Okay. But it's important to your brother as well, correct?
I think he would feel the exact same way as what I just said, that all families are important.
Okay. No problem. No.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Defense rests, Your Honor.
Oh, thank God. That was
Ladies and
it.
gentlemen, that is the defense's case.
All right, you were right. That was it.
We will
I thought they had another witness.
excuse you for this day and have you come back at 9:30.
Early court
Tomorrow
day
morning.
release. Yay! Yay. Yeah, so they might take them too crazy. That did like a whole 180. Oh, hello, is my stream up? That did a whole 180 on me, you know? What you guys? Who was the strongest witness on the defense?
If everyone will be seated.
Sit your foot down. Are we gonna Moselle? We're gonna Moselle. We're gonna Moselle.
Defense has rested any matters of law at this time.
Hey, Jim, go ahead.
Your Honor, we would defense would just renew our Motion for directed verdict on the grounds previously
Again?
argued at the close of the state's case.
Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, again, we would rely on our arguments previously made that the motion should be denied. Be happy to answer any specific issues Your Honor may have, but I would rely on our previous arguments.
Oh, Jim, you're a
The
comedic.
motion is denied based on all the reasons stated at the close of the state's case. Now, with regard to reply, what do you have, Mr. Waters?
Yes, sir. We have maybe 4 witnesses, maybe 5 at this point in time. I'm hopeful that we could accomplish that in a day.
In a day?
Yes. As is the nature of reply, we will, assess that tonight. But right now, I have 4 definite witnesses and perhaps a 5th that, as it stands right now, that we would have. I don't think many of them, except for one, would be very lengthy.
All right, rebuttals.
And by lengthy, I don't mean exceptionally so.
Harpoolian's like, hey, Jim, you do it. Harpoolian didn't want to ask for it because he didn't look stupid. So he's making Jim do all that.
Mr. Harpoolian or Mr.
Your Honor, I
yes,
no
Mr.
way
Harpoolian?
critical of Mr. Waters, but his estimate of time has been a little
oh my God, is it raining?
mushy, I think is a good way to put it. I'm not
Mushy.
criticizing. I'm just saying this was going to be a 3-week trial, and now it's a 6-week trial. I'm just a little skeptical that we'll get it all done tomorrow. I'm just saying I'll be happy, I'll be ecstatic if it happens, but for planning purposes, perhaps maybe midday Wednesday would be a better. Pardon me? Oh, and somewhere in this process, Your Honor's indicated you'd allow the jury to visit the site.
At
So
the close of the reply.
okay, so we're at, I guess, Mr. Waters' mercy to.
Mr. Waters, are these witnesses who you anticipate will contradict issues presented by the defense or address the credibility of matters raised by the defense?
They will be focused on issues that were raised during the defense case, yes, sir.
All right.
Hey, man, Harpoolian, he had a big lunch, okay? He a little sleepy today. It's all right. You can't always be, can't always be using SAT words, okay? Mushy's okay.
Okay. Well, 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening.
9:30. Okay, so to recap that, the state, they're doing the rebuttal. They got 4 to 5 witnesses. Harpootlian called Creighton mushy. And jury's going to go look at Moselle property. All right. I don't know if they're going to bring the cameras, but I don't think we get to go. Do we get to go? Did we get to go when they went to go visit the school? Okay, this is Eric Allen. He's been making documentaries about Alex Murdaugh and his family. And there's been a couple of episodes out on his YouTube channel. So we're going to watch this really quick. I have it like super sped up, but I'll do 1.5.
I'm in the Netflix documentary about the Murdaughs. If you've seen it, you've seen me show footage I got of Alec Murdaugh's brother and son carrying guns out of the home immediately following a search warrant that was performed at Moselle. The
Which
property
brother
Maggie
is that?
and Paul were murdered on. The guns used to kill them are still currently missing. I got a lot more footage that day than what Netflix showed in their documentary, so I'll be splicing some of that never-before-seen footage throughout this video. I'm actually filming this a day before the documentary comes out. I'm in my mobile studio right outside of the courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina. Trial's on a lunch break right now, and I wanted to take a few moments to give some expanded thoughts on...
Oh, wow. So this is the property right here. Oh, there's a little carts over there, little golf carts, whatever they're called.
what I think about that gun footage that was in the
ATVs?
Netflix documentary. I actually haven't seen the Netflix documentary, so I don't really quite know exactly how everything's going to be presented.
Oh man, dude.
And how, like, where it's going to fit in and how it's going to be tied in. So,
Man, do you think they were trying to do the cover up from the
I
get
don't really
go?
know, you know, if they're going to make it seem really, really nefarious, or if they're going to kind of portray it in the more like, we really don't know, this is what it is, which is kind of how I wanted it to be presented. I actually didn't know I was getting gun footage when I got it. Another reporter had come over and talked to me about kind of like what was going on, and I was making my way over to the house. As we started talking, I just kind of stopped the drone and let it hover for a little bit, and it wasn't until later that I actually saw the footage. But when I saw the footage, I wrestled a lot with what to do with it. There was, I think I've always believed, and really still do believe, that it's pretty unlikely that that was anything nefarious going on. And at the time, I knew that if I put it out, it would probably be taken as, hey, this is pretty nefarious. Hey, this is Buster and John.
Before the guns were unloaded from the house, a few other vehicles left.
Marvin helping Alec hide the murder weapons or the guns or something like that. And, at that time we had a lot less information. And at that time, there was a thought in my mind that what if Buster, who had just lost his mom and his brother, what if John Marvin was just taking him on a hunting trip, and they were trying to get away from all this crazy mess, and now I'm going to be here putting out this footage that just causes them more stress and drama, and that just felt icky to me. But on the other hand, there was part of me that's like, well, what if this actually is evidence that could help in these murders, that could
do you
help
give it to the police?
Sled, or that could help whoever. And so I went back and forth on it for a long time. Sometimes when I don't know what decision to make, I will just go with default inaction.
Yeah, because by this point, I think law enforcement had already been on the property and they already combed through, right? Combed through, visually eyeballing things.
And that's just kind of what I did. It's just like, well, I don't know what to do, so I'm just not going to do anything. I'm going to let this sit on my hard drive, and it'll probably just die there. Fast forward 8 months, and through those 8 months, I would think about it every once in a while. As we were getting closer to a potential trial, there was still always that in the back of my mind. What if it means something? What if it is significant? And so anyways, the production company making the Netflix documentary reached out to license some of my drone footage. Long story short, they ended up emailing me and said, hey, we're coming to town to shoot some more things. We'd love to hire you as our drone operator while we're in town. So really cool opportunity. Really glad I got to do that. While I was there, to pause for a second, I didn't want to upload this footage anywhere to shoot.
Oh, wait. Wow, that's a long drive to get there. There's the kennels right there.
Anyone. I didn't want to, upload it to a Dropbox account and then email.
Or is this the kennels?
Someone and say, hey, take a look at this.
No, I think where the fuck are the kennels?
Does this mean something? Uploading it somewhere, I just felt like there was a big risk of it just leaking.
Oh, right here, right? Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, so here we go. This is where, can I zoom in on that? This one? No. This one? No. Oh my God, all my zooms are okay. All right, guys, just squint your eyes a little bit. So this is the doghouse. Maggie was found right here. And then, yeah, she was found right here around. And then Paul was found right here. This is where the feed room kennel was, over here.
And getting out, and then
damn, it's huge. Yo, let's look at the drive really quick. Hold on, let's look at the drive. I'm gonna speed through this. I'm gonna speed times 2, and I'll meet it real quick. But this is them leaving Moselle, right? Their house. Driving down the road. Still driving down. Make a left turn. And these are the trees that they were talking about. So defense was like, the trees may have blocked the sound from the gunshot coming towards the house. And then the state was like, well, this was like a couple years ago. The trees weren't grown as much by then. I don't know. What date is that footage? I think he said it was the day after the murders happened. Yeah, that's a long drive. Oh wait, I was like, what's that noise? I have to sit down. I was like, what is that noise in the background?
Out, and then I want to be really careful with this. I didn't do that. And so I was at the Netflix shoot and thought to myself, this might be a good opportunity to show someone this footage that has also done a ton of research into these events. I thought to myself, I've got this piece of information, this gun footage, which on its own, we don't really know what it means. Maybe they have some information that I don't have that could either confirm that it is or isn't nefarious. And then we can kind of put it to rest. They might have information that says, hey, yeah, we do have info that SLED returned all the guns that they had taken from them initially because they had done all their testing and they were giving them back on that day. This footage doesn't mean anything. Or they might have information saying, hey, SLED, was at the house looking for guns and they didn't find any. And so you have footage of them leaving and now the Murdaughs are taking these guns off the property. Maybe, they had hid them really well and now they were getting them off the property, whatever. But maybe they have information that can provide more context to this gun footage that I have. So I showed it to them and they didn't. And so I was kind of back at square one, but they obviously wanted the footage. And so it was kind of back at debating, is this...
Yeah, there's a kennel right there, and that's where the door of the feed room where Paul was shot.
Footage that needs to be out there or not. But the first thing was, I don't want to look back after this trial is over and know that maybe I had a piece of information that was pertinent, that could have brought justice to Maggie and Paul, that could have, really aided in this investigation and put the killer behind bars. If even if there's only a 1% chance that footage could have done that, if I just keep it to myself and don't do anything with it, that would be wrong. If I'm going to be completely honest, and I tried really hard not to have this second factor be a factor. And I hope that it wasn't, but it's hard to say, honestly, even when I reflect on myself. Having this footage in the Netflix documentary would mean that I'm even more part of this Netflix documentary and potentially even in it. And so I really tried to push that second one aside and go, okay, is this first reason enough?
Driven Paul's car down as well, but yeah.
If taking the guns out of the home was nefarious. Possibility number one,
What is up with OBS?
the Murdaughs hid the guns, SLED came, searched the house, didn't find any guns. The Murdaughs retrieved them from their hiding spot and took them away from the house, on that day. Or two, if this was nefarious, this is the second possibility. SLED knew the guns were there. They were looking for them, but because of the Murdaughs' connections with SLED, SLED allowed them, or the particular agents that were there that day, allowed them to take the guns off the house after they left and said, hey, we didn't find any guns. Again, I thought at the time and still think now, both of those are very, very unlikely. But there's still a possibility. I didn't know. And so if I had sent this footage to SLED, and SLED was involved in doing something that wasn't right, then essentially, this sounds ridiculous, and I know it does. But I didn't want to be put at risk. I didn't want to be in danger from that. If they know that I've got this footage, no one else knows this footage is out there, and it could implicate SLED and the Murdaughs in something even bigger. So, and in my mind, there was a 0.5% chance that was the case. But when you're dealing with stakes that are life and death, 0.5% is not a risk that I want to take. It's just not. So I was thinking about all these kind of different factors.
Ragtime.
And ultimately, I knew that if this came out in a Netflix documentary that everyone saw, then that gives me some level of protection, because now it's just out there. There's no use in doing anything to me. Everyone knows I'm the one that got it. So if I mysteriously was, offed or whatever, it was just out there. So ultimately decided, I want to be careful with how it's presented in the documentary. Those were kind of my stipulations. I wanted it to be well known that this might be nothing, that we don't really know what this is, but that it did seem odd. Also, kind of side note.
He's just going through all the scenarios that could have happened.
It was about 8 months between I got that footage and when I first showed it to Netflix, and that was months and months before the trial happened. But during those 8 months, I actually did show that footage to 2 different law enforcement officers.
Yeah, I was like, did he give it to SLED?
Was former law enforcement and was actually a part of SLED, and they told me that the Murdaughs did have connections with SLED, and that they had even been invited with other SLED agents out to the home for a shooting day or a barbecue or something like that. And
the invite was years before the murders.
they said that they didn't go, but they said that happened. So, that just kind of bolstered the small possibility that this was nefarious and that SLED was involved, and that if I just only sent this to SLED, then that could potentially put me at risk. So yeah, ultimately made a decision to have it included in the Netflix documentary, and then my hope was that the Netflix documentary would come out long before the trial ever started, which just didn't happen. Essentially, a few months after I had shot with Netflix and showed them the
Yeah,
footage,
I was thinking, did Netflix wait until the trial was happening, because that would be the height of where there's all eyes on the trial, because they released a Netflix doc right in the middle of the trial.
I started working with the Luna Shark Productions team, David Moses, Mandy Matney, Liz Farrell, Eric Bland, that whole crew. And,
What if they purposely calculated
showed
that?
David the footage, and they kind of agreed with me that it's not likely that this was anything nefarious, but they recommended that at that point we knew that Creighton Waters was going to be the prosecutor, and so they recommended, hey, send an email to Creighton's assistant, since it's looking like the Netflix documentary is not going to be out in time, and then you can know that the prosecution has that information if they need it. So I did do that, and they never responded, but at least I knew I'd give them the opportunity to have it if they needed it. Lastly, so
Corey
I
not see
also
it? He didn't
did
check his
try,
email?
kind of closer to
Legend spam?
when I got that gun footage, before I had ever talked to Netflix or anything like that, when I was still wrestling with what to do with it, I did reach out to John Marvin Murdaugh. Now, I didn't reach out and say, hey, I've got footage of you and Buster carrying guns out of the house. What does this mean? I just wasn't going to do that.
That'd be a weird
just
conversation.
Let them know that I had this footage. I did just ask, hey, I'm working on this project. I've got a few videos out on this whole saga. I've tried to be really impartial and really fair, and I'd really love to hear your perspective on this. I messaged him on Facebook and didn't hear anything back, which is understandable. He has no obligation to speak with me, and then also reached out, living in the same area, we have a mutual friend, and so I reached out to a mutual acquaintance of ours, and who did message him directly on his cell phone. And long story short, the meeting never ended up happening, but my hope was that I could potentially, I hadn't really made up my mind with how I was going to do it yet, but bring up that footage and see if he had an explanation for it, and give him an opportunity to say, hey, it was just this, or it was just that. But never had that opportunity to do that. but I tried. So if you're not subscribed yet, I'd be honored if you hit that subscribe button. This is actually the first video that I've done that's kind of lower quality, that's not super highly produced. I am working on a highly produced episode 9 to the Murdaugh series, but I'm considering doing a few more relaxed videos like this one. Maybe one where I give some commentary about what I felt the Netflix documentary did well and got right.
All right, what was the date? Okay, let's
I'm
listen to
in
it.
the Netflix documentary about the Murdaughs. If you've seen it, you've seen me show footage I got of Alec Murdaugh's brother and son carrying guns out of the home immediately following a search warrant that was performed at Moselle, the property that...
Yeah, so that was the day after the murders happened. So the day after the murders happened, Sled came back. They searched the Moselle property, right? And then after Sled left, that's when they carried the guns out of the home. Oh. Okay, guys. Well, that's it for the day. Oh, see you guys. Oh, man. Any last words? Anything else? Hey, Comer, what's going on? Any last words? Any last comments? Any questions? Are we good? Are we chilling? Today they let us out early. Yay! Early release day! I get so excited when we get out early. I forgot to post the day 2 of Alex Murdaugh's testimony over the weekend. It was sitting on my YouTube and I forgot to hit public. It was on private, so that's out today. So if you guys want to check it out for free. But other than that, if you guys missed the stream, I'll have the stream public as well. And then the stream is kind of out of order. Usually what I'll do is I'll re-chop the video and I'll put it in order, like in sequential order. That way you're not like all over the place. But yeah, other than that, guys, we'll see you guys later. That's it for day 23 of the Alex Murdaugh trial. They're going to have the jury. They're going to go over to the Moselle property to see. I don't know if they're going to just go to this area or if they're going to go to like the actual house as well. What if they did the test where they get all the jury to be in the Moselle property and they shoot some guns just to see if the jury can hear it? Guilty, guilty, innocent. Thank you, Corgi. You're welcome. The officer removed the gun and the badge before the search. You think it'll be hung jury? Unfortunately, I think I think they'll get guilty. Yeah, I think they. I mean, I for sure believe he's guilty, but I think the jury can do guilty. I feel like it's not. Yeah, I think the jury would do guilty. But if it's hung or if it's not guilty, ooh, that'll be very interesting. We'll see what happens next. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you guys had fun. If you're new here, feel free to subscribe. We make videos. And then I stream on Twitch as well. I do gaming stuff. And yeah, guys. I don't have much to say. I'm really tired. Have a happy Monday. Hope you guys had a great weekend. I'll see you guys later. We'll be back again tomorrow. All right, back for the trial. We'll come a little bit later. My stream is more friendlier towards people who don't want to wake up super butt early for the trial. I stream a little bit later, but we'll catch up and listen to all the testimonies and all that stuff. So we're not missing much. All right, y'all. Take care. Have a good one. Yeah, take care. Join the Discord too if you haven't already. See ya, AMA. See ya, Joe. See ya, Kat, Sal, Miriam. Sal, Tab Jolly, Min, have a good one. Lewis, Ragtime, Cecilia, Trace. And yeah, we'll be back again tomorrow for day 24 of the trial. I don't think they're going to take us to Moselle though, but it's okay. At least we got these really cool aerial footages and stuff like that. Because I try to look up the property in Zillow and you just have like that one picture and it's like, hey, you can kind of see where everything is. But it's really cool to get this footage and see how clear it is. All right, guys. Take care. Bye.